Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
That's all the time that we have in this bulletin. News and update continue on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in
Good morning, everybody. You're watching NDTV. It's the big day today. It's verdict day with the election results of both J&K and Haryana expected in just about a few minutes from now.
Absolutely, the countdown has begun. Basudha, and NDTV is your one-stop destination for all the number crunching and, of course, the battleground seats from the ground. We'll get you all the latest on that, but first a quick look at the headlines. It's a D-Day in battleground states. Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana polled results today. The first assembly verdict after the Lok Sabha mandate.
Congress spoils BJP's Haryana hat-trick with exit polls predicting a Congress sweep in Haryana. Can it stop the BJP's hat-trick bid?
In Jammu and Kashmir, the first assembly poll results in a decade. It's a referendum on the BJP's Article 370 move. Meanwhile, the exit polls predict a cliffhanger. Some give edge to the Congress and NC. Will PDP and the smaller parties play kingmaker?
Right ahead of the big verdict, political row over J&K LG's power to nominate 5 MLAs to the assembly, taking the halfway mark in Jammu and Kashmir to 48. Opposition leaders have said that this is a move to undermine the powers of the assembly. Well, the stage is all set for the numbers. Trends will soon start coming in. It's the big verdict day. It's the day of outcomes and results, a day for winners to celebrate. And for those who didn't make it, it's of course the time to introspect and wait for next 5 years. But today is of course the day voters will have their voices heard. Two critical election results with J&K that will see a new elected assembly after almost 6 years. Remember, this is the first time assembly elections are being held after 2014. It's also the first assembly election in the Union Territory after the abrogation of Article 370.
And the other battleground state, well, Haryana, it's a largely bipolar contest between the Congress and the BJP. A lot of curiosity around regional players who have been cut to size by the exit polls, certainly JJP, INLD, also the Aam Aadmi Party trying its luck there. Several exit polls also have predicted a sweep for the Congress in Haryana, and of course they give an edge to its alliance with the National Conference in Jammu and Kashmir, but they also have said that no party will have a majority on its own. That's very important in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely, but exit polls have often gone wrong, and today is the day all exit polls can be done away with because the actual numbers are going to be here. In fact, they'll start coming in soon. Vedant, this election carries substantial weight, like we know, because it comes on the heels of the recent Lok Sabha elections where we saw the BJP coming back to power but with a reduced mandate, and we saw Congress gaining a lot of momentum. In 2024 Lok Sabha elections of Haryana, Congress and BJP were even Stevens, winning 5 seats each. BJP won 2 seats in J&K, NC won 2, and the rest went to the independents.
Absolutely, and independents are so important this time around, a record number of independents in Jammu and Kashmir. So of course, the counting process will begin at 8 a.m. with election officials and party representatives arriving at the counting centres as they do usually by 5 a.m. Of course, the protocol is that polling officials undergo briefings and they take their designated positions by counting tables at around 6 a.m. But it's going to be, you know, the entire process has been revolutionized with the EVM. So by 10 is when, or 11, the picture will be clear more or less.
Absolutely. That is the election protocol. We have our reporters. We have Gurpreet, we have Ishika, and we have Sunil Prabhu. And we also have Aishwarya joining us, you know, on this big day. First, going across to Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, help us set the context here. It's the big day here. And of course, there is a mood of celebration in the Congress party because there is a certain anticipation that the Congress is... okay, before I go to Sunil Prabhu, Nayab Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of Haryana, is speaking. Let's listen into what he's saying.
चश्मा लगा रखा है कि वो कहते हैं का कोई काम ही नहीं हुआ भाई अब सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण तो मैं आपको दूं हमारे शहीदों में अशोक तंवर जी जनसभा में थे ना जनसभा में और उसके तुरंत बाद 45 मिनट के अंदर 45 मिनट के अंदर वो पहुंच गए राहुल के पास पहुंचे या नहीं पहुंचे कि ये इतना गति से जाना और संसाधन देना ये करे काम नहीं हुआ काम क्यों नहीं हुआ भाई तो एक जनसभा में खड़ा था अर्थात उसके 20 मिनट के बाद दूसरी में चला गया राहुल को मिलने के लिए
कहीं ना कहीं एक मजाक भी चल रहा था कि उन्होंने राहुल गांधी को कहा कि 152 डी के जैसे और
फिर इनको काम नहीं दिख रहा भी काम नहीं हुआ कितना लोगों का जीवन हमने सरल सुगम किया है रास्ते हमने गजब के किए हैं कि एक व्यक्ति 20 मिनट पहले दूसरी जनसभा में हो और 20 मिनट के बाद दूसरी जनसभा में राहुल को मिलने चला जाए तो रास्तों का ही तो है
56 दिन कम मिले आपको
नहीं देखिए हमने पिछले 10 वर्षों में काम किया है 56 दिन का सवाल नहीं है हमने पिछले 10 वर्षों के अंदर जबरदस्त काम किया है आदरणीय मनोहर लाल जी ने बहुत जबरदस्त हरियाणा के अंदर जिस प्रकार के सिस्टम को खड़ा किया है हरियाणा प्रदेश को लंबे समय तक उसका लाभ मिलेगा और क्योंकि इस काम को आगे बढ़ाना ईमानदारी से हमारी जिम्मेवारी है और हम उस काम को बिल्कुल बखूबी आगे बढ़ाएंगे हमारी एक सोच है ईमानदारी से हम हरियाणा प्रदेश की सेवा कर रहे हैं आगे भी जारी रहेगी और जो भी समस्याएं जो अगर हरियाणा के लोग हमारे ध्यान में लगाएंगे हमारे ध्यान में आएंगे प्राथमिकता के आधार के ऊपर उसको पूरा करना ये हमारी जिम्मेवारी है
अगर की जरूरत पड़ी तो करेंगे
देखिए ये अभी बाद में बात करेंगे अभी हमारी एक तरफा सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बन रही है
Going across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, what is the mood in the Congress like? Is it upbeat? Are they being cautious? Because this, if the exit polls are to be proved right, clearly this would also give a lot of momentum to the Congress party in the upcoming elections, particularly in Maharashtra.
So very important, I think it's an important day for the states of Jammu and Kashmir, which are going to the, the counting is taking place after Article 370. And more importantly, for the Congress in Haryana, because it's been out of power for the last decade, and they're hoping to make a comeback if exit polls and all indications are that there's been a groundswell support. As you can see, the celebration has already started here in India. There, people who continue to say very categorically that they will, and keep giving those Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi brigade shouts. So those, that chorus will continue, but the brass tacks is very important. What does it mean for the Congress party? That if they get a two-third majority, around 60 seats and above in Haryana, is it a smooth sailing for Mr. Hooda, or will Kumari Selja, who's also staked claim, have a say, and will the Congress High Command be able to do what they did to Bahujan Lal in 2005? So that's an important factor. The other, of course, is in Jammu and Kashmir, where the Congress is very keen that the National Conference and the Congress Party alliance makes it. Despite those nominated and the controversy over that, they are quite clear that they will be able to ensure that they will be put through. So, but as we see, the slogans, the shouts continue here at the Congress headquarters, and those celebrations are expected to gain momentum if the exit polls turn out to be true at the Congress headquarters.
Absolutely, Sunil, and these seem to be supporters of Mr. Bhupinder Hooda there behind you. So, of course, celebrations sort of have already begun at the Congress scenes that usually we see at the BJP headquarters, but of course, some sort of an exit poll boost there. But Aishwarya, going across to you, what's the mood at the BJP headquarters there? Nayaab Singh Saini, very confident. Nayaab Singh Saini, in fact, spoke early this morning. He has said that our internal surveys have shown that, you know, we are assured of a victory. In Jammu and Kashmir, of course, also they say that they will emerge as the single largest party. But what's the mood there?
Well, Vedant, although the celebrations had not begun at the BJP headquarters as yet, because the exit polls had not suggested that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to win Haryana this time, but BJP seems very confident as statements had come out that the results will altogether be different from what the exit polls had predicted, and therefore the reason perhaps leaders like Nayaab Singh Saini very confident of saying that single-handedly they will form once again the government in Haryana and they will achieve hat-trick this time. But very sarcastically said, as the other BJP leaders also had been stating that the work that they have done in the last 10 years clearly shows the picture, the infrastructural work, and what he said that in 20 minutes when Ashok Tanwar can reach from one rally to another, that clearly shows that how the development of roadways had been done in Haryana and the other kind of works that they have done. We spoke to senior leaders like Manohar Lal Khattar and other BJP leaders as well. They had clearly mentioned about the 10 years of work and the work that is going to be achieved in the next 5 to 6 months if they come back to the power. The Sankalp Patra that they issued clearly states that the promises that they are going to fulfill for the people of Haryana in the next 5 years as well. So, they are playing on the cards of what they have done in the last 10 years, the result and the report card that they have presented in front of the people. But it's an anti-incumbency that the Bharatiya Janata Party is facing in the state of Haryana. Currently, we can see just at the BJP headquarters, few media personals, no supporters have come out yet. But as soon as the results will come out, the picture might change at the BJP headquarters too, as being anticipated by the leaders over here.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Also going across to Gurpreet. Now, Gurpreet, if there's one thing that a lot of experts have been talking about is these, the parallels are being drawn with 2005 elections when, Congress put out a very good performance, but instead of Bhajan Lal, it was Bhupinder Singh Hooda who was chosen by the party high command. So there's a lot of speculation if there could be a surprise pick for a CM phase if the Congress party manages a majority. What is happening, in Haryana, especially with regard to the Hooda and Kumari Shailja and also the other camps such as Mr. Surjewala, have they started talking to each other? Because Mr. Hooda was in Delhi 2 days ago. He, I'm told, has also met with the leadership. So clearly there's a lot of churn happening there.
Well, yes, that is the challenge for the Congress. But first of all, we will show the visual. We are at Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence, and we have seen a huge number of the supporters. They have started coming here, and Hooda's family, they haven't come outside. But we have learned after 8 o'clock when the counting will be started, after that they will just come to meet the supporters. And when there is a clear indication for the Congress at about 9:30, he will go and meet all the supporters. So these are the visuals which we are showing at this point of time. A huge number of the supporters, they have already started coming here. And if we can talk about Haryana politics, we have seen this is the challenge for the Congress. This time the Congress has not declared any CM face, and that was one of the reasons why lobbying have already been started by all the camps. So you mentioned about meeting with the party high command by the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. We have seen Kumari Shailja, she has also met the party high command to decide and chalk out the strategy. But as of now, what we can understand, and the sources have already revealed, Bhupinder Singh Hooda was able to get maximum tickets when these out of 90, what we have learned, around 75 candidates are picked by Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and that was a clear-cut indication if the Congress will be in majority these people will try to put a weight behind the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. But yes, this time the party has kept all the cards close to their heart because they don't want any infighting within the Congress. And we have seen when the election were going on, Kumari Shailja was not campaigning at that time. We have seen even the BJP, they had already made a lot of statements saying that Kumari Shailja was not able to get respect in the Congress, and they asked her to join the BJP. And at that time we have seen the party high command, whether it's Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, they started holding roadshow where they were trying to put a united front before the masses of Haryana. So today is a big day for Bhupinder Singh Hooda also. First challenge before Bhupinder Singh Hooda, the Congress should come in majority, and second challenge is to just get the CM post, because now we have seen every time whenever we talk to Bhupinder Singh Hooda or other Congress leaders, they say the party high command will call all the MLAs and after that they take decision. So there are the two challenges today, and once the voting is going to be started, after that the things will be more clear which party is going to get majority. But during the election we have seen all the political party, whether it's the INLD, JJP, Aam Aadmi Party, Congress, BJP, they have been claiming that they are coming into power. And a few minutes back we have seen the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, he has already said that they had worked a lot for the last 10 years and they are also hopeful they will be able to get majority. So once the counting is going to be start, after that the strategy of the Congress will be clear. Anytime Bhupinder Singh Hooda, they can come and meet the supporters, and then we will try to talk to them what is their political strategy, how they are going to claim as a CM face in Haryana, how they are going to get this post as a Chief Minister of Haryana, how they are going to get the reins of the state. So that is the political strategy which Bhupinder Singh Hooda is already chalking out, and during the elections he has already made such type of statement. The party high command is going to pick up a CM from the state. So let's wait for the counting, and after that there will be more clarity for this political strategy. Back to studio.
Absolutely. So, of course, Azad, that's going to be very interesting to see, how that pans out through the day with Hooda and Shailja, both, of course, Kumari Shailja making it clear that she has stakes too. But Ishika, going across to you, the Haryana dangal has been extremely vibrant this time with, of course, dynasts, turncoats, rebels, and, of course, the wrestlers in the fray as well. Vinesh Fogart, and what a campaign it has been for her in Julana. She's campaigned extensively with star campaigners of the Congress coming and campaigning there for her. What's the mood there outside Vinesh Fogart's residence? Is there optimism or caution? What are you seeing?
Well, if we talk about the Julana constituency, it has certainly turned into a high-profile seat. Certainly, the main reason for it being Vinesh Fogart and her, in fact, entry in the Congress in the last minute, and how, in fact, she turned to be a star campaigner for the party as well. Now, in fact, against her, we also see another wrestler of Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Kavita Dalal is also in this Haryana dangal. And then, we have the BJP and the JJP candidates as well. So certainly right now, if we talk about, we are in Jin constituency where in fact the counting center is in fact, there. So certainly we are expecting around 10 a.m. She in fact will be coming here. But let me tell you what certainly the expectations of the Congress is, that whether she will prove to be a master stroke for them, because certainly we have seen that there has been a losing streak for Congress here in Julana constituency. But after fielding Vinesh Fogart from here, will they be able to gather the support of the people of the Julana constituency back? Certainly that remains to be the bigger question today. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ishika, for joining us with those details. Julana is going to see an interesting, contest between, of course, Vinesh Fogart and, like you said, Kavita Dalal, and there's also Yogesh Bairagi, who is part of the BJYM. In fact, he's Captain Yogesh Bairagi, so clearly that's going to be an interesting contest. But remember, this is, a constituency where the JJP or the INLD have always reigned supreme. So clearly, there's a lot of Jat presence and Jat influence, predominance there. So that is something that is expected to give a boost to to the Congress party, and like you rightly pointed out to Vinesh Fogart. But going across to Nazir, because J&K is also, the center of electoral universe today. Nazir, tell us, there is a lot of controversy, there's a lot of noise over who these 5 nominees of the LG are going to be, because that is clearly the next flashpoint between the opposition and the BJP. Apart from that, of course, Omar Abdullah coming out and clearly saying that there's been no offer from the PDP, while Farooq Abdullah, hinting at a possible alliance. Tell us, is there any review of political calculations that is happening in J&K?
Well, isn't this bizarre that even before the counting starts, there's a huge uncertainty or the huge controversy over these 5 nominations by the Lieutenant Governor. So we have seen, counting will start for 90 seats across Jammu and Kashmir, across 20 districts in Jammu and Kashmir. And behind me is SKICC, Sher Kashmir International Convention Center, where counting for all the 8 assembly constituencies in Srinagar will start at 8. And first postal ballots will be counted, and then EVMs will decide the fate of the candidates of different parties and independents. As we know, 40% candidates are independents. But before this counting starts, there's huge controversy about these 5 nominated members. And in case of a hung house, which looks very likely, these 5 will be key, will hold the key, and there's no prizes to guess where they will stand. BJP leaders have already said, look, there will be BJP members and they will be on the side of BJP, and opposition is saying this is a clear attempt to circumvent the mandate, to subvert the mandate. When the whole thing is about they will decide these 5 members, then what is the point of having these elections when nominations will decide the fate, who will be governing Jammu and Kashmir. But having said that, this is a constitutional scheme of things when it comes to legislature in a union territory which has been made on the lines, on the pattern of Pondicherry, where you have a provision of nominating members and those nominated members have voting rights. After the Reorganization Act in 2019, there was a provision of nominating 2 members, 2 women members, by the Lieutenant Governor. But that was amended last year, and 3 more nominated members were added, 2 from Kashmiri Pandit community and 1 from a refugee from the Pakistan POJK, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The people who had come here in 47, though they have all the rights of voting, etc. So that has become really a huge controversy. But today's counting is a historic in the sense because first election after abrogation of Article 370, what people will decide. First election after a gap of 10 years. A lot is at stake for political parties who, as the politics were in a suspended animation for long. Jammu and Kashmir has been under the direct central rule for last more than 6 years. In June 2018, governor rule was imposed, central rule was imposed after fall of PDP-BJP government. Now, in case of hung assembly, what is the options? Will PDP offer support to the National Congress Alliance? Some leaders had said yes, but then media advisor to Mehbooba Mufti and her daughter Iltija Mufti said no such decision has been taken. These are mere speculation. Only party leadership will take a decision after counting is over. And Farooq Abdullah had already welcomed those offers, but then there was Omar Abdullah. He said, look, there has not been offer from the PDP so far. Let's wait for the counting. So everybody is waiting, fingers crossed what will happen. BJP is saying and claiming they will be the single largest party given the fact they believe that they have performed very well in Jammu region. Why they
Nazir,
so
also tell us a little bit about, the most important candidate, the key face, Omar Abdullah. Vedant Omar is contesting from 2 constituencies this time, Badgam and of course Ganderbal. And one is, an Abdullah bastion because, it is also a place where Sheikh Abdullah contested from. And the other one is known for its, for the influence and predominance of Shia voters. So how is Omar, placed in these elections, Nazir? Because 2020 24 Lok Sabha elections was disappointing for both Mehbooba Mufti and the NC, with both their leaders losing.
Yeah, well, these elections are happening after the parliament elections, and we know what was the result of the parliament elections when we see both the leaders and both the former chief ministers lost in the parliament election. Last parliament election, one Umar Abdullah in North Kashmir's Baramulla constituency, and Mehbooba Mufti from South Kashmir, Poonch, Anantnag, Rajouri constituency. But these are different elections, assembly election, different issues. Umar Abdullah is contesting from 2 seats, Ganderbal and Badgam, and they are hoping that he may win both the seats. NC is expected to perform better than what is expected, and pollsters have said. But will it emerge the single largest party? That's a big question. Many believe it may cross 30 seats, and that would be the first that any party will do so since 2002 assembly elections, because since 2002, for more than 2 decades, no party had crossed 28 seats. In 2002, NC had won only 28 seats, was the single largest party. In 2008 assembly election, it again won 28 seats. And in 2014, it was the PDP which won 28 seats and BJP won 25 seats. So, will Umar Abdullah win both the seats? Sajjad Lone is another, local leader.
Right.
He is contesting from Handwara as well as Kupwara. Will he win both seats? He is facing serious challenge in Kupwara, but he is seen as a strong contender in Handwara, his family bastion. There's also Ravinder Raina, BJP president. He is contesting from Navshera in Rajouri. And it is believed that he is facing a very, very tough contest. And opposition is saying he has lost, he may lose. And then there's an important constituency, which is Mata Vaishno Devi Katra constituency. And opposition is saying it may well be the Ayodhya BJP in Jammu and Kashmir, but because independent candidate it is believed, many are talking that Jugal Kishore may win from there. So there are so many important seats, and also important seat is Kulgam, where M.Y. Tarigami, only communist party candidate, and the political stalwart of Jammu and Kashmir, is pitted against Jamaat Islami. Jamaat Islami has made it a huge issue. Look, because they are for the first time coming and contesting elections. They were the party who were boycotting election, but in this election they fielded election. So political parties, be it PDP, National Conference, or Communist Party, because NC and Communist Party, they are in alliance. NC has backed Communist Party leader M.Y. Tarigami, so he's pitted against Jamaat Islami. That is an important seat. Will the communists beat Jamaat Islami here, or Jamaat Islami is going to dislodge communist leader M.Y. Tarigami from his bastion? So there are several other important keys, including Mehbooba Mufti's daughter Iltija Mufti. She is contesting from Bijbehara. Will she retain the party's bastion in Bijbehara? That is also important seat, and that will also show which way the wind is blowing in South Kashmir as well.
Absolutely. So a survival battle there, certainly as far as PDP is concerned. And Nazir is reporting a record number of independents in the fray as well. In fact, Umar Abdullah has also just tweeted. He, of course, says we fought the good fight. That's something that he's been saying through the campaign, that we fought for statehood. In fact, statehood has really been at the center of this entire poll campaign. And there you can see, Vasudha, those beautiful visuals of the Shikara rally. Nazir reporting there right outside the Dal Lake. So, of course, a lot to watch out for as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned.
Yes, and Vedant, he's also wishing allies good luck, and that's interesting because both Congress and NC are fighting in an alliance together with 51 and 32 seats, and it was Umar Abdullah who had come out and told the Congress party to focus not just on Kashmir but also in Jammu. It was reprimanding the Congress, and which is why Priyanka Gandhi also went and campaigned in Jammu. Also, let's take a look at what Nayab Singh Saini is doing right now. He's offering prayers. This is a big day for him. He was a chief minister who was brought in just few months before the elections, so clearly a big verdict day for him as well.
Absolutely. So Nayab Singh Saini offering prayers there. We'll try and get you those visuals. We'll take a quick break now, but this remains our top focus on NDTV.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and story.
Welcome back. Today is the big verdict day. Both parties, BJP and Congress parties, as part of their campaigns, had promised the moon to voters and outreach to all Chhattis Biradaris, Vedant, something that is a common reference to all communities of Haryana. But today, of course, is the day when we know if caste really mattered, or it was livelihood issues, or for that matter, it was the Kisan Jawan Pahalwan pitch. We will get you all that and more. But first, let's look at some political reactions that have come in to the election results that are coming up in a few minutes from now.
आज काउंटिंग है और हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है हरियाणा प्रदेश की जो हमने सेवा ईमानदारी से पिछले 10 वर्षों के अंदर की है, मैं उस आधार के ऊपर कह सकता हूं कि हम तीसरी बार हरियाणा के अंदर एक तरफा सरकार बना रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीसरी बार सेवा के लिए तैयार है, क्योंकि केंद्र में आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं। कांग्रेस है, कांग्रेस सत्ता के लिए काम करती है, हम सेवा के लिए काम करते हैं।
चूंकि आज जम्मू कश्मीर विधानसभा के चुनावों की मतगणना है, गिनती शुरू हो रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि शानदार जीत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थित इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स और जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी मित्र दल हैं, उनको शानदार जीत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुमत प्राप्त होगा। और मुझे विश्वास है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी दलों की, हम सब की मिलकर सरकार बनेगी।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जम्मू कश्मीर में लोगों को जिस प्रकार से विकास की राह पर लेके गए हैं, पत्थरबाजी से छुड़काया है और इसी हिसाब से कुल मिलाकर के अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद इससे मुक्त किया है। तो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि जिस प्रकार से हम बुलेट से बैलेट की ओर बढ़े हैं और टेररिज्म से टूरिज्म की तरफ बढ़े हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लोगों ने खुल करके वोट दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे बड़ा दल बन करके इस इलेक्शन में आएगा और हम सरकार बनाएंगे।
और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट आएगा। भारी बहुमत से हम यहाँ से पंचकुला की सीट जीतेंगे। जिस प्रकार की खबरें हमारे पास पार्टी के सोर्सेज से आ रही हैं, तीसरी बार हरियाणा प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनती नजर आ रही है। जहां तक एग्जिट पोल या दूसरे नतीजों की बात करें, छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर भी एग्जिट पोल जो थे बिल्कुल एडवर्स थे। सरकार कांग्रेस की दिखा रहे थे, लेकिन वहां सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनी और मुझे यहाँ पर भी यही लगता है।
Well, in fact, Vasa, some breaking news coming in. Congress General Secretary Organization KC Venugopal, in fact, met the poll observers, election observers of both Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. This appears to have happened last night, though, and seems like a procedural meet, of course, ahead of the verdict day for the Congress. It's really important, of course, they're eyeing a comeback in the heartland, which they have been losing state by state. So the Congress is extremely crucial there, particularly as far as Haryana is concerned, given the fact that, you have, of course, the Hudas, who it's really been an out-and-out Huda show, but Kumari Shelja, Randeep Surjewala, as you were mentioning also, Vasudha, they've said that they have stakes too. So, of course, they have a lot of balancing act to do, which is why perhaps this meeting right ahead of verdict.
Absolutely. And Vedant, that is why Congress did have very important people as the poll observers for both J&K and Haryana. For Haryana, they had leaders like Ashok Gehlot and others, whereas Charanjit Singh Channi was the observer for J&K. So, of course, these meetings have taken place last night to decide possibly how to go about, addressing the fault lines within the party unit.
All right, and those live pictures coming in, Basra, very interesting. These are Congress headquarters, early celebrations there. So, of course, the exit polls certainly have given them some sort of momentum and some reason to celebrate. These seem to be Huda supporters there outside Congress headquarters. Haryana particularly, I think they're, sort of really looking forward to, in a sense, given the fact that, the most of the exit polls have given 40+ seats to the Congress there. Pretty interesting how early celebrations have already begun outside the Congress headquarters. Vasudha, I believe we have Aishwarya from the BJP.
Yes, absolutely, Vedant. It's also a show of strength from the side of the leaders to, send out a message to their own party cadre that it is them and it is their efforts which has actually led to this party making a comeback in Haryana. Aishwarya Jain joins us. Aishwarya has been reporting from the BJP headquarters. Aishwarya, tell us what is really happening there, because 10 years of anti-incumbency is not a small thing. 10 years is a long time, and I understand that the BJP did take a lot of corrective measures, be it changing the chief ministerial face, and of course Nayak Singh Saini also made a lot of important announcements, announcing the MSP for 24 crops apart from wheat and paddy, and of course increasing the income ceiling for OBCs, and of course changing the e-tendering system, which under Manohar Lal had actually become very controversial. So clearly a lot of corrective measures that the BJP took. The party is hoping that some of it will have its impact, and the election results will show that. But clearly, what are the BJP leaders saying? What is it that they're expecting?
Well, the Bharatiya Janata Party tried to address every such issue that was contentious, be it the youth of Haryana, giving them job opportunities, addressing the Agniveer scheme, the government jobs, 100% government jobs to the Agniveers, to the senior citizens, while giving the health insurance to them, or through the monthly payment for the women of any family. the kind of Sankalp Patra that they had issued, and also addressing the anti-incumbency by changing the Chief Minister for the last 6 months. But unlike of the Congress party, where celebrations are happening at the Congress headquarters, let me show you these visuals from the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters as well. If I can tell my camera person to just pan and show a bit of the BJP headquarters, there you can see media personals outside the BJP headquarters. Nothing much happening, no supporters out here in the morning, but certainly it is, of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders very confident on the other side as far as their comeback is concerned for the third time straight, as they are aiming for the hat-trick, because they clearly stated that in the last 10 years, what work they have done, they have presented it as a report card, and therefore the reason perhaps rallies of Prime Minister for 4 times in Haryana, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath doing 14 rallies in Haryana, and also Manohar Lal Khattar and other senior leaders been also pitched in for Haryana, and certainly BJP at last tried to garner the momentum, but the exit polls had not predicted their way. What happens today is something that will remains to be seen, but the BJP leaders clearly eyeing on the result as far as the Haryana polls are concerned. We'll get to know that whether the picture changes here at the BJP headquarters in few hours from now, or it remains the same, is something that remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely, Aishwarya. So pretty muted there, but premature celebrations at the Congress camp. So let me go across to our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu, joining us from outside the Congress headquarters. Sunil sir, early celebrations this morning there at the Congress headquarters, but also the task is cut out for the party high command, which is why perhaps you also had KC Venugopal holding this crucial meeting with poll observers. There is this tough balancing act that the high command needs to do. Of course, as Vasudha was mentioning, the Huda. Huda has met the party high command. So did Kumari Shelja. She had a meeting with Rahul Gandhi right ahead of polling day as well. So task cut out for the party high command if indeed the party makes a heartland comeback.
Absolutely. And Sunil, let me just add here, because while we talk about this election being out and out a Huda election, the Gandhis, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, and of course Mallikarjun Kharge also did a lot in the Haryana campaign. The road shows that Rahul Gandhi did, especially in the Ahirwal belt and also in the GT road belt, which are considered strongholds of the BJP. So clearly the Gandhis also took on those challenging areas to campaign, isn't it?
That's right. In terms of the election campaign, be it Rahul Gandhi, be it Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, be it Kharge Saab, everybody has put their heart and soul in this entire campaign. What were the issues? As we've been pointing out, unemployment, the Agniveer scheme, the fact that there has been a lack of development, as is alleged by them, and on a host of other issues which the 7 guarantees which the Congress has promised have made a comeback. There has been, of course, as you might say, an out-and-out Huda campaign. That's because of the fact that he has the money power, he has the MLAs, he's been able to corner the most amount of seats, and he's also been the Chief Minister for 10 years and is trying to wrest control at 77, as he told us in an interview. I'm not retired, I'm not yet ready to give place to my son. So it's in that backdrop that the Congress is fighting in Haryana, in Jammu and Kashmir, as you are well aware. Despite the many odds, despite the internal contradictions with the National Conference, Rahul Gandhi as well as Mr. Kharge flying to Srinagar to hold discussions with the Abdullahs and finally cementing that alliance, and they're hoping that they'll do well and not have a hung assembly there, so as to be able to not depend on independence. That's something that's the last thing that they want at this present juncture. But with the host of independents who have contested, we'll have to wait and see how things play out. Having said that, you hit a very important point about the observers meeting. The observers have met in the context of that they don't want to take anything to chance. Why do we say that? There have been experiences and bitter experiences where the Congress has emerged as the single largest party and still not been able to wrest control. For those whose public memory is short, Goa is a classic example, and like that the list carries on. Manipur, and there are a number of states which I don't want to list at this present juncture. Right. But as you can hear at the backdrop, the doles have come out. The celebrations have started here. It's the winds of change. For the Congress, ever since 2024 Lok Sabha elections, there's been that fervor, and they hope that this will continue, be it in Maharashtra, be it in Jharkhand, and of course Delhi is a long way off, but definitely they are trying their level best. But definitely for those who have covered the Congress, you can see the winds of change. What used to be, as my colleague was pointing out, a very muted lack of response in the BJP headquarters. Those were the scenes for nearly a decade here in the Congress headquarters. Things, power changes everybody. In anticipation, you can see the winds of change taking place in the Congress headquarters.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu. We'll keep coming back to you. Gurpreet, what is really happening at the Huda residence in Rohtak? Because this is clearly a show of strength. He was in Delhi a few days ago to meet with the party leadership. But of course, even in his campaign, there was a difference this time. He did talk about the, Chhattis Biradri, and it was not completely on Jat Shahi. So clearly this time, the instructions, or for that matter, the mood is to take everybody along.
Well, yes, of course, Bhupinder Singh Hooda is quite confident, and the whole Congress is quite confident. We have seen the supporters of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, they have started coming here. We will talk to them to understand what do they feel about this whole election. तो क्या लग रहा है आज काउंटिंग हो रही है, रिजल्ट आ रहा है, तो कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, कौन सी पार्टी आ रही है?
देखिए, 70 से ऊपर तो कांग्रेस के विधायक आ रहे हैं और विधायक की बैटिंग होगी, उसमें 99 के 100% हुड्डा साहब के फेवर में जाएंगे, बाकी फैसला हाईकमांड करेगी।
तो क्या लगता है कि जो एमएलए से पूछा जाएगा वो हुड्डा साहब के नाम लेंगे?
बिल्कुल हुड्डा साहब के हैं। जनता ने उन लोगों को वोटिंग हुड्डा साहब के नाम से दी है।
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है, क्योंकि ट्रेंड आएंगे, कितनी सीट आएंगी? क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल तो कहीं ना कहीं इंडिकेट कर रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस की सरकार है, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री जो बीजेपी के वो भी दावा कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं बाद में ईवीएम पे
बीजेपी लोगों का विश्वास उठ चुका है। आपके चौधरी भूपेंद्र हुड्डा जी का मन बनाया हुआ है और सांसद दीपेंद्र हुड्डा ने कड़ी मेहनत करके ना हरियाणा को नंबर 1 बनाया था। अब 10 साल में बहुत पीछे चलेगा, अब दोबारा से नंबर 1 हरियाणा बनाएंगे, ये हुड्डा साहब का दीपेंद्र जी का वादा है।
तो कहीं ना कहीं लगता है दीपेंद्र जी ने लगातार रैलियां की,
ताबड़तोड़ रैलियां की है। स्टार प्रचार हरियाणा के वही थे, दीपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा।
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है, क्या समीकरण रहेंगे, क्या भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे?
100% बनेंगे जी। 70 सीट आएंगी कांग्रेस की। लोगों ने मन बना के वोट डाला था। बीजेपी से लोग बहुत तंग हो गए थे। किसानों वाला लाठियां बरसाई, सरपंचों वाला लाठियां बरसाई, खिलाड़ियों वाला लाठियां बरसाई। बीजेपी ने पब्लिक को इतना तंग कर रखा था जिसका कोई अंदाजा नहीं है। इसलिए लोगों का मन घूम गया था और चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा को सीएम बनाना है। इस बेस पर सारी जनता ने कांग्रेस को वोट दिया।
तो कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि चेहरे पे भी वोट पड़ी है। अगर जैसे ये कह रहे हैं कि भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे, तो अभी तक पार्टी हाईकमांड ने कोई डिसाइड नहीं किया कौन मुख्यमंत्री हो।
ये जो चुनाव है चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा गया है। सीएम वही बनेंगे, उन्हीं के चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ा गया है और कांग्रेस पूर्ण बहुमत विजय प्राप्त करेगी। और ये हुड्डा साहब की सुनामी थी हरियाणा में, जिसका रिजल्ट आप सब आज देखोगे।
आपको क्या लग रहा है, क्या
हुड्डा साहब मुख्यमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं और सबसे ज्यादा वोटों से पूरे हरियाणा में कलोई हल्के से भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जीत रहे हैं।
पर बीजेपी भी दावा करी, अभी कुछ टाइम पहले मुख्यमंत्री कह रहे हैं कि बाद में कहते हैं कि ईवीएम में कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी, लेकिन हमारी भी सरकार आ रही है। उसको कैसे?
सबका बड़ा कहने का वो है,
बोलने का आदत है इस चीज के। हमारी ओनली जनता जो वोट डाली है वो तो जनता ने पता है ना। ये तो वो अपने आप में पकड़ा कर ये बोलना भैया ऐसे हमारा कोई वो नहीं है कांग्रेसियों का।
जनता ने इतनी वोट डाल रखी है जी, इनके ना कम से कम भी 70-80 लोग तो जमानत ही नहीं बचा पाएंगे।
खुद सीएम नायब सैनिक को भी ये है अंदेशा है कि उसकी जमानत भी नहीं बचे।
आपको क्या लग रहा है, आप भी आज सुबह के यहाँ बैठे, क्या लग रहा है?
हमने तो जो लगा है, ये पहले 70 पार कया करते पिछले इलेक्शन में, तो जमुना पार गए भी गए, ठीक है। और जो जमुना पार खंडाया करते वो गए भारत से भी बाहर। जो जमुना पार कया करते ना वो बिल्कुल 0 पे गए। अब जो है मतलब हुड्डा साहब की सरकार बनेगी, बड़े मार्जिन से बनेगी। इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है।
हुड्डा साहब की सरकार बनेगी, ये भी कह रहे हैं हुड्डा साहब की सरकार बनेगी, पर अभी तक पार्टी हाईकमांड ने डिसाइड नहीं किया मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा।
देखो, मुख्यमंत्री की यहाँ लड़ाई है ही नहीं। यहाँ पे लड़ाई जो है बुरे कामों के बुरे नतीजे जो बीजेपी के हैं 10 साल के, उनकी लड़ाई है। लोगों ने वोट दिया है, बीजेपी के अगेंस्ट दिया है। और हुड्डा साहब के 10 साल के पिछले काम देख के IIM दे दिया हरियाणा में, एम्स दे दिया। पीछे देखोगे आप पिछले 10 साल में इस सरकार
कहीं ना कहीं डेवलपमेंट भी बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है, डेवलपमेंट पे भी लोगों ने वोट दिया है।
डेवलपमेट पे भी वोट दी।
बीजेपी क्लेम कर रही है कि हमने बहुत डेवलपमेंट की है और इसी बेस पे हमें वोट मिलेगी।
डेवलपमेंट का आपका जब डेवलपमेंट आप उनका डेवलपमेंट देखोगे, उनके मंत्री जी हैं कीचड़ में जाके वोट मांग रहे हैं और उनकी हालत ऐसी है कि जनता उतार रही है। आपने देखा होगा कि धनखड़ जी को कैसे उन्होंने दिखाया, कि आईना दिखाया है कि उनका डेवलपमेंट कैसा है। और डेवलपमेंट की बात करता हूँ, अभी इन्होंने द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है, उसमें अगर आप देखोगे इतनी खामियां हैं कि रोज एक्सीडेंट होते हैं।
तो कहीं ना कहीं डेवलपमेंट पूरी करा नहीं पाए, तो आपको क्या लगता है किस मुद्दों पे वोट मिलेगी?
सर, जहाँ तक डेवलपमेंट का मुद्दा ना, मैं महम से आता हूँ। महम के अंदर देखिए, कांग्रेस सरकार के अंदर के नया कोर्ट बना था, नई ITI बनी थी, नया कॉलेज बना था, पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज बना, हुड्डा पार्क बना, साई सेंटर बना। बीजेपी का 10 साल राज रहा है और जो खट्टर थे वो निनाना गांव से थे महम के ही। उन्होंने वहाँ पे आके दीप जलाया था पहली बार, लेकिन उन 10 साल में एक बिल्डिंग तो छोड़ी, आप एक जोड़ की दीवार भी नहीं खिंचवाई, हरियाणा में बोलते हैं, ठीक है ना। तो डेवलपमेंट उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया है।
तो बिल्कुल कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि डेवलपमेंट भी सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। तो आपको क्या लग रहा है, क्या सरकार बन रही है, कितनी सीटें आ रही है और कौन मुख्यमंत्री बन रहा है?
चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह जी हुड्डा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। 70 पार होगी, आगे हरियाणा में हुड्डा आगे आ रहा है, बिजली पानी मुफ्त करेगा, सब नगे मन न भाग रहा है। चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह जी हुड्डा अब की बार बहुत ज़्यादा काम करेंगे और बीजेपी सरकार को भूल जाएंगे। ऐसी
क्या लगता है, क्योंकि किसानों का मुद्दा, रेस्लर्स का मुद्दा, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, ये सारे मुद्दे कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। आज लगता है कि रिजल्ट ऐसा आएगा।
बिल्कुल 2014 में हरियाणा नंबर 1 था। उसके बाद जब बीजेपी सरकार बनी तो जो हरियाणा नंबर 1 था उसको 10वें स्थान पे पहुंचाने का काम किया बीजेपी ने। किसान, पहलवान, बेरोजगारी और महंगाई और ये बहुत सारे मुद्दे इनको लोगों ने देख कर वोट दिया है और कांग्रेस की सुनामी आ रही है।
आपको क्या लग रहा है?
चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा की सरकार बनेगी, 70 पार सीटें आएंगी। जनता याद करिए 2014 से पहले जब हरियाणा नंबर 1 था, वही फिर काम होने वाला है।
तो क्या आप क्या अंदाजा लगा रहे हो कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, कितनी सीट्स आएंगी?
प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार आ रही है और हुड्डा साहब CM बनेंगे। उनकी मेहनत से, उनकी लोकप्रियता से आज कांग्रेस इस पोजीशन पर हरियाणा में पहुंची है। उनका जो पिछले टर्म का जो 10 साल का राज था उसको लोग याद कर रहे हैं। उसको याद करके दोबारा हुड्डा साहब को CM बनाने के लिए लोगों ने मन बना लिया है।
तो लग रहा है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की भी प्रॉब्लम की बात की है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की भी बात की है, तो ये चीज़ें मुद्दे बन के आ रही है।
हर चीज़ के लिए तैयार है हुड्डा साहब, हर वर्ग के लिए काम करेंगे। किसी वर्ग को ऐसे नहीं रखा जाएगा कि छूता रहेगा और किसी वर्ग का शोषण नहीं होगा।
आपको क्या लग रहा है कि एक बार दोबारा से मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे हुड्डा साहब?
बनेंगे, हुड्डा साहब बनेंगे।
So well, if we can talk about the supporters of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, they have already made it very clear. Bhupinder Singh Hooda was the face of the Congress in Haryana, and whatever the seats they are going to get, that is only because of Bhupinder Singh Hooda. He was the strong, powerful, the chief minister when he was ruling in the state. So they have a long of expectation. They have a lot of expectation. They say Bhupinder Singh Hooda once again will come back into power, but once the counting will be started, after that the trend will be clear which political party is going to make government, going to form government in the state of Haryana. Back to studio.
So well, Vedant, thank you, Gurpreet. So if BJP is battling 10 years of anti-incumbency, Congress is also facing the challenge of keeping all its big faces together, which is why I think it really, went on with this decision to, just have tried and tested war horses as candidates, because most of its candidates in Haryana elections were either former MLAs or candidates who have won or lost elections before. But also going across to Nazir now, because JNK is really important, and the results will start trickling in anytime soon. Nasir, one question that is there on everybody's mind is the kind of role that PDP and of course the independents and smaller parties will play in this election, because in the government formation, because clearly 44% of the candidates this time came from smaller parties, be it Aam Aadmi Party or for that matter even Sajjan Barkati or Engineer Rashid. So clearly these independents are very important, and of course the smaller parties, they are being called either the X Factor or BJP's proxy. So clearly they are somewhere in between. How are the people of Kashmir looking at them, and what are they thinking? Is there any sense of churn or calculation happening on that front?
Well, if these exit polls are any indication, there is going to be a hung house, and parties like PDP is going to play a key role. What PDP was saying during the campaigning, that they will be a kingmaker, they will be kingmaker. Who will be the king? That is anybody's guess. Both sides are claiming. BJP is saying they will be the single largest party, and with the help of independents and others like-minded parties, they will be able to form the government. NC Congress Alliance is saying they will be comfortably getting the majority and they will form the government. But clearly in less than 10 minutes from now, counting will start. First, the postal ballots will be counted. There will not be any major indication which way they will go. But once the EVMs are open and the counting starts, that would be the actually thing we have to watch out, and we'll know which way the wind is blowing. It's expected that the NC may be single largest party, given we have seen signs during the campaigning and during the polling as well. But will it actually get to close to the magic number? It looks like not, but it is likely that it may cross 30. That's what many believe. But its weak link looks like the Congress may not be performing as many were expecting, particularly in Jammu region where Congress was fighting most of the seats. In fact, during the campaigning, Umar Abdullah pointed out and asked Rahul Gandhi that he should concentrate more on Jammu, where BJP was doing very well. Despite the fact that for last 5 years or 6 years, people in Jammu were really unhappy with the central rule and how things were shaping in Jammu. But when it comes to the voting, we actually saw BJP aggressively campaign from Prime Minister to Home Minister and everybody from Yogi Adityanath and top leaders of BJP strongly campaigned in Jammu region, and that actually made a difference on the ground. Right. And the bigger question during these elections has been restoration of the statehood. That has become the central to every political party's campaigning, and they have promised that once the assembly is formed, their whole focus would be restoration of statehood. But today, it's the day when we will know who will form the government. But even after the vote count is completed, 5 key, constituency, 5 members will hold the key. Right. They will be the nominated members.
So Nazir, a lot of focus this time on JNK is on who will be the single largest party, and will there be one, and if there's going to be a review of political calculations.
Absolutely, with record number of independents as we've been mentioning. We'll have to slip into a very short break now, but this remains our top focus on NDTV.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, पहुंचा रही है।
कांग्रेस is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show,
a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which
Good morning, everybody. You're watching NDTV. It's the big verdict day today. Of course, we'll get to know if the Congress finally forms the government in Haryana and who exactly is going to have the majority in J&K.
A quick look at the headlines. It's D-Day in battleground states, Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. The election results come in today. The counting of votes begins anytime now. The first BJP versus Congress face-off since the Lok Sabha elections.
Will Congress foil BJP's Haryana hat-trick? Haryana Chief Minister Nayaab Singh Saini has said that he is confident of winning majority third time, with exit polls predicting a Congress sweep in Haryana. Can it stop the BJP's hat-trick bid?
In Jammu and Kashmir, the first assembly election results in a decade. A referendum on the BJP's Article 370 move is what it's being seen as. It is possibly a cliffhanger. Will it be a Congress NC show? Do they have the numbers? We'll have to wait and see. Will the PDP and smaller parties end up playing kingmaker?
Right ahead of the big verdict, political row now over J&K LG's power to nominate 5 MLAs to the J&K Assembly, taking the halfway mark to 48. Opposition leaders have said that this is a move to undermine the powers of the Assembly.
Well, good morning and welcome to what will be, one way or another, a riveting day for our democracy. Assembly election results in 2 states, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, the first there in a decade. These polls are not just about choosing state leaders, but are interwoven with the fabric of our democratic pulse, influencing policy, politics, and power dynamics nationally.
But broadly speaking, there are these big questions that these elections raise. Of course, let's talk about Haryana first. The contest here is primarily between BJP, which is aiming for a third consecutive term, and the Congress party, which according to exit polls is poised for a significant comeback. The polls, of course, have suggested that Congress could be securing around 50 to 60 seats in the 90-member assembly, potentially ousting the BJP, which has faced challenges like the recent collapse of its alliance with the JJP. But let me also remind you that exit polls are often wrong, and we have to take that with that health warning. Yes.
In Jammu and Kashmir, this election marks the first since the abrogation of Article 370 and the region's reorganization into a union territory. The elections are seen as a test for the BJP's policies in the region, with a focus on security because of past unrest. The contest is largely between the BJP and an alliance with the National Conference and the Congress, with exit polls predicting a hung assembly where regional parties and independents could play crucial roles. So that's what the broad picture is. And over the next several hours, with our wonderful panelists in our studio and our reporters out on the field, we hope to get all the very latest details. Vasudha?
Okay, we have our reporters joining us now from different parts of Haryana and J&K. But first, let's look at some political reactions, because people in the BJP and Congress party have reacted.
And EVM voting machines
the doors
have been opened,
yes,
right?
the doors are open now.
The
postal ballots, and of course the actual counting will begin. So exit polls, we can just do away with them today.
आज काउंटिंग है और हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है हरियाणा प्रदेश की जो हमने सेवा ईमानदारी से पिछले 10 वर्षों के अंदर की है, मैं उस आधार के ऊपर कह सकता हूं कि हम तीसरी बार हरियाणा के अंदर एक तरफा सरकार बना रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीसरी बार सेवा के लिए तैयार है, क्योंकि केंद्र में आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं। कांग्रेस है, कांग्रेस सत्ता के लिए काम करती है, हम सेवा के लिए काम करते हैं।
चूंकि आज जम्मू कश्मीर विधानसभा के चुनावों की मतगणना है, गिनती शुरू हो रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि शानदार जीत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थित इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट्स और जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी मित्र दल हैं, उनको शानदार जीत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर में बहुमत प्राप्त होगा। और मुझे विश्वास है कि जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी दलों की, हम सब की मिलकर सरकार बनेगी।
देखिए, चुनाव के नतीजे स्पष्ट कर देंगे कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर प्रो डेवलपमेंट सरकार बनने जा रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी लेड कोलिशन जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर ऐतिहासिक रूप से जीतेगा। हरियाणा में हम काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं। हमें उम्मीद है कि जैसे छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर एग्जिट पोल्स गलत हुए थे, इसी तरीके से हरियाणा के अंदर भी जो एग्जिट पोल्स दिखा रहे हैं वो गलत साबित होंगे। और जो हमारे पार्टी का इंटरनल फीडबैक हमें बता रहा है कि हम तीसरी बार वापस से सरकार बनाएंगे।
So we have some wonderful guests in the studio with us. We have Neerja Chaudhary, who's an author and senior journalist. We have Akshat Goyal, who runs Dhruva Research, and of course he's also a psephologist. We also have Sajjan Kumar, who is an author and political commentator. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we come to you, let's also go across to our reporters who have been tracking these election stories. We have Nazir joining us from Srinagar. We have Aishwarya, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters, and we also have Gurpreet, who is at Bhupinder Huda's residence in Rohtak, and we have also Ishika, who joins us from Julana, which is the key constituency from where Vinesh Fogart, the wrestler, is contesting from. To you, Aishwarya, first, you are reporting from the BJP headquarters. Of course, this is not a very easy day for the BJP. Of course, the party is expecting some gains, a lot of gains in Jammu, but Haryana is going to be very tricky. We saw a CM change in the last few months, and we also saw very important policy decisions with respect to 24 crops MSP and also increasing the ceiling limit for OBCs. But clearly, the party seems to be thinking that a lot more could have been done. So, Aishwarya, tell us, what is the mood like in the BJP headquarters?
Well, as of now, at the BJP headquarters, it's a deserted look. And if I can tell my camera person to just pan and show a few media personals over here. And unlike of the Congress headquarters, where we're witnessing early celebrations in the national capital at the Congress headquarters, it is just few media personal. No supporters have come out yet. No senior BJP leader has also come out yet. But certainly, we are hoping that as the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders have anticipated that they will again form government.
Okay, Aishwarya, interrupting
Haryana,
you for half a second. That's because we've got the first leads which have started to come out now, both in the state of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Now, as we keep telling our viewers, election after election, this is very early in the day. These are electoral ballots. They are very significant, but they don't offer necessarily a trend, at least not in the first 30 seconds.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's if you look at Haryana, that's on the right of your screen, 8 of 90 leads have started coming in. It's even Stevens for the BJP and the Congress. It's a little ahead to the Congress, to the BJP at this stage. Jammu and Kashmir, a single lead for the last few minutes, 1 to the BJP. Neerja, just to you very briefly before we go back to Aishwarya. people get very excited when they see numbers on the stage. These are not results, these are leads. It goes through various rounds of counting. What is the process before, and what time do you think we'll be at before we can say, okay, this is what the trend broadly is?
Sometimes it could be by, by 9 o'clock the situation's clear, 10 o'clock. I don't think it will go beyond that if the counting does take place at the reasonable pace that it's expected to. So I think we should have a clearer idea. 9:30, 10.
These are smaller states, but also Haryana is known for, those fierce contests, right? So multiple rounds of counting important.
And you're absolutely right, Vishnu. To jump to any conclusion, it's going to be very hazardous.
But why don't you tell us a little bit about, the early ballots which come in, the postal ballots as they were. How do they work?
Primarily government employees, and you take the example of Haryana, so armed forces are there, government employees. Armed forces are significant, though the total population is relatively less compared to other big states, but the percentage of armed forces would be more. Then those armed forces also have a communitarian background also, remember. Kind of the farmer's family having the kind of army personnel. Primarily belonging to the peasant caste background, which has a significant electoral chemistry and dynamics. So that way, they indicate some sort of a whether how the government employees, be it the armed forces and others, are viewing the state government and they are assessing it. But state to state it varies. Himachal, they have more impact, the government employees. Haryana, a bit less.
Right.
I just had, sorry to interrupt you, I just had a key point. If we are talking about Haryana, and we are talking about these early ballots, and we are talking about the forces voting, the entire issue of the Agnipath, the Agniveer scheme would potentially have been a key factor in their minds. And I say this in the case of Haryana, which generates so many soldiers for the Indian Army.
You work out of Gurgaon, right? So tell us, Gurgaon...
Is that a factor? I mean,
personally, don't think it is a factor in the urban parts of the city. However, it could be a factor if you go through the interiors of Haryana, but not so much in the city like Gurgaon or Faridabad.
Let's go back to Aishwarya. Sorry, Aishwarya, we interrupted you, got very excited with the initial leads, did we? But as Nija has sternly warned us, do not get so excited earlier on. It doesn't mean very much right now. But you were telling us what's happening around you. Give us a sense. No laddus out already, right? Because we've seen that as a possibility as occasionally in party headquarters as well.
Well, for the first time, even I'm witnessing there is no halwa or no laddu preparing at the BJP headquarters early this morning, because the early exit polls had predicted something else for the BJP this time. But BJP leaders are waiting to see the results, and then only they'll step out and come out at the BJP headquarters. Nothing much happening at the BJP headquarters as of now, as we are witnessing what's happening at the Congress headquarters early this morning. Celebrations already started. Dhols have come out at the Congress headquarters. But deserted look here at the BJP national headquarters as of now. Few spokespersons have just come at the point which is being created for the media personals, and senior leaders are expected. Because, of course, the BJP leaders are very confident that they are aiming for hat-trick this time, and the work that they have done in the last 10 years, that will clearly reflect in the results as well. And as Nayaab Singh Saini today in the morning sarcastically said that if Ashok Tanwar can travel from one Jan Sabha to another in just 20 minutes, that shows that how infrastructural work has been done in Haryana by the BJP government in the past. And therefore, the reason perhaps it is, the people who knows that what kind of work they have done. Of course, BJP has offered in many of the ways that they had addressed Kisans, they have addressed the Naujawans, the youth, the senior citizens as well. Also 100% government jobs to Agniveer. Well, that will reflect in the votes or not is something that remains to be seen. But in the next 2-3 hours, we can expect something might change at the BJP headquarters, the pictures, the visuals. But as of now, it's a complete deserted look as what we can witness over here.
Ishika, who joins us from Tulana, that's where Vinesh Phogat, the wrestler, is at the moment, and she's been contesting from there. Give us a sense of what's happening around you. There's been so much interest in Vinesh after what happened in the Olympics, and of course her political presence here seemed to be a significant factor.
And Vishnu, in this constituency there are two wrestlers fighting. Kavita Dalal from Aam Aadmi Party is also a wrestling champion. Of course, she is pitted against Yogesh, who is from the Yuva Morcha of the BJP.
Ishika, go ahead.
Well, yes, certainly, as you rightly mentioned, we are seeing it's just not one wrestler, in fact, who is contesting from Jalana. We are seeing from the Aam Aadmi Party also, it is Kavita Dalal, in fact, who is contesting against Vinesh Fogart. Both of them are wrestlers. And then we see, in fact, Captain Yogesh, who is, in fact, the youth, Youth Morcha cell president of the BJP, also, in fact, contesting from here. So, certainly, the battle for Jalana is one of a high-profile one, since the entry of Vinesh Fogart in the Congress party and also in the Jalana politics. So certainly what Congress here is in fact aiming or expecting right now is that, certainly it will create some kind of magic and Vinesh Fogart will win this Jalana constituency, because if we look at the history of Congress in Jalana, it is certainly very disappointing for Congress because it had a kind of losing streak here.
Across to Jammu right now, engineer Rashid, seen to be a real dark horse in these elections, is speaking. Let's listen in to what he's saying.
यहाँ ही मैं सोता हूँ, यहाँ आपसे भी बात करता हूँ, लोगों से भी बात करता हूँ. I try to be one among the masses. अब अगर वो डरते हैं तो मुझे उसमें क्या परेशानी है? अब अगर वो मुझे अब वो सारे टारगेट करते हैं, I have no issues. मेरी उनसे यही गुजारिश है कि डरो मत. मैं आपका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ने वाला हूँ. अगर वो मेरी तरह की राजनीति करेंगे, कोई नहीं, 1-2 साल उनको मोदी से जेल में रखेगा, लेकिन 370 भी वापस आएगा, 35 से भी वापस आएगा. वो शब्दों के खिलाड़ी हैं, मैं काम करने वाला हूँ. फर्क इतना है, आगे अभी इब्तिदाई इश्क है, रोते हैं क्यों, आगे आगे देखिए होता है क्या. थैंक यू.
बहुत शुक्रिया इंजीनियर साहब एएनआई को अपना समय देने के लिए.
थैंक यू.
Also going across to Nazir. Nazir, if there's one thing that people are talking about Engineer Rashid, some people call him a BJP proxy, some people say that he is the X factor. So tell us clearly, how are people of Jammu and Kashmir looking at him, and how are political parties looking at him, because he has also been blamed for diluting, the agenda of the mainstream parties, both NC and PDP.
Well, he's someone who actually contested parliament elections from Tihar jail and won, defeated Umar Abdullah. And then when he was released in the middle of assembly election, people raised, eyebrows, why, and they say it's a BJP ploy to fragment votes in Kashmir, and so that the regional parties like National Conference and the PDP are defeated. Engineer Rashid is saying he's someone who has been fighting one assembly election before as well. So how can they tell him, oh, he has somebody's proxy when he's fighting? People will decide who they will vote. But clearly he had a very impressive campaign in many ways, but it was not as big as it was during the parliament elections. There was clearly, some sort of suspicion, or people were so cynical about his campaigning and about his release in the middle of elections. So that may impact his performance as well. We do see he may be winning many seats, and that will have a major impact, but it will impact the winning and losing of some parties, regional parties as well. Having said that, this election is all about whether NC Congress will be able to form the government, or BJP is going to upset them and they will win more seats in Jammu, and with the help of some independents and also 5 nominated members, they will form the government. That's anybody's guess as the counting of the postal ballots.
All right, Nazir, I'm just going to interrupt you for a quick second. Go across to Sunil Prabhu, who's at the Congress headquarters in Delhi, where I'm told that there are already some sorts of celebrations starting, but perhaps they also need to be reminded that things are a bit early at this stage. But that said, what you are seeing on your screens right now are very early leads, and these are electoral ballots. They will at some stage start translating into something more decisive. But in Haryana, it's the Congress at 17, the BJP at 9. And it's even Stevens in Jammu and Kashmir. Again, these are postal ballots at this stage that we are looking. Sunil, who's celebrating at the Congress headquarters and why so early?
Well, I think, the winds of change, as I've been speaking from this morning, for, a decade there has been muted response. What you saw in the BJP headquarters is now, of course, changing here. The doles are out, the people are celebrating here. There have been crowds, the same Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi brigade, which used to be there even when the days were numbered for the Congress party and they had gone down to 44. That same solid Congress workers continue to throng the Congress party headquarters with that hope that the exit polls, as well as what they have done, is for them, for the Congress party, it's been a very difficult and hard-fought campaign. There's been caste polarization, for example, in Haryana, which was played by the BJP, as they allege. There has been a host of issues that they have taken up: unemployment, the Agniveer scheme, development, and that list carries on. There was 7 guarantees that were done. They allege that it was done at a time when the One Nation, One poll was announced to completely overshadow what they were doing. If you look at the management headlines, so all those aspects have been very closely watched by the Congress party, and even as we speak, the message has been given to the observers not to take anything for chance. They have been bitten. Congress has emerged in single edge, and it's in that context. And here you can see the sounds of the dole and the people dancing and singing here and carrying on. So they're really in anticipation. Vishnu, I suppose nobody can predict an Indian election, but I think the people know very well the answer. The answer is on the streets of Haryana, and of course the doles and the singing have started here. We'll wait and see whether this is premature or this is as expected on anticipated lines, where the Congress is expected to do pretty well in the state of Haryana.
Okay, Gurpreet is at Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence. We also have Neeja Chaudhary with us. She's written this amazing piece in which she talks about how Hoodas are going to be different this time, you know, this whole Jat Shahi thing. So tell us, Gurpreet, what exactly is happening at Hooda's residence, because this is also a show of strength. This time he did say that all Chhattis Biradaris is what he's reaching out to. So clearly a difference from the Jat consolidation that, we associate the Hoodas with. So clearly a signal that everybody needs to be taken along. But what really is happening at Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence?
Well, we have seen a huge number of our supporters. They have started gathering, and there is a huge excitement among these supporters. We have seen all of them. They are sticking to the mobiles because they are seeing each and every aspect of this counting, which has just begun. So we will talk to them to understand what type of excitement do they have. तो अब तो वोटिंग स्टार्ट हो गई है, तो क्या आप देख रहे हैं लगातार मोबाइल पे? सॉरी, काउंटिंग स्टार्ट हो गई है, तो क्या
30 पे कांग्रेस आगे चल रही है, 4 पे बीजेपी है। और जैसे कि पहले भी बताया हमारे चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी ने कि भाजपा जा रही है, कांग्रेस आ रही है। आज भाजपा 11 बजे तक जो सैनी जी कह रहे थे कि भाई कोमा में आईसीयू में चले जाएगा, आज 11 बजे बीजेपी को कोमा में भेज दिया जाएगा और कांग्रेस सत्ता पे चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी मुख्यमंत्री होंगे।
भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी मुख्यमंत्री हुए, हम देख रहे हैं लगातार आप जबकि काउंटिंग स्टार्ट हुई है देख रहे हैं, तो क्या लग रहा है? एक्साइटमेंट है, बाहर देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस में भी वहाँ पे हेडक्वार्टर पे डोल आ गया है, वहाँ पे सेलिब्रेशन स्टार्ट होगी, क्या देख रहे हैं?
ऐसा है, हरियाणा में कांग्रेस की सरकार आ रही है, बीजेपी की सरकार जा रही है। इन्होंने पहले दिया था 75 पार का नारा पिछली बार, अब की बार कांग्रेस का 75 पार का नारा जाएगा और ये जमुना पार जाएगी, बीजेपी जमुना पार जाएगी।
बीजेपी जमुना पार जाएगी, क्या देख रहे हैं जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं एग्जिट पोल ने एक माइंड मेकअप किया है कि कांग्रेस की आ रही है सरकार, तो अब क्या लग रहा है?
सरकार आ रही है, पूरे बहुमत से आ रही है, 75 आ रही है सीट। और जो बीजेपी ये कहते हैं ना जमुना पार, ये कहना बीजेपी को काला पानी भेजते हैं कि आकर कभी उठेगी नहीं।
पर मुख्यमंत्री काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट है, मुख्यमंत्री कह रहे हैं नैब सिंह सैनी कि हमारी सरकार आएगी, बाद में कांग्रेस ईवीएम पे भी सवालिया चिन्ह लगाएंगे।
देखिए, बीजेपी ने तो हमेशा जो है ना बात बना करके जो है ना वो किया है, सच्चाई से ये तो हमेशा दूर रहे हैं। जो इन्होंने प्रॉमिस किए थे, एम्प्लॉयमेंट के थे और जो दूसरे पैसे लाने थे ब्लैक मनी वाले, किसी तरह का हरियाणा में कोई काम नहीं हुआ ना,
कोई काम नहीं हुआ।
कांग्रेस ने कभी भी ईवीएम के ऊपर ये वो नहीं कहा, ईवीएम मतलब मशीनों के ऊपर कोई खराबा ना, ये सभी अफवाहें हैं और कुछ है। कांग्रेस अपने वोटरों के ऊपर विश्वास रखती है, ये नहीं अगले मतलब मशीन के ऊपर उनकी जो है जमानत जब्त होने जा रही है ना, ये कांग्रेस के ऊपर अपना बाढ़ना फोड़े जा रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा ही बनेंगे, क्योंकि उसके लिए भी अभी तक कोई भी पार्टी हाईकमांड ने चेहरा नहीं बताया कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
ऐसे भाई साहब मीडिया के माध्यम से बता रहे हैं,
ये हाई कमांड और जो ऑब्जर्वर आएंगे, एमएलए जो बनाएंगे, विधायक जो बनाएंगे ना, वो सीएम बनेगा। आज के दिन जो भूपेंद्र हुड्डा ही लाइन में है, वो भूपेंद्र हुड्डा ही सीएम की शपथ लेंगे और चौधरी दीपेंद्र हुड्डा वो विधानसभा लोकसभा संभालेंगे और ये आपका एक ही परिवार है।
सभी एमएलए क्या कहेंगे कि मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा ही चाहिए हमें?
देखो हमारे यहाँ पर हुड्डा साहब की बहुत वो मानते हैं, मतलब एमएलए हमारे जो हैं, मतलब हुड्डा साहब के ने इतने प्रोग्राम किए हैं, इतना उन्होंने बुलाया हुड्डा साहब को प्रचार के लिए, तो वो हुड्डा साहब के सपोर्टर तो एमएलए खुद हैं। एमएलए यहाँ तय करेंगे विधायक।
कहते हैं कि शायद इस बार लोगों ने चेहरे पे भी वोट डाली है, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा को मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में देखने करके भी वोट डाली है, तो क्या लगता है कि ऐसा समीकरण था और पार्टी हाईकमांड को भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना है?
देखिए, चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के विकास पुरुष के नाम से जाना जाता है। पीछे जब 2005 से 2009 तक जो हुड्डा साहब ने जो विकास किया, जिस एजुकेशन हरियाणा को हब बना दिया, किसानों की आय दोगुनी कर दी और रोड है, लाइन ऑर्डर है, तो ये विकास के नाम से वोट पड़ी है और अभी भी विकास के नाम से ही लोगों ने वोट डाली है और विकास होगा और चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के नेतृत्व में बहुत भारी विकास होने जा रहा है हरियाणा में।
तो क्या लगता है बीजेपी काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट लग रही है, बीजेपी कह रही है कि हम भी सरकार बनाएंगे, तीसरी बार सरकार बन रही है, तो क्या लग रहा है?
कॉन्फिडेंट की बात तो ये है, खुद नायब सैनी जी हार रहे हैं, उनकी वाइफ ने जिला परिषद का चुनाव लड़ा, वो हार गई, उसके बाद भी ये कॉन्फिडेंट, इसको ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट बोलते हैं, वो खुद की अपनी सीट बचाएं तो मैं मानूं हाँ नायब सैनी जी का कोई वर्ड।
क्या लगता है?
देखिए, भरम का कोई इलाज नहीं है, क्या फ़ायदा, सपने लेते रहो, सपने लेने से क्या फ़ायदा है। पूर्ण बहुमत से इसकी कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है और बीजेपी 75 जो पार का नारा था ना इनका, वो झूठला चुकी है पब्लिक।
Well, if we can talk about the supporters, they are quite confident the Congress is coming back and Bhupinder Singh Hooda will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. This is these are the sentiments of the supporters of Bhupinder Singh Hooda who have already gathered at Hooda residence. So let's see that what the party high command is going to take a call or who will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. But as of now, we have seen the supporters. They say Bhupinder Singh Hooda will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. Back to studio.
Minister has been saying in the last little while. Exit polls well and truly over, but as you will see, Mr. Saini's concerns still appear to be what those exit polls may or may not have shown. Let's listen in.
अच्छा है जो वो बात सोच रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको कोई रोक थोड़ी सकता है। एग्जिट पोल ये तो छत्तीसगढ़ में कह रहे थे कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में बोल रहे थे कि हमारी टक्कर है, यही बोल रहे थे कांग्रेस के लोग, कोई और नहीं बोल रहा था। एग्जिट पोल के ऊपर बोल रहे थे, ये एग्जिट पोल के ऊपर बोल रहे थे। हाँ, बोलने अच्छा है, खुश हो जाएंगे, परंतु हमने ईमानदारी से काम किया है। हमने ईमानदारी से हरियाणा प्रदेश को, देश को आगे बढ़ाया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार के अंदर देश को ऊंचाइयों के ऊपर लेकर के गए, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीसरी बार सरकार बना रही है।
Okay, we also have Mayank Mishra, my colleague and NDTV's consulting editor, joining us. To you, Akshat, first, you work out of Gurgaon. Tell us, what are the things that the BJP did right or did wrong with respect to, this new CM? Because I understand that, he was their face in the last 4 or 5 months. He was part of their yatra. He made some very important announcements, but clearly, it wasn't enough. So tell us, what do you think the BJP got right and sort of could have done more?
So I will start with the Adampur by-polls, which happened in 2022, in which
Bhavya
Bishnoi won that seat, and BJP got closer to the majority mark. So BJP's mark was 40 in the state, and it got closer to 41 seats, and there were 7 to 8 independents. So that was the time I personally feel that BJP should have broken ties with JJP and let Dushyant grow further. So because BJP allied with JJP till closer to the Lok Sabha election, and this time JJP also knew that now it's not their time, that they will be able to get a lot of Jat support, and hence they also thought that we should leave like BJP now and we should fight against BJP. So this is one thing which BJP did wrong, and they should have stopped it 2 years earlier. what BJP did right, but are like little late that they changed their CM, but very close to elections, and this particular CM didn't get much chance, maybe 4 to 5 months.
That could have been something that was confusing for
so they could have done it earlier, maybe a year or so.
And he was seen too much of a shadow of Manohar Lal, wasn't seen too much, as a personality in his own right.
Maybe 5 months is not a big time in which you can establish yourself. Maybe you are some sort of Superman in which you can do everything.
Right.
But I personally don't feel 5 months is a long time in which you can establish yourself, because earlier he was an MP, he was not a minister in the central government, he was not a face
from Kurukshetra, an MP,
So
I just wanted to come across to you, Mayank. When we talk about Haryana, we keep talking about caste consolidation, obviously the Jat vote consolidation, the non-Jat vote consolidation, but there is also consolidation of the Jabki factor. There's the Jawan, the Pehelwan and the Kisan, all of whom are absolutely critical. Is there a sense that the Congress may have really pushed ahead in reaching out to these three groups? If you look at the Jawan, it's the issue of Agniveer. If you look at farmers, it's the issue of MSP. Do you believe that they have had an edge in consolidating these three groups?
Before I answer your question, I will look at the trend which is available at the moment. In Jammu and Kashmir, and we are talking about postal ballots.
Yeah.
In Jammu Kashmir, most of them are going the BJP way. And in recent election, in Lok Sabha election, we noticed shift of postal ballots, basically government employees, towards India bloc. See the contrast. In Jammu, they are going the BJP way. In Haryana, they are going the Congress way. So this is something, probably because there is a sense of security among government
employees and soldiers, who are a big factor in both of these states, because there are many regiments of the army in Haryana and in Jammu and Kashmir. I think there are 2 regiments in Jammu and Kashmir. But go ahead with what I was saying.
About Haryana, multiple factors are at play. See, Haryana has always been known for changing governments every 5 years. This government and a government before that, Congress government, lasted 10 years each. So, strong anti-incumbency sentiment, plus so many other factors, and plus, and if I go by Access My India's exit poll, there has been complete meltdown of JJP, and the votes that JJP got have shifted en masse towards the Congress.
Okay.
That is the only. BJP remains constant at whatever they had in terms of vote share. Congress has gained at the expense of JJP. That is the plus that Congress.
And the JJP and AAP non-factors.
What about INLD?
INLD, has, according to Access My India, has got some traction. But complete meltdown of JJP is the factor that we should watch out for.
Nija ma'am, the other important factor in Haryana is the Dalit vote, 17 reserved seats and almost 20% Dalit vote. And we saw what happened with the Kumari Shelja, we saw Ashok Tanwar. There was a lot of talk about Uday Bhan also being a Dalit face, a compromise candidate, somebody who comes from the Huda camp, being a compromise candidate. Tell us how important is Dalit vote when it comes to social engineering in Haryana?
Look, Dalit vote this time is far more assertive. It's 21% as opposed to 25% of the Jats. And I moved around some Dalit bastis, and they felt Shelja should be the chief minister. If not Shelja, can it be Uday Bhan? If not Uday Bhan, even Ashok Tanwar, who joined that day, the day we were talking. And they saw Ashok Tanwar's last-minute entry when the campaign is ending, only 2 hours are left, as a Congress's attempt to signal to the Dalit community, we care about you.
Okay. Just give me half a second, Nija. I wanted to go across to Gautam Seth, Congress spokesperson with us. Gautam, we've got images of the Congress headquarters, and we saw a laddu distribution ceremony, as it were, taking place. Aren't you celebrating a little bit early? These are postal ballots right now, or do you believe that you've got an indicator of these leads likely to be firm?
I think there is a sense of belief because of the feedback that we have received from our workers across both these states. And the Congress, in full-fledged way, believes that a trend that began in 2024, that was the decimation of the idea of Narendra Modi's politics and the resurgence of an idea of people's issues, a movement from distraction and polarization to the issues that matter in people's daily lives. And this election, the results are going to reassert that, are going to reaffirm that the people are no more interested in mere rhetoric. People want to talk about the issues that matter in their day-to-day life. And Rahul Gandhi's style of politics and Congress's style of politics is what the people are now looking up.
You know, Gautam, what's fascinating, and my colleague Mayank Mishra was just making the point that even if these are electoral, if these are early days and postal ballots, if you look at Jammu and Kashmir, the BJP at this stage appears to be significantly ahead. So if this is a reflection of the mood of, let's say, the armed forces or of government workers, right, then it does indicate some sort of a sense that they may be impressed by what the BJP has to offer.
Actually, as far as I can see, these trends are only from 33 of the 90 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. They are not from all the 90 seats. And they are from which region is also a question, because, you know, there is that division where the Congress was strong, and there are some seats, of course, where the Bharatiya Janata Party was strong. And as far as the Congress goes, we never say that there should be a BJP Mukt Bharat.
Right.
We say that the democracy should be strengthened and both the ideologies should strive and fight. It is the other end who wants a Congress Mukt Bharat. The Congress always wants the democracy to be strengthened, and that is why, be it the polling day, be it the result day, the Congress celebrates the people's verdict in every way.
All right.
Right. Going across to Sajan, you know, when you look at the J&K strategy of BJP, what is the biggest takeaway? Because, you know, if you look at 2024 Lok Sabha elections, both Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti lost. And Mehbooba Mufti lost by a huge margin. So clearly, this election was also about other people in the fray, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the contrast between the Haryana and Jammu is clear. I mean, independence as a factor is very central kind of variable in Jammu and Kashmir, while in Haryana you see it's almost a bipolar, even if the many parties are there. So in Jammu, BJP's strategy would be clear, that consolidated their base into the Jammu region and divide, you know, the valley region. That would be their clear strategy, and for that they would expect that PDP should do bit better, should cut certain votes, and independents like Indian Rashid to others should do it, because in the final analysis.
But for Kashmir, do you think they'll have a strategy like, you know, banking on someone like the Muzaffar Beg or somebody like that, you know, somebody who comes from the Pahadi community, a community that you know, owes gratitude for the BJP for getting their ST status? Do you think that could be a strategy, you know, from the BJP side?
That is, but I think the numerical strength is too less, and the number of seats will be so maximum. It would be that NC and Congress alliance doesn't get a clear majority on their own, and in that case, mind it, mathematically the most easier equation is NC and BJP coming together, which chemistry wise won't happen, but that's the easiest numbers if two of them decides to come together.
Wanted to, you've been traveling over there, you didn't travel to Jammu, but you were in the valley. In terms of the dynamics that you've seen and this very remote possibility of the NC and the BJP, do you think that based on what we've
Well,
heard
you know,
about,
people, many
say that it's
people were
unlikely?
talking about this possibility because that's a possibility that will give it stability. BJP representing the Jammu region convincingly, NC representing the Kashmir Valley convincingly. If they come together, it will be a stable government. Both regions will be. I asked Dr. Farooq Abdullah, this is now many days ago, he ruled it out categorically.
Right.
And he said that again yesterday and in many interviews that that's not on the cards at all. So NC, where the party that's not done as well as was expected is the Congress party. And it compelled Omar Abdullah to go public about its ally, pull up your socks in Jammu. And it had, and if you talk to people, you know, friends and all, they said, yes, we wanted to give the Congress a chance, but where is the organization? And actually one realized Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad moving out of the Congress, how much of a blow it has been to the Congress party, not because his candidates are going to cut into the Congress vote, but the organization, anyway a weak organization, has been decimated. So Mr. Azad has lost out, Congress has lost out, and the BJP has gained in the process.
And it's only towards the end of the campaign that the Congress managed to have working presidents from the Mahajan community, Brahmin community, which were the basics, right? So clearly those corrective actions coming only towards the end, and Priyanka Gandhi rushing to campaign in Jammu after being...
Almost the last day, that's right.
But if you just focus a little bit more on Jammu and Kashmir, the fact that, you know, in what is likely to be a very close election, possibly a hung assembly, the 5 independents nominated candidates with the LG, potentially, if they don't hold the cards, they can certainly help one side get to within striking range. How significant is that?
It's a very significant part. I mean, 5 MLAs, so in short, it is a 5 MLA, and more likely they are likely to be a part of the BJP side. However, personally, I feel that NC and Congress alliance is more closer to forming a government even if they, let's say, fall short of 5 or 6 seats, so they're likely to get the support of PDP or certain independents. So it is easier for them to get support of 5 or 6 rather than like BJP arranging the support of 10.
Right.
So in effect, the majority figure for the Congress and NC is going to be 48. Not 46.
Yes, because of the increase.
Gets added to the 90, the nominated one, with the vote.
Yeah.
This, of course,
So then they need to get to 48 in order to win the election.
48 will be the majority.
whereas the BJP will not need that kind of a figure.
No.
Yeah.
They will need a much lower figure to cobble together.
And there are more seats in Jammu this
They're
time.
up
after
5 is what
elimination.
you're basically
43
saying.
versus 45.
They're up 5 already is what you're basically
They're up
saying.
5. They're starting off with 5. Yes. And
we have
of course,
Vivek-
Dr. Abdullah has said, Farooq Abdullah has said, we will go to the Supreme Court. We will challenge this in the court. So government formation, if it's not a very clear verdict, may become a messy business, you know.
Many
with legal-
possibilities open there. We also have Virendra Sindhu, who is spokesperson of the JJP, joining us now. Thank you, Mr. Sindhu, for speaking to us. I mean, the trends have just started coming in, but what is your expectation? Because while JJP did come out of the government, we also saw many people leave the JJP, join the BJP, and of course, they are also facing revolt and rebellion from voters. So clearly, this has not been a great time for the party. How confident are you of making a mark along with your alliance partner, which is the Azad Samaj Party?
ये इसमें बिल्कुल सच्चाई है कि हमारे लिए जो रिजल्ट्स हैं वो इतने अच्छे नहीं होंगे जो आप कह रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं एक बात ये भी कह रहा हूँ, जो 19 का फिगर आप दिखा रहे हैं बीजेपी का, इतना यहाँ तक बीजेपी नहीं पहुंच पाएगी। टोटल 90 सीट्स में से 20 सीट्स बीजेपी नहीं ले पाएगी। इतनी बुरी लहर बीजेपी के खिलाफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी का वो लेवल हरियाणा में था, उसी का नतीजा हमें भुगतना पड़ा। जो बीजेपी के खिलाफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, बीजेपी के साथ जाने का जो फार्म प्रोटेस्ट था, जो अन्नों का था, पहलवानों का था, और वो जिस तरीके का अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का रेट हरियाणा में नंबर 1 पे है पूरे देश में, और जिस तरीके से कास्ट रिलीजन की पॉलिटिक्स बीजेपी ने हरियाणा में की, उसकी वजह से, उसका पार्टनर होने की वजह से हमारे साथ भी गलत हुआ और बीजेपी भी डबल डिजिट या 20 की जो फिगर है यहाँ तक नहीं पहुंच पाएगी, मैं ये मानता हूँ।
2019 में आप लोगों को 10 सीट मिला था, और आप and you know you broke the INLD in a sense.
The kingmaker,
you were the kingmaker. The deputy chief minister's post went to you. आपका फ्यूचर क्या है इस वक्त? क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल्स, अगर आप एग्जिट पोल्स का ट्रेंड देखें, अगर आपको एक एब्सोल्यूट नंबर न माने, तो आपका परफॉर्मेंस जो है हरियाणा में इस बार शायद काफ़ी ख़राब रहेगा। तो आपका अपना एनालिसिस क्या है जेजेपी का परफॉर्मेंस का?
हम स्वीकार ही कर रहे हैं कि हमारा जो रिजल्ट है वो इतना अच्छा नहीं आएगा। 2 सीटों पर ही हम आज के दिन फाइट में 2 ही सीटें लेने के।
तो आप कह रहे हो कि आप 2 सीट पे फाइट पे है? ओके।
तो दुष्यंत जी जीतेंगे कि नहीं सर? क्योंकि वहां से भी तो ब्रिजेंद्र सिंह लड़ रहे हैं उचना कालन से।
नहीं, उचाना कला से दुष्यंत जी लड़ रहे हैं, हमने वहाँ पे काम किया।
Okay, Virendra ji, just 1 second. Let's go across to Srinagar. Omar Abdullah of the NC speaking. Let's listen in.
उम्मीद क्यों ना रखें? जमहूरियत में बिना ट्रांसपेरेंसी के क्या फ़ायदा? जो भी होगा वो ट्रांसपेरेंट तरीके से होना चाहिए, और लोगों का जो मैंडेट है उसके साथ छेड़छाड़ होनी नहीं चाहिए। अगर लोगों का मैंडेट बीजेपी के खिलाफ निकला तो बीजेपी को फिर इसमें कोई जुगाड़ और वो इस तरह की हरकतें करनी नहीं चाहिए। राजभवन को और मरकज़ की हुकूमत को जिस तरह हम लोगों का फ़ैसला तस्लीम करते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में तस्लीम किया, आज जो भी लोगों का फ़ैसला होगा हमारे हुक्मरान जो हैं उस फैसले को तस्लीम करें, वही है।
कोalition पर कितनी कॉन्फिडेंस है? एक वजन है जो कोalition हुई है एनसी कांग्रेस में।
अब कोalition तो हमने की इसलिए कि इलेक्शन में कामयाबी मिले, और इंशाल्लाह कामयाबी की उम्मीद रखें।
जो कमेटी बनती है नॉमिनेशन की, उस पर किस तरह?
किस चीज़ की कमेटी?
जो 5 मेंबरों की होती है, जो एमएलए वगैरह।
लेकिन अब इस पे तो कुछ वकीलों ने अपनी राय दी है। हमारे एक वकील जिन्होंने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की भी, वो लद्दाख के मामले में आपको याद होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमारे लिए कामयाबी हासिल की, उन्होंने कहा है कि गवर्नर साहब को अपने आप पे कोई इख्तियारात नहीं है कि वो ये सीटें भरें। ये सीटें अगर भरी जाएंगी तो असेंबली कायम होने के बाद और हुकूमत की जो राय है, पार्लियामेंट में भी यही होता है। प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब प्रेसिडेंट थे, कांग्रेस के बने हुए प्रेसिडेंट थे, लेकिन जब नॉमिनेशंस किए तो मोदी साहब की हुकूमत के राय के मुताबिक किए, कांग्रेस के उन्होंने मेंबर नहीं चुने। तो इसी तरह बेशक गवर्नर साहब मरकज़ की हुकूमत के यहाँ नुमाइंदे हों, लेकिन उन्हें आइन का ख्याल रखना चाहिए, और ये 5 सीटें अगर भरी जाएं तो यहाँ की हुकूमत जो बनती है आज उसकी राय के मुताबिक।
पीडीपी की कोई तजवीज़ मिली है
नहीं ना,
के लिए जो हमने सुना है
ना हमने उनका कोई तजवीज़ ढूंढा, ना उनके तरफ से कोई तजवीज़ हमें मिली है। आज नतीजे निकल जाने दीजिए ना। पता नहीं क्यों हम इतने बेचैन हैं कि इन्होंने क्या किया, उन्होंने क्या किया। अभी किसी के पास नंबर नहीं है।
सुना था महबूबा जी ने कहा वी आर रेडी टू प्रोवाइड सपोर्ट इफ नीड।
नहीं ना, वो नहीं कहा। जो मैंने सुना वो ये कहा कि हमने कोई फैसला नहीं किया है और हम नतीजों के बाद फैसला करेंगे। पता नहीं हमारे तरफ से इतनी बेचैनी क्यों है कि हम फटाफट कूद जाते हैं और कहते हैं ना कि हम जी बस उनके समर्थन का खैर मकदम करते हैं। उनका समर्थन ना हमने मांगा, ना वहाँ से मिला, ना फिलहाल उसकी कोई ज़रूरत है। नतीजे निकल जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद तमाम पार्टियां जो हैं बैठ के उन पे जो है अपना वो करेंगे एनालिसिस।
Sir, early trends are giving an edge to NC.
No, I don't go by early trends. Last time when results came out, I came here for a run. Early trends were I was winning. घर पहुंच के सारा बदल गया। मुझे अर्ली ट्रेंड्स मत बताइए ना, लंच के बाद बात करेंगे।
Will Umar Abdullah win from both Budgam and
इंशाल्लाह, but no, it's who can say? जो अल्लाह ताला ने रखा होगा वही होगा। और जो गांदरबल और बड़गाम के लोगों ने, मैंने अपने तरफ से जितना मैं कर सकता था किया, और बाकी बाकी डब्बों में है ना। अब डब्बों से निकले नतीजे फिर देखें।
Speaking over there, and it has to be said that he retains a sense of humor. Nazir, when he said that last time around I came here for a run, I was leading, then I went back home and I had lost.
Yes.
But what he did keep talking about, Nazir, significantly was the role of the governor. The sense from that brief conversation is that he believes it's going to be extremely tight, and it is going to go down to those 5 nominated candidates.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to know why these 5 candidates are nominated members are there, and why governor has a right to do that even without the consultation of the elected government. We have to understand the constitutional scheme of things. When Jammu and Kashmir Assembly was formed, this under the Union Territory, it was formed on the pattern of Pondicherry Assembly, which was formed in 1962. That time, under Article 239A, by then Home Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, he introduced a bill. But that time, there was a proposal that all the members in the UT, Pondicherry UT, should be nominated members. But remember, there was one MP who was from the PSP, Parija, Sabha Party, PSP, his name was Hari Vishnu Kamath. He introduced a bill, said there should be amendment to this, there should be elected members and there can be some nominated members. So this time there was no, Hari Vishnu Kamath in the parliament, and there was no Lal Bahadur Shastri in the parliament this time in 2019 who would have accepted amendment. So this time, when the reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir Act was introduced, there has been a provision of nominated members. First it was 2 members, then last year it was amended again, and there is 3 more members were added. So governor has a right to appoint 5 MLAs who have a right to vote even for the election of the government. When you it's a tricky situation. On one hand, you have the 90 members. In case of there's a hung assembly, these 5 members will play a key role. And there are no prizes to guess where these 5 members will go.
Okay.
Opposition is saying it is just BJP will start from number 5.
Okay,
members.
just hold that thought
and
for a
then they will
second. I
start
wanted to
from
go
the
back to
zero.
Mayank for a moment. Even if you take for a moment Jammu and Kashmir, these leads at this stage, what I find interesting is that it's 22-19 now. Again, at some stage soon, these will start moving beyond postal ballots to actual trends.
Yeah, which is around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, which is 9 o'clock, right? So another 13 minutes or so. The point is that even now, it's actually a change of plus 12 for the Congress NC compared to last time around, and the BJP up 3. So the Congress and the NC, if you look at these early trends or these early leads, wouldn't be very disappointed at what they're seeing, even though it's quite close. It's substantially more than where they were at this stage last time around.
I think so. These trends will change, but what it clearly shows that others, which used to be a very significant factor in Jammu and Kashmir, and same in Haryana, others are vanishing. So Jammu
The others
Kashmir
are down
also-
6.
So others
are down 6. That's really important. Yeah.
So Jammu Kashmir, like many other states, are also becoming bipolar, and it's.
But my BJP did not really contest on so many seats, right? It was just about 62. So, and 43 of that was in Jammu. So it could be possible that these could be from that.
PDP is declining.
PDP is down 8. They're contesting in 81 seats.
And Jammu Kashmir has a tradition of electing at least 10%, 5 to 10% members of independents. That is also coming down, it seems, so far.
Let's just go through a couple of these, and then I'll bring the Nija in as well. The PDP factor is significant. In these early leads, they are actually down 8. They're contesting in 81. There are leads so far for the PDP of in 44 seats. They're leading in just 5. In 2014, at this stage, they were leading in 13. So they're down 8 from last time around. That's going to be an important factor, particularly if there's any talk of the NC and the PDP and Congress coming together in a close situation. That's going to have a potential impact, right?
And you know, PDP also has faced a nightmare of sorts. You know, this kind of setback. You know, with Altaf Bukhari moving out. PDP in some ways has been the actual. The most affected party with respect to abrogation of Article 370. What really happened with PDP was aligning with BJP that big a mistake?
Because the overall dominant mood in the state was against the abrogation, particularly in the valley region, and certainly PDP being the ally, it gave a catapult to NC. And therefore, you see, the moment it happens, suddenly the consolidations of the valley vote in favor of the NC, and that gives a very sort of existential crisis. So, in this term, I think the PDP's expectation is minimal, just to remain relevant. So, suppose as a remote possibility, if NC and Congress government needs the support, so more than independent in PDP, in order to salvage their image of being pro-valley, pro-370, etc., they decides to kind of a support. So that is one of the possibilities. So I think, mind it, at this juncture, NC has a kind of a default benefit, but in future, if they are relevant.
This is interesting. And Nija, let's go through this. The leads position in the Jammu region, all right? This is the Jammu region where the BJP has 18% of the lead so far, the Congress at 6. So that's not unexpected entirely. We'll have to see how many seats that translates into for the Congress and the NC. So we'll think about that for a moment. This is the valley right now, where 16% is in favor of the Congress. Again, no surprises over there. The BJP at 1%. It's going along expected lines, but what seats is
it was anyway expecting only one seat, Gurez, right? That's the ST seat. But Neja ma'am, you know, with respect to Jammu, BJP won 18 seats there last time. There's a lot of talk about a Dogra CM or a Hindu CM, you know, so that was part of BJP's campaign. Do you think that is one thing that is the differentiator in the BJP's campaign this time, or its ideological?
You know, I was very surprised to hear from one of the very senior leaders on the BJP side, that if we are in a position, if we are the single largest party, we will definitely form the government. How we do it, but I'm telling you, we will form the government. That's the way he put it. Then he said, no, will it be a Hindu? Yes, they've been promising somebody from Jammu. He said, not necessarily. We may bring a Muslim face. Who will it be? It could be anyone. We don't know who's going to win, and certainly somebody like Muzaffar Beg.
The deputy
CM. So it would give a very different kind of an impression, taking everybody along. So let's see what happens, you know. But obviously, BJP is, you know, the Congress has not made a mark.
No, they've not, and I've got those numbers.
The BJP all the way in Jammu, and that shows, you know, that this election in J&K may be much more about identity than anything else. Kashmir Valley, people are worried about their identity. 370 having dented that. Statehood being taken away, having dented that. In Jammu, it is statehood, it is economic issues, but much more than that, the Hindu overarching Hindu identity. So I think J&K, if you look at it, let's see what the results throw up.
And Vishnu, also in terms of the percentage, 16 and 5 means 16% will walk away with most of the seats. That's the kind of electoral system.
You know who's doing really poorly at this stage in the early leads position is the Congress and the PDP. The Congress leads in 7. In 2014, they were leading in 9, and so they're down 2, right? The PDP are down a whopping 8 at this stage. So let's take a look at this graphic. The strike rate, the target of course is 46. It could be 48, but that's in a slightly different scenario. The current, the current seats are 25. The seats required 21 of the remaining 38. So in terms of strike rate, the current strike rate is at 48%. The required strike rate is, and now this is the strike rate for the Congress and the National Conference.
Okay.
They need to hit above where they're hitting to come to power. It's as simple as that. It's going to be close. They are underperforming, and they're underperforming because of the Congress Party.
Okay.
Right, that seems clear. The Congress Party is now down 2 from last time around in the lead situation. If you take a look at the lead situation, if you look at the strike rate for the Congress and NC, that's what the situation is. The strike rate for the BJP, again, the target of 46. The current situation is 19 at the moment. These are leads. The seats required now 27 of 37. That's going to be tough for the BJP. They will have their required strike rate, Vasudha, is, it seems, very, very difficult at this stage. But now that doesn't necessarily mean that government formation is going to be easy for the others. But it does mean that the BJP is well short of where they would like to be. Obviously now it seems clear that if these leads do continue to become, trends and then results, then the process of government formation is going to be tricky, which is what that's my sense. Nija?
Yes, that unless the NC Congress gets a very clear majority, the BJP is not likely to get a majority.
Ma'am, what are the broad possibilities? Like if you look at looking at 3 possibilities.
About 6 weeks ago, when you talk to people here or there in the state, people would say it's going to be an NC Congress sweep. Right. That's the word they would use. Then came the independents, 365 independents in the fray.
44%, which is
44% of the contestants are independents or these smaller parties. So they have cleared the pitch for the NC Congress. At least that is the popular wisdom. How much of a dent they will actually make, we will know. So will the NC Congress be short of a majority, in which case it has to depend on PDP and some of the independents, and that becomes a difficult area to navigate.
Right.
But, Vishnu, on the Congress, I want to say this. The amount of goodwill for Rahul Gandhi, I was so surprised. Every single person I talked to in the valley, every single person without exception, and I asked them about Rahul Gandhi. What do you think of him? And they had a good word to say. And the Congress Party not making the grade. I mean, this is such a
in Haryana, the Congress
situation.
is above the halfway mark in the leads position. Just a matter of a point of conversation. We'll talk about that in a few moments. We'll take a short break, come back with what is turning out to be, as expected, a fascinating day.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
Dulux. Tap it here and swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
अब
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its
Good morning. Welcome to what will be, one way or the other, a riveting day for our democracy. The assembly election results in two states, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. What we are now seeing as we moved, it appears, beyond the postal ballot stage. What you are seeing are trends now coming in. And if you take a look at what's happening in Haryana, the Congress, that's on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, is above the halfway mark. So if these trends hold true, then it appears that the Congress, well ahead and well poised, as expected to form the government in Haryana. What in a sense is closer is Jammu and Kashmir. The question is how close?
Yes.
And therefore, the Congress and NC, will they be within striking range of forming the government, or is the BJP with 23 poised to put a big problem to them? Because it's 23 and potentially plus 5.
Plus
right?
5, yes.
With the governor's nominated candidates, adding potentially likely to the BJP's tally. So it does appear to be close. Professor Sandeep Shastri with us as well. We'll bring him in a moment, Maria.
But
you know, Vishnu, 39, that Congress NC number that we are looking at, it's important to break that down further. What is the number of NC and what is the number of Congress?
We were doing that.
Because if NC...
The Congress is doing very poorly.
No, but I'm saying if NC... Yes. If NC has actually managed to get more seats, then it is actually the single largest party. Then that concern of the single largest party, that if the BJP emerges as the single largest party, then it can be a different story, that goes away. So we'll try and break that down further of how are the numbers placed between Congress and NC. So at the moment, these are early trends, of course. It's 9 a.m. 73 seats we have trends of, but this again, let's put a huge caveat right now. Postal ballots have come to an end. EVM machine counting has just about begun. We have Professor Sandeep Shastri here in the studio. My colleague Mayank is here. We also have Sajjan Kumar joining us. Sajjan, I'm going to begin with you, you know, because I'm looking at those numbers because, more or less, as far as Haryana is concerned, picture clear ho chuki hai. There's nothing called picture abhi baki hai. In Jammu and Kashmir, that's where picture abhi baki hai.
Exactly, and if you see the 24 seats that BJP is leading, it would be primarily concentrated in Jammu region. So that also shows that perhaps Congress is not doing what was expected by the Congress. So that is why we have to see 24 plus 5. For even NC and Congress to form the government, though they are closer, they need to reach out to not only the independents but also to PDP. So PDP also becomes a relevant factor if you see, take their...
As per the last trends, of the 39 Congress NC, 12 were supposed to be Congress and around 27 NCP. And which means still you have trends from 12 more seats to come. And those 12 seats can be critical in whether BJP moves ahead or the alliance is going to cross 45.
Suppose BJP crosses 30 plus, then it will be very closer.
Well, BJP plus those 5 candidates would have likely crossed 30, in which case the role of independence becomes much, much sharper. But if you look at 39, and firstly, I think what we can actually do is let's have that strike graphic if we can. Let's break up Jammu and Kashmir, and let's have that graphic up on our stage. The strike rate required of each of the formations to come to par. The majority mark is 46. This is what we're looking at in terms of the leads position. The strike rate graphic at this stage, remember the target is 46. For the PDP, we are starting with the PDP, but just briefly, if we are to talk to them, they are in a pretty poor state right now. Just 7 seats, 39 of 16.
And this is the same party which was in power
Current seats are
in 2014.
This is the Congress and NC. It's going in a bit of a loop. They need 6 of 15, right? Their current strike rate is 53%. Their required strike rate is 40. So they are now ahead of the curve towards getting to 46, all right? Let's take a look now at the BJP. And the BJP is going to be quite interesting over here because the leads position is at 26, but they would now need 20 seats required, 20 of so they're behind as far as the seat count is concerned. Their current strike rate is 34%. They need 143%. So, Professor Shastri, your thoughts on this?
You see, when you talk of the strike rate, are you looking at 90 or are you looking at 95? Because if you are looking at 95, then the strike rate becomes 40, then the majority becomes 40.
I think we're looking at 90, right?
But at current trends, if this trend were to hold, I think the Congress-NC alliance has a little better chance because their numbers are a little higher in terms of leads as compared to the BJP. And the NC seems to be the single largest party at the current moment.
Absolutely. And in this, NC's own strike rate is pretty high because NC, remember, contested on 52 seats and the Congress contested on 31 seats. They were friendly fight in 5 constituencies, which included Banihal, Sopore, Nagrota. So NC's own strike rate appears to be around 50% or perhaps more. And if the Congress is supposed to be just doing the heavyweight lifting in Jammu region.
NC is up 29 from last time. They're doing extremely well.
Absolutely.
It's the PDP and the Congress who are doing terribly. The PDP is in a terrible way. They're down 15 from last time. We'll talk about them later. But let's go across to Sunil Prabhu at the Congress Party headquarters. Sunil, go ahead.
So the firecrackers have started here, and I hope, Pavan Kera, you are an old Delhiite, you'll condemn this firecrackers because we need to breathe today. After a long time, the Congress is breathing. Why are you spoiling the Delhi?
We'll tell them they are enthusiastic supporters. We'll tell them not to burst firecrackers. But, well, I'm not a Delhiite, I'm a Rajasthani.
But this is as expected. Both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir.
Results would be as expected by us, but more than what was expected by all of you and the exit pollsters.
Now, it comes to the issue of, in Haryana, it's virtually now a two-third majority. Does the Congress High Command, and I know you have been political secretary to Sheila Dixit, is there a chance now to bring in a fresh face, or do you will go by the time and trusted Mr. Hudas?
In our party, there is no centralized decision making. We believe in taking the opinions of all the legislative party and let the legislative party give their opinion to the central leadership, and that's how we take our decisions.
The central party, of course, will definitely do that exercise, but you know very clearly the numbers are in favor of Mr. Huda. But is there a possibility, like you saw Selja, she says she's a Dalit leader, she wants to emerge as the thing. Is there a chance for her?
Such decisions are not taken by 24 Akbar Road. They are taken by the legislative parties.
Okay, the issue about Jammu and Kashmir, how are things going to work out?
Very good. We are very confident. We are very confident that we'll be able to implement our positive agenda in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and we'll be able to heal the wounds of Jammu and Kashmir.
What is your message to Prime Minister Modi as well as Home Minister Amit Shah?
He should have a jalebi today.
You should have a jalebi today. So here you have it. You should have a jalebi. Pawan Khera very clearly saying, finally the High Command will take note of the MLAs.
Now, Sunil, we know that you are very fond of jalebis as well. By the end of the day, just make sure that, we are all getting old. Don't have too many jalebis now, Sunil. But let's focus a little bit more. Haryana seems to be quite easy, right? Sunil, a serious comment. I care about my colleagues' health. Let's go across to Jammu and Kashmir, bring up Nazir Masoodi in a moment. But let's just, as we bring in Nazir, go through
the numbers.
The numbers. The National Conference up 29 from last time. They are leading in 29, contesting in 56, leading. So far, they've got leads and results and leads in 47 seats, of which they are leading in 29.
And even as you speak...
the Congress is down one.
Yes.
So, had it not been
-2
for the
now,
NC, is that the case?
Yes, the
so,
latest trend.
-1, -2. So the Congress is doing quite poorly. So it's the NC, the single largest party. I think we are fair to say, Professor Chatri.
We should note that the Congress-NC alliance is coming close to the halfway mark. They are at 44 now, and any moment.
Entirely on the back of so that entire thing, who's going to be the single largest party, that has been pretty much resolved. The Congress's performance at down one, Amaria was seeing down 2 on her machine. Yeah. That is a big factor against them.
The reason for that is
down 2.
The reason for that is Congress is fighting largely in Jammu. And in Jammu the BJP seems to be doing well. So that explains the Congress not doing well in terms of its numbers.
So all the numbers are essentially coming for the NC because they had contested on more number of seats. They did so in the Valley region. Remember, post delimitation, these are elections that are happening. So that's an important aspect to point out. There are 47 in the Valley and 43 in Jammu. There were lots of talks of how this, delimitation, is this really anti-Valley on that narrative? But I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us live. Nazir, of course, very, very early, 9 a.m., but the numbers are consolidating.
Nazir, are you a fan of laddus as well?
Of course, if anybody offer me here. So I saw Umar Abdullah just passing through this road here at Boulevard. He was really smiling, very happy. And they all said he will, talk after lunch when he will be having clear numbers. But what we have got so far, besides the, EC numbers which we have leads, the locally what I have been able to gather so far, NC is leading, these are early trends, in 36 seats, Congress on 10, BJP on 26 seats, and PDP on 5 seats. In fact, early leads also show that a National Conference is leading in Bijbahara as well, where Mehboob Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti, is contesting. And here in Srinagar, behind me, where counting is taking place at SKICC,
Nazir, just hold
I'll
on
tell
to
you,
your
for
thoughts.
example, Tanveer Sadiq,
the Congress-NC alliance in early trends have actually crossed the halfway mark to form the government. If these numbers actually hold, then the Congress NC at 9 a.m., 9:10 have crossed the halfway mark. Yes, but these are very early.
In both the states.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Exactly, but some of them are still postal ballots. Some of them, first round has been completed in many, places. For example, I'll tell you, Tanveer Sadiq of National Conference chief spokesman is leading from Zadibal. Ali Muhammad Sagar, General Secretary, is also leading. Bashir Ahmed Veeri of National Conference from Bijbara is leading against Mehbooba Mufti's daughter Iltija Mufti. National Conference candidate Saifuddin Butt is leading from Khan Saab in Badgam district. Mia Meher Ali is leading in Kangan as well. Sakina Yittu, senior National Conference leader, and she's leading from Damhar.
But Nazir, let me just ask you this.
And there are People's Conferences leading from Handwa.
Nazir, the story of independence to me is also fascinating. The independents are doing disastrously this time around.
Although huge numbers were fielded.
In 2014, there were 17, who won. This time, or who were in the lead position. This time, they're down 17. And the PDP is as big a story. The PDP is down 16 this time from last time around. In 2014, they were 24. They are down 16. So the immediate political future of the PDP is something which Mehbooba Mufti would really be needed to introspect, call it what you may.
And just to add to that, Nazir, you were saying now that Iltija Mufti, daughter of...
Maria?
Yes. Go ahead.
Umar Abdullah is leading from both Gandarbal and Badgam.
Right.
Okay. What
so
about
that's the big news.
Iltija?
Umar
What
Abdullah,
about Iltija
who lost
Mufti?
recent parliament elections.
Yes.
Iltija, so far what we are getting, that she was trailing in Bijbehara. It was Bashir Ahmed Veeri. But as I said, these are early trends, mix of the postal ballots as well as first round. And these are early trends.
Just a word on
Bijbehara. 2-3 rounds.
This is,
then
of course,
we can say, yes,
the family turf of the Muftis. Iltija is making her electoral
Bashir
debut.
Ahmed Veeri.
And Bashir Ahmed Veeri.
Okay, there is Bashir Ahmed Veeri is leading. He has got so far 3,451 votes and he is leading. And his nearest rival is Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija Mufti.
That's an important one.
So it is though PDP actually a setback, early setback for the PDP as they are only leading on 5 seats. Independents were 44% candidates and they were being accused of being backed by the BJP, and in fact BJP president here, Ravinder Raina, during his repeated interviews after has been saying they have the independent candidates in Kashmir who are being backed by them. With their help, they can form the government.
Sure.
But right now,
Nazir, I think just for the benefit of our viewers, and I think let's just take a look at the larger picture, Maria, shall we, in Jammu and Kashmir. The resounding performance so far of the National Conference appears to have propelled the National Conference Congress alliance to the #1 position right now. These are leads, not results as yet, but very, very strong leads at this stage. The Congress party in this alliance is actually down 2. However, the NC is leading in 33, so a substantial gain from them from where they were last time around as well. The BJP up 3, so it's not as if the BJP has done worse than last time around, but it's the NC which is defining the path. Yes. Professor Shastri, would you agree, of these elections?
Undoubtedly.
Irrespective of
if you look at the numbers which the NCD is leading in, we have been consistently maintaining the point ever since the exit poll day that the single largest party will be a critical factor in Jammu and Kashmir. And if these trends hold, the NC clearly is the single largest party, several seats ahead of the BJP.
They were contesting in 56 seats. So far, the counting has happened for 55, maybe not the final counting. Of that, they're leading in 36, and the change is 36.
So basically, they got 0 in 2014.
In 2014, they didn't win any.
Yeah.
So, Mayank?
While introducing the show, you use one phrase, riveting democracy. Today is a day of riveting democracy.
It is.
In the sense, for last 10 years,
not close
counting day used to be so boring and predictable.
Yes.
Counting day used to be so predictable up till now for last 10 years. Today, see, Congress has every reason to celebrate now.
In Haryana, not so much in Kashmir.
In both the places.
Sure, they're in power.
But BJP is just down, not out.
Absolutely,
BJP has, it seems from early trends, BJP has maintained its vote share, and after 10 years of incumbency in both the places, they
look at
still
the
have.
BJP number. If it actually consolidates around this number, they had 40 last time around.
They had 40.
2019, they had 140, so they are down 7, which means there is a possibility that this could not be a huge dip in the vote share.
Yeah.
A lot of people predict that towards the end of the campaign, the BJP did pick up in Haryana also. There was an estimate of being less than 30, but if these trends hold, it seems to be going to be more than 30. A clear two-party competition is on the cards with the smaller parties being pushed to the side.
I mean, one was not expecting above 30 for BJP, even in the best case scenario. People were expecting around 20-25 sort of thing.
So it's not a bad performance.
It's a good performance after 10 years. It's the JJP vote which has gone to Congress.
Yes.
BJP, which is
much better for the BJP than expected over there. Just briefly, one more point about Jammu and Kashmir. Others, Professor Shastri, they're down 19. In 2014, there were 19 others who won. So all those independents we thought who might play a real factor, at this stage there appear to be no factor at all.
Trends are in from all save 2 seats. So it's very clear that the independents and smaller parties are not really so much in the race in the valley. And of course, if the trends change as the EVMs
Okay, Professor Shastri, interrupting you now. We need to go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's got a BJP spokesperson with him. Aishwarya, go ahead.
Zafar Islam is with me, sir. Unlike of the Congress headquarters where the leaders have arrived, there are jalebis which are being distributed, firecrackers being busted, although altogether the leaders have told them not to bust firecrackers because of the air pollution, but no halwas and laddus over here at the BJP headquarters.
See, one needs to wait because Congress party is actually celebrating very early. They will be disappointed once all the results are out. We are extremely confident that once all the results are out, Bharatiya Janata Party will be able to form government in Haryana as well as in Jammu and Kashmir because these are very initial trend, very initial trend. After the postal ballot is the first round of counting is on at the moment. There are many rounds of counting left to be done. So we are confident that once at least 7-8 rounds of counting is done, then perhaps we will be in a position to assess where we stand, whether we are winning with 2/3 majority, whether we are winning with...
Still confident of the victory in Haryana, but Jammu and Kashmir seems a different story. Your leaders have stated that in Kashmir there are independents backed by the Bharatiya Janata Party, but they have not done pretty well as far as the early trends are suggesting. How do you see that happening?
No, the initial trend clearly suggests, of course it is an initial trend, but the initial trend suggests that we are currently around close to 37-38 seats. And we, as you rightly mentioned, that we have like-minded people who are fighting independent, as independent candidate in the valley. Definitely, if they win, we will have an alliance with them and we will be able to...
The party told the supporters not to come early in the morning at the headquarters. They should wait for the results.
No, we do not communicate anything to our Karyakarta. They come on their own. So it is for them, up to them when they want to come. But definitely, once the victory is there, once we know the result, and of course the Karyakartas know the result, they will start coming to the party headquarters.
They're still waiting for the results to come, and in anticipation of the victory, Syed Zafar Islam, Bharatiya Janata Party spokesman, clearly had been stating that they are still hopeful that Bharatiya Janata Party will emerge as winner, but the early trends are suggesting otherwise.
Okay. Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us. But let's shift focus now to the winning side. Gurpreet is joining us from Rohtak. That's where the Huda bastion is. Gurpreet, celebrations have begun already, and we could see those posters which said Huda Sarkar rather than Congress Sarkar.
Well, Bhupinder Singh Hooda is taking very calculative step, and what we have seen, a huge number of supporters, they have already gathered here. So I will show all these colorful visuals from here, what is happening on the ground at this point of time. So far, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, he hasn't come out of his residence, but a lot of supporters, they have come here. So I'll request my Vijay to show all these visuals. There is a total celebration mood, and some of the supporters are with us. So अब number भी आ रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं अभी हुड्डा साहब बाहर नहीं आए, तो क्या लग रहा है?
10 मिनट में बाहर आ रहे हैं हुड्डा साहब, और कम से कम 75 पार सीट आने की उम्मीद है, जैसे अभी वो चल रहा है। और जम्मू कश्मीर में भी एक तरफा माहौल चल रहा है, वहाँ भी कांग्रेस आ रही है। और अब सीएम भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा आज शाम तक 12 बजे दोपहर 12 बजे तक सीएम भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा होंगे।
तो क्या लगता है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं अभी बीजेपी के अभी स्पोक्स पर्सन है दिल्ली में, वो कह रहे हैं अभी तो फर्स्ट राउंड है, राउंड काफ़ी होते हैं, वेट करो, अभी वी आर नॉट एबल टू कम अप टू सम रिजल्ट, अभी रिजल्ट पे आने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो क्या देख रहे हैं आप?
देखना ये सर, एक नारा दिया था बीजेपी ने कि भाई कांग्रेस मुक्त नारा, तो आज ऐसे हालात शुरू हो गए हैं, हम उनको साफ बताना चाहते हैं बीजेपी को, आला कमान तक की। हरियाणा से आज उनकी उल्टी गिनती शुरू हो गई है। अब होगा एक अलग से नारा चलेगा बीजेपी साहब, यहाँ से मतलब पूरे देश में एक आवाज़ जाएगी। ये जो हरियाणा का इलेक्शन यहाँ नहीं रुकेगा, महाराष्ट्र, छत्तीसगढ़, दिल्ली, ओवरऑल यानी कि बीजेपी साहब का नारा।
सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन तो यही है कि अभी कह रहे फर्स्ट राउंड है, फर्स्ट राउंड के बाद कहीं ना कहीं अभी कह रहे बाकी राउंड भी वेट करो, तो क्या पहले सबसे पहले
जितने राउंड बढ़ते जाएंगे उतनी ही लीड बढ़ती जाएगी, बीजेपी बिल्कुल साफ हो जाएगी। क्योंकि तारीख 8 भाजपा साहब का नारा हुड्डा साहब ने बोला था, और वो तकरीबन पूरा होता दिखाई दे रहा है।
मुख्यमंत्री भी आ रहे हैं, नायब सिंह सैनी भी,
अब की बार कांग्रेस 75 पार, बीजेपी जुमना पार।
क्या लग रहा है, कैसे
रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं, और कांग्रेस सरकार 75 पार, जो नारा बीजेपी ने दिया था 75 पार का, उसको पिछले बार पूरा नहीं किया, लेकिन हुड्डा साहब ने इस नारा को 75 पार पूरा कर दिया।
ये जो जीता है ना, पहले जो हुड्डा सरकार ने काम किए थे, उनके विकास और विश्वास पे वोट दिया लोगों ने, और आगे आने वाला जो टाइम होगा हुड्डा साहब का ही है, और जो काम वादे किए वो पूर्ण करेंगे।
तो क्या लग रहा है, क्योंकि नंबर तो अभी कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस की फेवर है, एग्जिट पोल भी कांग्रेस की फेवर में, आपको क्या लग रहा है?
जब हम एग्जिट पोल से पहले ही सरकार बना चुके थे, मेरा बिल्कुल साथ वाला घर है, और मेरा इसी घर में जन्म हुआ था 2004 में जब हमारी सरकार बनी। जब के राज से 10 साल हमने बहुत अच्छा राज देखा, हमारे घर में इन्वर्टर तक नहीं था, रोहतक में क्या पूरे हरियाणा में आरओ लगाने तक की भी स्थिति नहीं थी, लेकिन इस लास्ट के 10 सालों में जिस प्रकार हाल हुआ है वो सबने देखा।
मैम आपसे भी बात करेंगे, तो बड़े कलरफुल विजुअल्स है यहाँ पे, देख रहे हैं कि कैसे कांग्रेस के रंग में आए हुए हैं।
तो ये सभी जितने भी आप पत्रकार साथी भी देख सकते हैं, जैसे ही सुबह था और कल रात को यहाँ पर भीड़ जुटनी शुरू हो गई थी। जल्दी मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी शपथ का अनाउंसमेंट होना बाकी है, जीत हमारी पक्की थी, बस ऐलान होना बाकी है।
तो क्या लगता है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आप देख रहे हैं लोग भी आ रहे हैं, खुशियों का माहौल भी है, तो क्या लगता है कि कैसे रहेगा, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे?
मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और इस प्रदेश को नई ऊंचाइयों पे ले जाएंगे। जो ये भाईचारे की, छत्तीस बिरादरी के भाईचारे को पाटा गया था बीजेपी द्वारा, आज वो भाईचारा एक है। क्योंकि जिस बीजेपी ने भाईचारे के दम को पाने के लिए तरह तरह के षड्यंत्र रचे गए थे, आज आप देख रहे हैं छत्तीस बिरादरी एक है। ये छत्तीस बिरादरी भाईचारे, ये दीपेंद्र हुड्डा की मेहनत और भाई जो शकुंतला खट्टक जी, जिन्होंने सारी बिरादरी एक हुई है, उनकी जीत है।
तो क्या लगता है कि बीजेपी के खिलाफ थे लोग, या बीजेपी ने डेवलपमेंट नहीं की, क्या मेन कारण क्या लग रहा है?
मेन कारण यह क्या है, बीजेपी सरकार ने तो रोजगार दिया, इसमें बेरोजगारी में नंबर 1 बना दिया, नशे में युवाओं को नशे की तरफ धकेल दिया इन्होंने। यहाँ पर नशे की पूरी लत लगी हुई युवाओं में, और जनता बदलाव चाहती थी। दीपेंद्र हुड्डा ने और भूपेंद्र हुड्डा ने दिन रात मेहनत की,
जनता बदलाव चाहती थी। आज कहीं ना कहीं इनिशियल ट्रेंड है जो कांग्रेस के हक में आ रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है अभी वेट करो, कई राउंड्स है उसके बाद करेंगे। तो क्या लग रहा है?
क्लियर बहुमत मिलने जा रहा है। उसका कारण ये है कि 10 साल में इन लोगों ने बिल्कुल भी विकास नहीं किया, और जनता को, पूरे हरियाणा की इन लोगों ने यहाँ तक कि पानी के लिए, एक बूंद के लिए तरसाया। कोई विकास किया हो तो मुझे बताओ। इसका कारण यही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आ रही है और बीजेपी जा रही है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी आ रही है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा सवाल अब ये है कि भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे, क्योंकि
मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा एक तरफा, और 70 सीटें आएंगी।
तो क्या लगता है?
इसका कारण ये है कि 36 बिरादरी के अंदर पूरे हरियाणा में एक ही आवाज है, चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा मुख्यमंत्री बने। उसका कारण ये है कि जितना 10 साल में कांग्रेस के
Okay, we're going to come back from Mr. Hooda's residence, Gurpreet, in just a moment. But some news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Jammu and Kashmir BJP President Ravinder Raina at this stage is trailing from Nowshera. But the overall situation in Kashmir, it seems pretty settled. At 51, the Congress NC, riding entirely on the back of the NC, appear to be coming to power quite comfortably. I guess in just another hour or so, we may be in a position to call these elections one way or the other, but still very much in the level of leads, but a lot of leads, now pretty much from all the seats.
Yes. We have Guru Prakash Paswan joining us from the BJP, Tarun Upadhyaya, senior journalist, Rimple Sohi, Kadyana's JJP spokesperson, and also Mahima Singh will be joining me shortly. Yeah, I can see Mahima as well. So coming to you, Guru Prakash Paswan, matter of huge concern for the Congress, for your party, for the BJP?
No, Maria, I think we have served for about 10 years in Haryana, and after 10 years, the Election Commission of India website is in front of me. What I see is that Congress is leading in 6 seats, BJP is at 4 seats, INLD is on 1 seat. So I think it's too early, the initial trends, postal ballot, and we could wait for another 35 minutes, 45 minutes to take a final call. I think it's too early to comment anything, Maria.
Okay. No, but Guru Prakash, I take that point, but you know, I mean, we've also got the numbers, we're also relying on them. If we take a look at the leads position right now, which we have on our stage, it's between 47 and 48 to the Congress and the BJP at 36. Now, what is interesting is that you've not drastically fallen since 2019. You're down approximately 5 to 6 at this stage.
But pretty much holding on.
But holding on in many senses elsewhere. But the fact that the Congress is up 18, I think that is a decider. It's clearly a two-party election as we'd expected. How would you look at the performance of the BJP this time around?
No, Vishnu, like you said that the difference is not very much.
No, it's
and,
not. From
it's
last time for the
initial,
BJP,
it's about,
it's not, yeah.
As per your assessment also, Vishnu, it's hardly 9 seats. And round 1 counting has been done.
That's
we'll see round 2, round 3. But after 10 years of service, like you said, 10 years of government in Haryana and 10 years of government in Delhi with the double engine narrative, we are still doing fairly well. If
No,
you
that's
ask
a valid
me,
point. In
47,
fact, at this
36,
stage, you know, you're down 3, that's it. You're just down 3 after so many terms in power in this particular state. But the story it has to be said, is the Congress. At this stage, it's a...
And the Congress's gain is at the cost of JJP, because in 2019, the JJP had won 10 seats.
They're leading in 1 round.
Yeah, so they're down 9. So that is a concern. What do you have to say, Rimple? It's end of road for JJP and INLD as well, but not as much as INLD, I would say. So all the that Dushyant had just before the elections, the Lok Sabha polls, he thought that he'll be able to cut anti-incumbency against
doing much better than last
the
time.
party. That is not to be.
See, as far as your comment about the end of the road is concerned, no, I do not think so. I think somewhere this election. I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
In this election, is it end of the road? We're not saying it's the end of the road for your party by no means.
Yeah. Yes, I would say this has mostly been exactly along the lines of the Lok Sabha elections, as we can see.
Dushyant is actually trailing.
As we can see, it's been...
Dushyant is trailing in Uchana, in his own seat, Uchana Kalam. So that's terrible news for you.
Yes, of course. But I do not consider it news as yet. This is just the first round. I'm going to wait up. I'm going to hold on to hope till at least 11 a.m.
Okay, but you know,
let's see what happens.
Is evident here is also that there is that, you know, the sense was that in 2019, the Jat consolidation happened in favor of one of the regional parties, that the JJP. They are going back to a party which is taking on the BJP, which is here the Congress.
We have never said that. We will never say that. We will never say that we are a Jat-only party. We will never say that we aim to consolidate the Jat vote. All throughout the campaign, our leaders have maintained, I have maintained, that we are a party for all of Haryana, and we wish to serve Haryana as such.
Advocate
not just
Mahima
being,
Singh, of course, the numbers are looking pretty promising. At the moment, it's 9:30. Still, several rounds of EVM counting to go ahead. Is the Congress okay with its performance, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir? Are you satisfied?
Jai Hind, Maria, as always, we humbly accept the people's mandate, and I think it is a befitting result for those who backstabbed the innocent population of Haryana, the innocent voter of Haryana, over the last 5 years, especially more than the 10 years. 10 years it's been BJP's rule, and all it did during this whole election campaign was to target the Congress, was to target, the public of Haryana. We remember how the daughters of Haryana were thrashed just next to the parliament as Central Vista was. Our voters were being thrashed, and it did not raise an eyebrow for the BJP, for the Prime Minister, for any of their leaders. So I think the state of Haryana, which takes great pride in its daughters, has given them a befitting response. The farmers have given a befitting response to the BJP and the JJP government that ruled for the last 5 years. And we are looking forward to a great mandate, to a strong mandate.
Yes.
But Mahima, let me ask you a little bit about Jammu and Kashmir. It does seem that if these trends hold, and chances are they may, then because your alliance is up at 50, so it does appear that you are riding very much on the back of the NC, which is up a whopping 40, which is an incredible performance by your alliance partner. But the Congress itself is down 4. In 2014, you were at 12. You're leading now in 8. That's down 4. Again, leads position. Are you not disappointed by the performance of the Congress? A lot of people, including your alliance partner, in terms of the performance of the Congress party in rallies, etc., in Jammu, they had said that, the Congress really needs to get its act together. In the context of Jammu, do you believe you've done enough?
Once again, I would say, Vishnu, we humbly accept the people's mandate as always. Because the state of Jammu and Kashmir had been in such a crisis. It's an election after 10 years. And just last night, as you would have seen, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, Mr. K.C. Venugopal have indicated to foul play behind the curtain, and they have strongly put forward the fact that we have evidence. If needed, we'll put forward that evidence. So we hope that the BJP will let the result be the way it is. And the fact remains, Vishnu, that the BJP did not field its candidates on most of the seats in in Kashmir. It was just 19 seats out of 46 in Kashmir, in the state of Kashmir, which they were talking about, which they were taking great pride in abrogating the Article 370 from. Why could they not field the candidates from that state? Why are they on to the foul play now, which our leaders are having to indicate? Those are the questions that need to be asked today. The Congress party, as far as we are concerned, will accept every public mandate with humility. We will be duty-bound for our
now,
voters.
Now, Sajjad Lone is
whether it a
leading
win or a defeat.
in Handwara. You wanted to make a point there on Sajjad Lone. Because this time there were record number of independents, and there was a lot of interest around how is Engineer Rashid's party doing, how is Jamaat Islami doing, how is Apni party
They've done
doing.
terribly.
None of them are factors
They're
right
not
now.
factors.
They're not really factors.
Zero independence.
So, to be fair to them also, there already was a narrative against them that they are the proxy of the BJP, and given the kind of the sentiment in Valley post 370 abrogation.
Which of course he denied completely.
Of course, I mean they were seen as a proxy. So whatever little legitimacy they may have was already eroded. So while they created a kind of a budge,
they're up in only one seat.
Exactly. So the very charge that they are a proxy of the BJP in Valley region certainly went against them.
You made a really important point. The PDP over here, at down 24 from last time, there were 128 seats. At down 24 this time around, leading in only 4. They are certainly going to be not the principal opposite.
No, so they're neither the ruling party nor the opposition.
Nor the opposition.
So that's the real crisis of the PDP.
I think the real crisis here is that the daughter, if actually, yes, she's consistently training, Iltija.
The fact that the PDP is leading only in 4 seats, I think, and being in the Kashmir Valley, the fact that this party had aligned with the BJP in the previous elections and had come to power in that state, I think is impacting on the PDP in the valley. That you are a party who formed a government with the BJP. That I think is impacting on the PDP's
It's a
performance.
huge defeat potentially for the PDP and for their politics.
And if we were to look at the Congress NC has consolidated around 51, could go up, could go down. But in Haryana,
is very close.
Haryana is still very close. I mean,
close.
it's appearing to be very surprising in terms of how it's playing out right now.
Oh God, I blinked and I looked again. And so Haryana, which 10 minutes ago appeared to be...
Tarun Upadhyay is joining us. Tarun, what's your reading particularly now?
Which you are showing that Alliance is getting about 51 and the BJP 27. And the other thing that BJP state president Ravindra Rana is trailing from Nashera. It sums the trailing of Ravindra Rana and the BJP getting 27. It sums up the story of the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir. Firstly, if Rana is trailing and the BJP is sweeping the Jammu region, the important point which arises here is that then if in the event of government formation that will be NC Congress will come to power, if these numbers do hold, then there will be the Jammu in the governance. If we go, I am not sure what is the exact number of Congress, but as far as I can see, the Congress doesn't have any Hindu face which are winning. So last time also the Congress got 12 seats, but there was not a single Hindu in the Hindu who won from the Congress seat. So in the Hindu majority area, if the BJP is sweeping, so in the event of the government, where will be the Jammu representation? Especially I'm talking about the Hindus.
I wanted to go across to Professor Shastri because there's a huge reverse which is happening in terms of the early trends in Haryana. It's now neck and neck, Congress and the BJP, when there was a clear-cut lead of the Congress even 5 minutes ago, more rounds of counting, and it appears that's absolutely even Stevens. It's too close to call from being quite clear in favor of the Congress. Professor Shastri, your thoughts?
I think this is a very dramatic shift in the trend that we are noticing, where the Congress has just a 1-seat lead in trends. People were talking of the BJP being in the 25 to 30 range, but now its leads are 42.
We were asking who the next chief minister would be. Would it be a surprise? Perhaps we should roll back those questions.
I think it's early because it's 9:30 only. We'll have to wait and see how it actually consolidates.
BJP would be very happy if that is the lead situation.
No, it's still in terms of the vote percentage, Congress has 4% lead. I mean, 38-42.
That's how election commission is.
Yeah. So still the Congress is 4% lead.
But 4%
BJP
lead,
is 32.2 and
that's why
Congress is 40.
it's very close. I mean, 4% lead, it's 43-42.
Yeah.
Technically right now.
In a two-cornered contest, a 4% lead can
Is
make
a
a lot
landslide.
of difference. But this seems to show that it's a neck-and-neck race in Haryana also, as per current trends.
Yes, but I'm just trying to understand. In assembly elections, there are around 12 rounds, 12 to 13, depending on the size, not more than that. And if it would have started around 8:30, 1 hour already, so close to 5-6 rounds would be over.
2-3 rounds.
2-3 rounds would be over. And if this is the trend, now the BJP is up, surprisingly, in Haryana. I mean, and it's going up again, 44.
I think Haryana will be, so you have to wait until 11 o'clock just because the way it's moving.
I think it's very, something very dramatic is happening there. We don't know how these numbers are actually playing out. Very different from what it was around 9, shifting completely now. So let's hold our horses and let's wait and see how it is. Mahima, a word on how you're looking at Haryana right now? Of course, very early, so we are not sitting in judgment at all.
These are changing trends, as you rightly pointed out, Maria, but Haryana, as I already said, has ousted the rule. That I can assure you. What the mandate comes out to be is to be seen. But we are going to sweep Haryana. It's going to be a clear win because, as we have been talking about through the elections, Jawan, Pehelwan, Kisan, Mahila, everybody has been troubled. The issues are galore. And I think the BJP has failed to address them. More than the issues being there, the BJP has looked away from them persistently. And at the end, their campaign was stooping so low that it was...
Now they're ahead, they're 3 ahead. Ma'am, the BJP is one ahead now. It's going back and forth. We need to all catch our breath also.
I assure you, Vishnu, it's going to be a clear win for the Congress.
Yes,
as the
we are not saying anything, ma'am. We are just showcasing numbers. 940,
Absolutely.
this is what
Ma'am,
the numbers
I
are.
asked you a question 5 minutes ago, assuming that you'd won the election. I am now asking you a question now, assuming that the chances are that you may be losing. So, it's
we are
difficult
forming
to
the
say.
government, Vishnu.
It is very early. It is very early.
It's too early.
But it may be closer, one way or the other. I think that's a fair sort of statement to make at
Yes,
this
so
stage.
if
It's not going to be a...
yes.
Maria.
Yes. So, Mahima, continue. You were making a point, please. Go ahead.
I was saying that we are forming the government with what margins needs to be seen.
Sure.
But we are forming the government because the people of Haryana, we were on the ground. We have seen how the people of Haryana talked about the agonies they've been put through over the past 10 years. And it's high time that we got change. You see unemployment at an all-time high, inflation, the injustices on all fronts. So Rahul Gandhi ji, when he came in the last 4 days and he addressed the people through the yatras, the excitement was, I think, very prevalent all over. And that is what is going to reflect through the results. I can see this round is bringing a sort of a surprise for all of us, but I think the next round of counting will bring a
Okay, so let's wait. Let's wait.
Will bring a bigger
In the meanwhile,
surprise for all of us.
we can, shift focus to Jammu and Kashmir, and that's
Maria,
where
it's interesting.
Let's
it's
make a quick.
flipped, right? What we were
has
talking
flipped.
a few
Absolutely.
hours back.
In matter of few seconds.
Haryana would be absolutely clear. Kashmir would be tight, but it's gone the other way around.
Yes. So, okay, Nazir, what are the big numbers in terms of the highlights that you're picking up? And Nazir, I want to know, in terms of how many rounds over, how many more rounds to go in EVM counting?
Well, there are several rounds going, but there have been at least 2 rounds in most of the constituencies, and it's clear National Conference has crossed 40 mark in the early leads. So, and Congress is only leading on the 7 constituencies. BJP is leading on 24 constituencies. Sajjad Loon's People's Party is leading on 3 constituencies. Interestingly, Engineer Rashid's brother, his own constituency, Langate, he's trailing there as well. So against the Sajjad Loon's candidate Irfan Pandit Puri in Langate. As we reported, earlier trends also show Umar Abdullah leading from both the seats, Ganderbal and Badgam. And then you have Patan constituency. In the first round, it was Imran Ansari of the People's Conference, he's leading. And then you have Chanpora, Altaf Bukhari, who was the first political party that was first political party that was launched after abrogation of 370, a party known as King's Party in Kashmir. He's himself trailing from the Chanpora, where National Conference candidate Mushtaq Guru is leading. And Gurez, where BJP was hoping to win, and Defense Minister Rajnath Singh himself and other senior leaders campaigned their Gurez near the line of control in Kashmir Valley, and it was only seat where it was expected that BJP may win, but National Conference is leading there. So, and there are others, Handwara, as I said, Sajjad Loon is leading from there, and Iltija Mufti was trailing. But as I said, these are early trends, they may change, but right now it appears that PDP is doing very, very bad. It is first time after the formation of PDP, they are doing very, very bad if these trends don't change. And National Conference is doing extremely well. And their strike rate appears to be, as far as early trends are concerned, very, very high. They have contested only on 56 seats, but therefore now they're leading on 44 seats. That is phenomenal. And BJP is leading on 23 seats. That's right now I'm getting.
All right, so Nazir, any reactions from Omar Abdullah? He's leading in Ganderbal at this stage. It's,
in both these constituencies,
in Badgam as well. Any, recent reactions a few hours back, he was apprehensive.
With a comfortable margin.
I see. What is the margin of his lead?
Yes, he was very apprehensive because he was...
Okay, in fact, Bhupinder Huda is speaking. Let's listen in. Visuals coming in from Rohtak. That's the bastion of Huda's. Bhupinder Huda making this about his battle and consolidation of the Jat vote. So what is evident here is, and if these numbers actually hold, it could be a different picture. Maybe Mr. Huda should have waited for another half an hour to 45 minutes for picture to become clearer. The BJP at the moment at 45, which means they are crossing the halfway mark. Congress at 40. There's a gap of just 5 seats. Of course, these are early trends. Just 2 rounds of EVM counting over. But Bhupinder Huda, on the day of exit polls, had indicated, I would say, that he is confident of a bigger number. He had said that he is expecting a landslide victory. But, you know, at 9:45, it may not be too much of good news at the moment, but it's too early for us to really make any conclusion. But just look at the numbers in terms of how it was, you know, vis-a-vis various regions.
Southeast.
We are looking at various regions
southern,
of Haryana. In South, the Congress seemed to have gained for 10%, 44, they are up 44. The BJP at 39, so they have not made any losses. You know, this is dramatically shifting, dramatically changing. In central Haryana, which is where Rohtak and other parts are, that's where 19 seats become very important, which are seen as the Jat land of Haryana. Congress at 43%, which means they have made a massive gain of 16%. BJP down slightly, just 1% down, Sandeep Shastri. They are not down and out. I mean, it's a party which is holding on pretty much. And just look at this, north of her.
BJP is edging ahead of the Congress in terms of this lead situation, Maria, now. And I think this entire narrative that we've been talking about in the morning through of the Congress resoundingly coming to power in Haryana, that has to be questioned. It's Mahima Singh of the Congress telling us that she feels that they will form the government one way or the other. But it is increasingly going to be difficult for the Congress to do that with the BJP up ahead. In fact, if anybody at this stage, it's 9:47 in the morning.
It appears to be neck and neck
now. The BJP is up ahead.
Yeah, so
they're up ahead only 4 versus 2019. The Congress at up 10, but it's not enough.
So if this is actually the picture, Mayank.
Something interesting is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. See, if independents were proxies of BJP, they are gaining at the expense of BJP.
Yes.
See, independents are going up, others are going up, BJP is coming down.
What is happening in Haryana is that the BJP is actually up 5 from last time. In 2019, the BJP were at 40. They are now leading in 45. So this indicates that the BJP is doing better. Now, this will result in all sorts of question marks. Yeah. Exit polls will be questioned. The vote will be questioned. All of that's going to happen.
Credibility of exit polls again.
Voters
have surprised all of us
if
again.
This continues, we'll end up having one huge last laugh. But again, 9:50 in the morning, we thought by 10 o'clock. Professor Shastri, how does it work? Because we never get this right. When do we start saying that, you know, this is now going to be what the result is going to be? It's 10 in the morning. Yes. We never know when to say that.
I think it depends on how many rounds of the counting have been completed. And I think Haryana still seems to be a very open race, and this would be fight to the finish. I think I'm not too sure at 10:30 also you will be able to say something
in fact, Anil
decisive on Haryana.
The former Home Minister of BJP is speaking of Haryana. Let's listen in.
हाँ ऐसे ही रहेगा, आप देखना अभी ये जो है ना, जिस वक्त ये रिजल्ट बताए जा रहे थे उस वक्त अभी पोस्टल बैलेट गिने भी नहीं गए थे। उस वक्त तो पोस्टल बैलेटों की स्कैनिंग हो रही थी। प्रोसेस है, पहले पोस्टल बैलेट खुलते हैं, फिर उनकी स्कैनिंग होती है, फिर काउंटिंग होती है। अब एक राउंड खुल चुका है, दूसरे पर गिनती हो रही है। ठीक है ना जी?
जिस तरह के ट्रेंड आप श्योर हैं बीजेपी की सरकार बन जाएगी अंत में जब नतीजा आएगा, क्योंकि अभी आगे हो गई है बीजेपी, 38 पर बीजेपी है
from Ambala cantonment.
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल।
Maria, the Congress needs to put away the laddus.
I think they got the laddus out too soon.
Way too early.
Way too early. So Yes, I think it's very, very surprising here because his main opponent, Anil Vid's main opponent, a word on Ambala Cant, he contested in 2019 and his main opponent is an independent candidate. In fact, he himself is trailing at the moment from there. Gurpreet is joining us from the Huda bastion of Rohtak. Gurpreet, you know, the picture is very, very surprising. We do not know which way it will go. In fact, the BJP has now taken a lead of 6 seats against Congress. Okay, these are the visuals from Julana. That's where the daughter-in-law of Julana or Julana ki Bahu, Vinesh Fogart, contested from, Olympian. She was up against Aam Aadmi Party's Kavita Dalal. And, you know, she tried to position herself as someone who was wronged by the BJP and hence she, though, is also trailing. And she was the face of the Pahalwan, as we say, Pahalwan, Kisan and Naujawan, right? They were the big talking points of this election. Yes, go ahead, Gurpreet. Picture badal rahi hai. Kya Huda साहब फिर से वापस चले गए घर के अंदर?
Well, Huda Saab has just left from his residence to a nearby palace where a huge number of supporters they are gathering because since morning we have seen a lot of supporters they have started coming here. Now we were trying to talk to some of the Congress leaders to understand what is going on, but as of now we have seen Bhupinder Singh Hooda along with his supporters. He has just left from here. So what we can understand, the BJP is also gaining. That could be possible reason why they are not very vocally speaking at this point of time. But some of the supporters they are with us. तो क्या लग रहा है अभी कहीं ना कहीं BJP भी गेन कर रही है तो कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा है कोई इसमें कांग्रेस को खतरा है?
कोई भी खतरा कांग्रेस को नहीं है क्योंकि बीजेपी ने टोटली जात पात की राजनीति की है और कांग्रेस 36 बिरादरी की पार्टी है और चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा 36 बिरादरी के नेता है। चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा ने अपनी डेवलपमेंट, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, हेल्थ
पर अब तो सारी गेम नंबर्स की आ गई है। नंबर में कहीं देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस के पहले बहुत ज़्यादा थे, 66 तक भी लीड हो गई थी, लेकिन अब कम हो रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि ये चिंता का विषय है।
कोई भी चिंता का विषय नहीं है। कांग्रेस में भी 53 और 55 सीट कन्फर्म है।
तो क्या लग रहा है आपको?
बिल्कुल ठीक लग रहा है जी। कांग्रेस क्या पूरी बहुमत से सरकार आ रही है।
तो क्या लग रहा है आपको? कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा है कि जो नंबर नीचे जा रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस के लिए चिंता का विषय है?
नहीं, कोई चिंता का सबक नहीं है। अभी तो रुझान है, ये जो सेकंड राउंड ही हुआ है, अभी तो राउंड काफ़ी रह रहे हैं। कोई प्रॉब्लम की बात नहीं है। कांग्रेस एक तरफा जीत रही है।
क्या लग रहा है आपको कि कांग्रेस आएगी ऊपर?
100% आएगी और पूरे फुल मेजोरिटी से आएगी। अभी तो शुरुआती रुझान है, अप डाउन होंगे, लेकिन 12 बजे के बाद जो रुझान आएंगे आपको पता लग जाएगा। 60 से 70 के बीच की सीटें आ रही हैं।
Well, if we can talk about the trends, some of the supporters, they are quite confident. They are saying the clarity will be after 12 o'clock and then the picture will be clear. But as of now, we have seen Bhupinder Singh Hooda, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, he has just left his residence to a nearby place where a huge number of supporters, they have gathered. Back to studio.
All right. Thank you, Gurpreet. We'll wait and hear from Senior Hooda Saab in just a bit. Perhaps he'll have a reaction when the numbers actually consolidate. On the Election Commission of India's website, we are seeing that there is still the lead of 4% for the Congress party. Does it actually mean then, okay, now the BJP is only gaining, now it's a gap of 7 seats. So it's turning out to be a very, very fascinating
BJP
battle.
is breaking ahead, absolutely. And this has changed in the last 1 hour. If you were watching 1 hour thinking that both the elections are done, then no. Haryana certainly not done. The BJP well and truly ahead. The Congress, which was hovering around 50 at one stage and further counting.
We will try and go to Ishika, but a word on this, Sajjan. If the BJP has a lead of 4% on the 5% now on the ECI.
No, Congress is having 3%. Yeah.
3% lead.
So that
and the seats of the BJP is high, which means they consolidate. They made the gain only on those seats.
So I think it indicates that they went for a very customized strategy, not to waste their energy onto the Jat-dominated, which was clearly, and also in terms of the narrative, it seems that we focus too much on the Jats and the Dalit factor, and thinking that because some of the OBC leaders, etc., deserted BJP before, so we took it for granted.
It could also mean that where the BJP is leading, The margins are thin, whereas where the Congress is leading, the margins are a little wider.
Exactly.
That also could be an indicator
Exactly,
of this.
exactly. But this may also very well be a Chhattisgarh kind of a moment. Mind it, I mean, from the, I mean, up to 9 or 10, it was almost certain that Congress is sweeping 60 plus. And final result was completely surprising. So this is also very kind of, if this happens, this would be a very interesting case study. Kind of that.
As far as Jammu and Kashmir, it's more or less settled. I mean, if these numbers actually hold, there's a huge gap of 30 seats now between the BJP and the Congress NC, the pre-poll alliance. 53, it has gone up. Even I was speaking to you, Dr. Professor Shastri. But, Mayank, a word on this Haryana, it's turning out to be very different from what every pollster was suggesting.
All of us were. Exit polls had clearly shown that BJP's vote share base has shifted upwards, and it has stayed at that level, even in this election. Probably Congress was expecting much more, and Congress was expecting transfer of votes from others towards Congress. That has not happened fully, which means BJP at elevated base and Congress not getting enough to match that or go ahead of that. That is probably the story so far.
And also, I mean, whatever be the shift of JJP, I think INLD to some extent dented the Jat vote. That factor is also a seeming possibility that INLD perhaps, people did not give too much centrality.
INLD is just up 1 in 2019.
Vote percentage, the Jat votes.
So JJP going down, does it mean that it has led to,
who's gained at
at the cost of JJP?
Congress.
Probably,
Congress. The consolidation of the Jats.
Congress may have,
Well, that's an open question. If the
probably
BJP
some
is
of those
up 5 from last time, what is to suggest that some of the JJP voters haven't gone to the BJP?
They would have gone to
the
BJP also.
has not lost, they've actually upped from last time.
No,
according to
we have to see Devi Lal's kind of entire kind of this, lineage, INLD and JJP. So maybe a section, because Huda was the giant slayer in 90s by defeating Devi Lal. Now it may be possible that a section of the JJP vote may have shifted to INLD, whether they win or lose. And Congress may not have been as much a beneficiary, as we were expecting.
Okay.
Well, let's go quickly across to Anusha Kapoor, the BJP spokesperson who joins us. Thanks very much for being with us. It seems the BJP is now, inching ahead in Haryana. Is it your sense that you're going to win Haryana on the basis of the trends that you see at this stage?
Jai Shri Ram and good morning, Vishnuji. What you see right now is the reality. We are not here to boost about the party, we are here to boost about the work, what we have been doing so far. That is why we have been elected and re-elected not only in the State Assembly but in the Lok Sabha. What we have done is the Pratyashi of work on the ground with Panna Pramukh, with the booth palaks. We have worked tirelessly.
Now Vinesh
we have
Fogart is
seen
leading.
the difference.
Just
a lot
a
of
few
people
minutes
are
back she
talking
was
about
trailing. Now the details that are coming in is that she is leading. So it's not really that 2/3 or a clear trend. It's a very surprising trend which is appearing at 10 a.m. Go ahead, ma'am.
Vinesh Fogart is in another reason where she's been used by Congress. She is an Olympic leader where Modi ji had done for any Olympic person what could have been done. But Congress made it her as an scapegoat. And what you see, the Dalits, how Congress reacts towards the Dalit, whether it is Mallikarjun Kharge or Haryana Shailja ji, look at it, the way they treat them. I would not be surprised when we say that the Congress is the one who just talks about themselves. We have always been speaking about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It is okay. We have always seen and worked for the nation first and the party second. There are times when you lose, when you win. But we are very happy for the work what we have done in Haryana as well as in Jammu Kashmir. And what we are seeing right now in your area also, when we talk about BJP is leading, this is something is always a news which never dies out, because what our former CM has worked, what our present CM has worked for, we have worked for the betterment and the life the poverty for what the people are talking about. We have worked for them. We have worked for Antyodaya person. So you have seen how Congress makes its own money. You look into the states of Congress. And you've seen in Karnataka, in Himachal Pradesh, you see how they are in Telangana. Can you talk about toilet seats where Modi ji has has made the toilet free? They are talking about tax concern. I have seen this. It's a very sad figure for Congress. They just talk about politics. Only for the elections
so now
they come,
and
again. Then they are seen nowhere.
It's become very close now between BJP and Congress.
But you know, the vote
so
share
I
of
think
INLD is quite
all the
significant,
sides just
at 5%.
Wait before you jump the gun and yes,
Sir,
and
INLD
start
is
any kind of
5%.
celebration.
INLD is 5% vote.
Margins, I think, in all these. So the changes are keeping on happening.
Yes, it's very close. Professor Shastri, a word on how it is playing out in Haryana.
No, I think very clearly in Haryana the contests are very close, and with every round there seems to be a change happening. So I think there will be a lot to talk about in Haryana in the remaining 1 or 2 hours now.
Yes, but you know, if these numbers hold, because it's 10 a.m. already, I mean, nobody got it right.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
I mean, pollsters get several elections
BJP's
wrong, but
leads are 3 more than what it
even the BJP
won.
was not anticipating this.
They have
kind
got
of
3 leads more than what they won last time.
Last time, right.
And as was being discussed earlier, it will be interesting to see which regions are those leads in. Yes. And now the lead has come down to just 1 seat, 43 to 42. So I think we will need to go do a region-wise breakup of where these leads are coming from,
yes, so
if
the
that's
BJP
possible.
is ahead in Haryana. What we were thinking, it's a completely different picture in the matter of a few minutes, I would say. My senior managing editor, Nikunj Garg, is joining us here. And, you know, it's fascinating to see how numbers are playing out. But Haryana is where the story is. As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, the picture is more or less clear. BJP at 22, the NC Congress alliance, which was a pre-poll alliance, having a clear lead of 30 seats. Others again become important because that is where, you know, the high percentage or high number of independents play out. But Haryana is where we do not know which way it will go. 43 to the BJP, Congress at 42. That's the reason why Bhupinder Hooda, though, stepped out of his house but did not say a word, Nikunj.
Well, Maria, one thing is clear, and Nirja, bear me out on this one. One thing is clear, the way most of the pollsters, the way most of the people who had gone to Haryana were seeing Haryana elections, it is certainly not turning out to be that way.
You know, I went to the Ahirwal region. It was a takkar between Congress and BJP. It's a stronghold of BJP normally. But you know, what is very interesting is that Dalit was much more assertive. They wanted a non-Jat CM. They talked about, they feared the return of Jat Shahi. Ye sab unhone kaha. But they said they will anyway vote for the Congress, but hope that some kind of a, you know, formula could be worked out, pass sharing formula could be worked out, which would involve the Dalits, Shelja, Uday Bhan, Ashok Tanwar, who's come into the party. Now, if this is the case, the BJP has fought back hard. This is in the BJP's DNA. They don't sit back. And the Congress has celebrated.
They continue to fight even the losing battles. You see, look at their star power. You know, any other set of circumstances, the Home Minister, the Prime Minister, at least will pull back. At least will pull back and say, look, this looks like to be a lost cause. Let's not take too much of our prestige into it. But that's not the case.
How BJP fights it.
That's not the case.
Congress tends to celebrate too early.
Absolutely.
Yes, they did that. Even today.
Looks like they did that. Looks like
at the moment. Yes. At the moment, lot of caveat. We are not calling elections. It's 10 a.m. You know, we do not know which way it will go. You know, it's turning out to be like Chhattisgarh, where it was going in one direction, but now that gap between the BJP and the Congress is increasing. It's 6 seats.
But as I said, that, you know, one thing is clear from this, that this was certainly not a sweep election as many people were reading it. And this is certainly now throws a big question mark on your ilk too, that exit pollster ilk.
Definitely, all the pollsters, not only me, all the pollsters.
I said your ilk.
Yeah. So all the pollsters, who were on ground, they were off, so they need to go back to
No,
the
they're getting it
drawing
wrong
board.
election after election. I mean, I understand. I mean, I keep wondering, when you go on the ground, why can't you get the surveys right now? You know, you've got even Jammu and Kashmir wrong. There you
That's
thought
what I'm
that
saying.
it was, yes.
That's what my
Yes,
sense is, that
yes.
both the elections
Both
this
the
time
elections.
again. What's the issue here?
So I cannot say much about Jammu and Kashmir, but particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, let's say the issue here is that you cannot do much of this sampling properly, because it is an issue that you cannot visit certain areas provided by the Indian Army. So there is a sampling issue, which I agree, but Haryana needs to be understood properly, because Haryana has been a setback for all the pollsters, including us. So all of the pollsters were predicting a clear-cut victory for the Congress party, but it isn't the case as of now, and BJP has given a tough fight. Now what we are able to understand from the pattern, that two particular caste, one is the non-Jat general and OBCs, so they must have consolidated behind the BJP party in like large numbers. So like similar to the Jat consolidation, there was a anti-Jat consolidation.
That could have happened.
That could have happened.
Yes,
And
but because,
also,
you know, this would be BJP's best ever performance, because when they won for the first time in 2014, they had got 45 seats in Haryana.
47 seats in the first election.
Yeah, 45 in fact.
Yeah, no.
Then they got two extra independents. But Congress, and then in 2019, they won 40 seats. Now it is far, far bigger than even those elections.
And these numbers now look to be consolidating. These numbers have now been there on screens, and on all the screens. It's not just one screen, any screen, but they have been on the screens now for close to 45 minutes. Close to 45 minutes.
Absolutely.
So,
Salman Soz is joining us. Salman, good morning to you. Although we would have discussed both the states, but I think you will be more interested in discussing Jammu and Kashmir here. Salman, when I met you in Srinagar, you said you had reasons to cheer, and perhaps with 30-seat gap between BJP and your pre-poll alliance, it's consolidating, as you know, you could very well be heading to form the next government there.
I think we were cautiously optimistic. I think the resentment against the BJP because of 10 years of rule, basically, last 6 years basically were, central government rule. So I think we were cautiously optimistic that the people and the people's anger would show up, and I think it has done so. I'm still looking at the 22 seats for BJP, which, to my mind is still high, as far as I'm concerned. That means that the BJP has put up a stiff fight. So we should also acknowledge that if these numbers hold, although my hope is that they will come down from 22 to maybe in the teens, but we'll see. But the people of Jammu and Kashmir deserve a government of their own. They deserve a voice in their own lives, and they deserve their own state, and that is what we'll be fighting for.
But, Salman, your own strike rate in comparison to the NC is low. You were supposed to be doing the heavyweight lifting, of course, in Jammu. That is the region where BJP seemed to have not lost much ground. But the NC's strike rate is 100%. Almost that. Yes, it's very, very high.
The National Conference, of course, we expected the National Conference to do really well, because in the Kashmir Valley especially, but the National Conference, I'm sure, has done reasonably well in regions of Jammu as well. But in Kashmir Valley, National Conference became the default anti-BJP voice. So I think that's where you see a lot of votes for NC. So I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I've been saying to people that I was in touch with that NC would do very
So we
well
have some very
so
interesting details which have come in now. On 39 seats in Haryana, let's put out the Haryana numbers again. 39 seats in Haryana. There is only one round of counting which is over. So several more rounds, almost 12 to 13 rounds to go.
that is as per the Election Commission of
That is as per the Election Commission. On 36 seats, 2 rounds are over. And on 10 seats, 3 rounds are over. And I'm looking at the Election Commission of India website here, Nirja, come in on this. The Congress vote share is around 41%, the BJP at 37%. In fact, Kumari Shelja is speaking Please, let's listen in.
देखो, it is too early. राउंड्स होते हैं, हमको मालूम होता है कि कौन सी पॉकेट का कब काउंटिंग होनी है, तो ये सब चीज़ें चलती हैं. तो इसको आप इतना ज़्यादा मत समझिए कि सेंसेक्स की तरह अप एंड डाउन. ये है, काउंटिंग का एक दौर होता है, हर इलेक्शन में होता है. लेकिन आश्वस्त हैं हम, कांग्रेस सरकार बनाएगी.
10 बज रहा है, कितनी देर और रुक जाए आपके हिसाब से?
देखो, अभी शायद तीसरा चौथा राउंड है, तो 10 एक और होंगे. कम से कम उम्मीद नहीं, विश्वास है.
मेरे साथ कुमारी शैलजा है, कांग्रेस पार्टी की सीनियर नेता. मैम,
चलिए.
Nirja, is her smile indicating something?
Well, you know, she would want to be chief minister rather than have the party lose. I don't think that is something that's going to make her happy, I suspect. But the Dalit factor, this I found this time, Dalits were very assertive. And they kept talking of a non-Jat CM. And I think the fear of the return of Jat rule, and Mr. Huda's rule is associated with, you know, favoring the Jat, which the Prime Minister called Kharchi Parchi. And I think that did it work? People who voted for the Congress in the Lok Sabha election, the Dalits and the OBCs, did they go back to the BJP this time, fearing the return of Jat rule?
And particularly because of the change of the chief minister also.
And did Naib Singh Saini's face work more than we all thought it would, given the short time
I want to add a point as well here. So as Maria said that Congress vote share is at 41%.
Yes.
And BJP's vote share is at 37%. So despite a 4% gap for Congress, so we also predicted a 38% vote share for BJP and 43% vote share for like Congress. Now issue here in most of the pollsters is the vote share to seat share conversion.
Yes.
So
Vote
Congress,
share to
wherever
seat
Congress is winning, it is winning very big in the Jat land, and wherever like BJP is winning, it is just able to like pass that gap.
So if that actually works, then it's, you know, they could have got their strategy right, but too early. Yes, yeah. Aishwarya is joining us from the BJP headquarters. Perhaps the scene would have changed by now. And we also have Sunil Prabhu joining us from the Congress headquarters. Sunil, celebrations too early for the Congress, or are they still optimistic? I can see a smile on your face though.
They're still quite confident. They're quite sure, but definitely I think somewhere down the line they also know that there was that simmering tension.
Kumari Shelja is speaking to us. Let's listen in.
11 सीटें जहाँ पे कांग्रेस को बढ़त दिख रही है, अगर पिछले चुनाव से आप कंपेयर करें, क्या वजह है कि कांग्रेस का जो शेयर है वो बढ़ता दिख रहा है?
ये स्वाभाविक बात है. भाजपा के 10 साल जब निकल गए, पहले हमारे भी 10 साल निकले, तो एक तरफ तो एक फटीग होता है. जब फटीग होता है तब शायद इतनी बात, लेकिन मिसरूल रहा भाजपा का, और भाजपा का मिसरूल एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर. उसके साथ साथ जो इलेक्टरेट है, लोग हैं, वो अपने भविष्य की ओर देखते हैं. भविष्य केवल और केवल कांग्रेस है, ये लोगों ने देख लिया और नाप तोल कर लिया. राहुल जी की यात्रा रही, हमारे वर्कर्स ने, हम सब ने नीचे ज़मीन पर काम किया राहुल जी के गाइडेंस से. और एक जो ओवर आर्चिंग फैक्टर होता है वो यही होता है कि नेतृत्व हमें गाइड करता है, और अब लोगों की नज़रों में भी क्रेडिबल ऑल्टरनेटिव है कांग्रेस.
जी, आप कांग्रेस के एक प्रोमिनेंट लीडर नहीं है हरियाणा में, और ऑफ कोर्स लीडरशिप का इशू भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. आपको लगता है कि जो अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार बनती है, कुमारी शैलजा को भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका मिल सकती है? क्या आप मुख्यमंत्री पद के दावेदार हैं?
मैंने हमेशा कहा कि दावेदार हम हैं, और लेकिन फाइनल फैसला हाईकमांड का होता है.
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया. दिल्ली से संजय कौशिक के साथ हिमांशु शेखर.
From Kumari Shelja, quite unlike her to speak so early, although the
she has been quite reserved actually during the entire campaign, entire lead up to these voting. She has been quite reserved, cautious, reserved, and unlike the rest of the Congress party, not very boisterous at all.
Yes.
Lekin, it's very unusual for her to throw her hat in the ring. Congress people don't do that. Though they would all be politically correct and say, you know, the High Command will decide. But she said, yes, I'm a contender. My loyalty, my seniority, ये बहुत unusual है Congress के अंदर.
Okay.
But she still maintains that High Command
will decide. They all say that.
Okay, so number of seats on which there is only second round of counting which is over. We are looking at EVM counting now. Why is it going slow? Let's try and understand that from Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, what are your Congress sources saying?
Yes, he should also don, Sunil, you should also don your election commission hat don your election commission hat and answer that question. Is the accounting slow or is there some other glitch? Don that hat first and then answer political part.
No, so the first part is, of course, that the returning officers, this is dependent. So if you're looking at the election commission website, it's on that backdrop that they are just putting the data and raw entry data at present, which has been cross-verified, and then putting it out. So it's slow. It's initial trends, and you'll have to keep watching that data very closely. Probably closer to 11 o'clock, we'll get a very, very clear trend about how things are playing out, be it in Haryana or in Jammu and Kashmir. Having said that, politically, Aband Selja, I did that interview on the 6th, where she very forcefully said that she is not only a claimant, her seniority, but making it clear that she's not going to give up without a fight. Having said that, if the numbers are as it is, as the trends show, then the Congress definitely would have to back somebody who they've been backing right throughout. Kumari Selja, as you know, was upset with the ticket distribution. She sulked, she stayed away, she was then placated, she was brought around, had a meeting with Rahul Gandhi, finally went down to campaigning, and even on the last day was doing a discussion with Rahul Gandhi before Mr. Ashok Tanwar made that, what I call a 100-meter dash from the BJP to the Congress to say that, he is with the Congress party after campaigning for it for the BJP in the morning. So there have been lots of ifs and buts. There has been caste polarization by the BJP as alleged by the Congress, Jat versus non-Jat, and all those factors, but still they are quite confident that they will emerge victorious. This is an election where they feel they should get a 2/3, but anything less than 50 will be something that will be quite a shocker
on our screens
for the
now.
Congress party.
Sunil, just hold on to your thoughts. If actually the numbers turn in favor of Congress, if the tide turns, away from what we are seeing at 10:15, then he could be the man of the moment. But he looks a little worried.
Yes, certainly not a very confident Mr. Huda. Yes. I happen to see Mr. Huda almost on a regular basis at a public place, but he's certainly not looking confident. Nirja?
Yes, that's absolutely true. And he's not spoken, unlike Selja.
Yes. And total 93 counting centers, remember, were set up in Haryana. So let's wait. Let's wait. Although the Election Commission website at the moment is suggesting that the Congress vote share is at 40.65%, the BJP at 38.23%. So the vote share gap is also reducing. It's now just around 1%. So
and in the interim, there is something very interesting happening in Jammu and Kashmir also. Those leads for Congress party coming down,
yes.
Congress NC alliance coming down to 48, BJP crawling up to 26, others at 13. At 48, of course, the alliance still remains above the majority mark, but it's just a wafer-thin majority.
Yes, absolutely.
And we were wanting to go to Aishwarya.
Yes, Aishwarya.
Just to assess the mood in the BJP camp, which I'm quite sure would be now jubilant.
Aishwarya, what is the scene like now? Are the laddus now finally being made? Jalebis or laddus? What are you seeing?
Because, well, it's buzzing now a bit. It was deserted in the morning. Nobody was here. Halwas and laddus were not prepared early up in the morning. But unlike of the AICC headquarters where celebrations already took place, now a lot of people are coming. Altogether, the media personals are here. But most of the spokespersons are clearly waiting. And what the BJP leaders have been stating is, they are waiting still, and wait and watch policy is something that the BJP has still adopted. They're very confident, as being stated by many of the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders in the morning as well, that please wait till at around 11 a.m. because anything can happen. They're very confident of the work that they have done in the last 10 years and the report card that they have presented in front of the people. And therefore, the reason suddenly when the things are changed, the breakfast had opened up for the media. Earlier, the main gates of the BJP headquarters were locked. But now, the BJP has, the leaders are very happy. They're smiling. And they're saying now the numbers will pile up. And certainly, this is the trend that we are looking forward to.
Aishwarya, tell me something that have you been able to speak to some BJP leaders or spokespersons for last 1 hour or so, since past 9 a.m.? Have you been able to speak to them? And if you have been able to speak to them, what has been their reaction? I mean, has there been a change in tonality?
Well, I spoke to Syed Zafar Islam just an hour back, and he clearly stated that these are the initial trends. We have not communicated to our Karyakartas to just come into the BJP headquarters, and they have stated that whenever the results will come, of course, they will come because they are very confident of their victory. And, you know, the spokespersons over here also stated that, you know, this is the kind of trend, the work that they have done will certainly...
Bhupinder Hooda is speaking. Let's cut across to him. The gap between the BJP and the Congress has increased further.
Yes.
The BJP now, you know, it's
above
13 seats ahead of the
and
Congress.
very clearly above the majority.
Very clearly above the majority mark. So is that a matter of concern? What will Mr. Hooda be saying? He's a veteran of Indian politics, has seen several summers in Haryana, has been a former chief minister, face of the Congress party. What does he have to say? What is his assessment? We'll try and pick up from him in just a bit. But yes, 93 polling centers, 93 counting centers is something that we can tell our viewers that was set up, that has been set up across Haryana by the Election Commission of India. Let's listen.
अनुसार कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है। नहीं होता, अभी 2 राउंड 3 राउंड हुए हैं और जितने रिपोर्ट जाती है उतने सारा जो खबर आई है कांग्रेस की बहुमत आ रही है।
10 साल के बाद क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी उत्तर भारत में वापसी कर रही है? 10 साल के बाद? हाँ, 10 साल के बाद क्या
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है?
जो ट्रेंड सर चल रहे हैं उसमें बीजेपी खेमे से कहा जा रहा है कि बढ़त बनाएंगे।
कहीं नहीं बढ़त बनेगी। आप देखना नतीजा है, कांग्रेस का जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है वहाँ कांग्रेस का ज्यादा बहुमत आ रहा है।
हजारों लोग नारा लगा रहे हैं भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जिंदाबाद मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर आपको देखना चाहते हैं।
ये पार्टी फैसला करती है।
बड़े बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर जो पिछड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर पिछड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है भाई।
सर आपको क्लाइंट्स की जरूरत पड़ेगी या कांग्रेस
नहीं, कांग्रेस अपनी मेजोरिटी लाएगी।
सर फुल फ्लैग मेजोरिटी वाली कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी, पूरी उम्मीद है आपको?
हाँ, कह तो जगह कितनी बार कह रहा हूँ।
सर क्रेडिट गोज टू राहुल गांधी एंड भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी ओनली।
क्रेडिट गोज टू पार्टी, राहुल गांधी जी, मल्लिका खड़गे जी, प्रियंका जी, all leaders of the Congress. And real credit goes to the people of Haryana.
What will be your priority?
How many questions will you ask? You ask one question. There are others also.
सर काफी रुझानों में क्लोज कंटेस्ट नजर आ रहा है, ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेड था क्या?
नहीं था, जहाँ कहीं क्लोज है, कहीं पे है, लेकिन कांग्रेस इज गेटिंग मेजोरिटी।
सर आपके लिए नतीजे आने वाले हैं, जो नतीजे अभी दिख रहे हैं?
नतीजे मेरे को मालूम है, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है। अरे नहीं जलेबी खुआ सबने।
ठीक है सर, बनने
हो गया बेटा, अभी ऐसे जो थोड़ी देर बैठा हुआ
सर लोग दिल्ली से आए हुए हैं सिर्फ आपसे।
आ रहा अभी बैठा हूँ
एक एक करके आने पे सबको देंगे ऐसा बोल रहे हैं। एक एक करके सबको बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई माने तो
बीजेपी 25।
Nirja, what do you make of Mr. Hooda's body language?
You know, body language doesn't exude confidence. That much is clear. You look at him compared to what we've seen in the last weeks. So is it bravado? Because the BJP in terms of leads is 15 seats, 16 seats behind. And that's
ahead. BJP is ahead.
BJP is ahead.
Yes.
And Congress is 16 seats behind.
Yes.
So is it bravado? Is it because Shelja has spoken that he needs as the leader to speak up also, say something? Medias are waiting. a word from him. So I don't know what, I mean, things are going to be clear in an hour
Maybe
or
he
so.
knows something that we do not know.
That's
someone.
At least he claims to know
At least
something
he's
that we all do not know.
Yes.
At least he claims to know.
Yes, absolutely. Salman Soos, we can see Bhupinder Hooda, quite unlike what we saw him say just few days back, you know, couple of days back, when the exit polls had predicted a landslide for the Congress party. He looks a little worried, but at the same time, he's sounding confident. He's almost given his victory speech. Salman, if you have to unmute yourself, Salman.
Ready. Elections are nail-biting things for especially for those people who are participating, who are basically combatants in this battle. So I'm not surprised that even I'm grim too, because my party is right now, according to the data that you're showing, is trailing in Haryana. At the same time, I know that in Haryana as well as in Jammu and Kashmir, there's been a lot of resentment against the BJP. I think people, frankly, are unhappy. So I think when the final tally comes, I think we will basically beat the BJP.
Well,
in both
the BJP
places,
has crossed the halfway
in Jammu
mark,
and Kashmir, we are already
and it's
leading.
10:30 now, Salman. So let's cut across to the BJP spokesperson. Harish Khurana is joining us. Harish, surprising results if actually these trends convert into actual results.
So first of all, hello to all your viewers and hello to you guys. See, from the day one, we were confident immediately after elections that we are going to have a positive result. The reason was the positive feedback from our booth level workers, Panna Pramukhs, and the booth level workers. We got a positive response that we are surely going to form a third time government in Haryana. We're pretty sure about that. And also the feedback from the Jammu was that we are going to make a 35 seat mark, and with the help of like-minded independents, we are going to form the government over there also. So let's wait for one more hour. And we are pretty confident that we are going to win Haryana with a good numbers and good margin, and we are going to form a third time government over there, and also good result in Jammu and Kashmir too.
Mr. Khurana, you saying that the feedback from the Hi, Mr. Khurana. You are saying the feedback from the booth level Karyakarta and the Panna Pramukhs was all indicating that you will sweep Haryana or that you will win Haryana. But this looks like to be BJP's biggest ever win in Haryana.
See, there is a reason behind this. The 10-year governance of our BJP government in Haryana and the 10 years of government of Narendra Modi ji. So double engine government positive governance was our biggest asset in Haryana when we go in elections today. I mean, the work what we have done for Haryana in last 10 years, say be 24 farmers, MSP, 24 MSPs. There was a reason behind it. 140,000, 150,000 odd youths. We have given the employment to them. There are a hell lot of work with what we have done it. So the feedback was a positive. We were in a positive mood. Whatever the exit poll was, we were confident that we are going to get a good numbers in Haryana and we will form the government, which now in your trend is also showing it. Numbers in the morning, whatever the numbers were, we were confident by 10, 11 o'clock, we are going to form the government.
Okay, you have reasons perhaps because if we were to look at the vote share region-wise, and I'll ask the producer to put the central Haryana part up. In central Haryana, this is the Jat land that we are looking at, Nirja. The vote share of the BJP in central Haryana has gone up significantly. I mean, how does that really, how do you explain that? If they go up in the central region, which is essentially the Jat land, the Rohtak and that belt, then it means something else. Just look at that graphics we have on our television screens. I mean, they're up by 8%.
It is, this calls for a deeper study because, people, we didn't take, when people say that Mr. Huda would like the numbers, ये बात चलती थी हरियाणा में, would like the numbers to be not very high, because then he will be able to control the situation and be the CM. Nobody else can do what he'll be able to do in managing it. Now, one didn't take that very seriously. Is there going to be, one fellow sitting next to me, a Jat said, आप देखिए जाट लैंड में भी अंदर से कुछ गड़बड़ हो रहा है. One didn't, you know, these are voices that come back to you now.
Haunt you.
Huh?
Haunt you.
They haunt you and,
no, Neerja,
but you know,
Neerja, this is, interestingly, this is, if these trends hold, this is again, you know, then the entire Congress strategy of almost subletting the polls. In Madhya Pradesh, they sublet the polls to Kamal Nath and co. In Haryana, it was almost sublet to Mr. Huda and company. Now, if this holds, then this subletting of elections to the powerful satraps who have a vice-like grip, as your paper wrote the other day, on the state units is quite clearly not working.
But in 2019, they distributed the tickets according to, you know, to all the senior leaders, and it didn't pay them the dividends. They didn't, those candidates of other leaders did not win. So this time the strategy was, he's a strong man, Jats are leading the way, Jats are creating a hawa for you, therefore let him have his way. Now, that strategy obviously has also not worked. So really,
if these numbers hold, they clearly clearly hasn't worked.
You know, then they have to go back to being the umbrella party representing different communities. And they thought that was happening. You know, it was in anti-incumbency, not a non-Jat versus Jat consolidation, which it's turning out to be, as in the last 2 elections. I think we need to do a, Haryana calls for a deeper study. We've all got it wrong.
Yes, because, you know, 15-seat gap now. BJP, it's
in
best
favor of BJP.
In favor of BJP, and its best ever performance that they have done, 2014, 2019 and now. And it's a hat trick. If they actually get this numbers, I mean, it consolidates formally for the party. JJP is over practically for this election.
So is every other regional party,
yes.
and AAP hasn't been able to open
So bipolar contest. So then again, Neerja, the question is that BJP, its tried and tested formula of changing the chief minister at the last leg. It happened. You got Naib Singh Saini here, OBC face. Again, the same narrative of social engineering that the party has been trying to do in Haryana. It is working.
I think it's fear of, मुझे जो लग रहा है, it's fear of what they call return of the Jat Shahi.
Jat Shahi.
You know, the rule by Jats, they will have their way. And somewhere
all the way. They will have their way all the way.
Some people said Mr. Huda was much more pro-Jat than other Jat CMs in the past. Bansi Lal फिर भी औरों को consider करते थे. And Devi Lal also. But somewhere I think the fear of the Jat rule and complete consolidation, if the Dalits have gone back, in Lok Sabha they voted for the Congress and now they're going back to the BJP again because of this fear. Then this is something.
And then quite clearly the attack by the Prime Minister and the Home Minister and the brass of the BJP that Congress has scant regard for its Dalit leaders. Look at what they are doing to Kumari Shailja.
So the Shailja factor also worked.
It looks like, because something certainly seems to have gone drastically wrong. Not wrong, drastically wrong. Of course, it has gone dramatically wrong for our Kholsa friends.
But एक चीज और, you know, in a Dalit basti, this is very interesting. Again, words that come back to haunt you. They said Shailja sat at home for a week or 2 weeks, whatever it was. अगर वो ज़्यादा वेट और घर पे बैठती तो बीजेपी जीतती, कांग्रेस हारती. Now, पर हम लोग कांग्रेस को वोट दे रहे हैं. Did they not vote then?
See, the fact is that the point to consider for that community and for the marginalized communities, it sometimes become a very strong point that, you know, if this is the scenario before they have won the polls, that our leader is being humiliated in this vein, then what would be the scene after the massive victory that everyone is proclaiming?
That fear was there, and they talked about a part sharing formula in which the Dalit
that quite
leaders
clearly
would get the due.
Numbers that are showing the Congress has not been able to convince the people that there can be a genuine power sharing with the Jat chieftains.
Also, Nikunj, that there were certain Jats who were upset with the Kisan Andolan. Maybe the BJP sensed it, the Congress did not. You know, the Kisan Andolan became like a rallying point. Kisan, Jawan, and Naujawan, right? That was the talking point.
Pahalwan.
Pahalwan. But did they get that assessment also wrong? That there could have been a significant percentage who would have been upset with the Andolan?
So I personally feel so. I
if
would want to answer this. So if you look at the Punjab elections, Lok Sabha, so BJP got 18% vote share in the state, despite that like massive resistance in the state against BJP. Here as well, the Jats were the only like majority of the caste who were protesting against BJP and the central government because of the these farm laws and then the Pahalwan protest. What could have happened? There is a certain category of Jats maybe who are quiet, who don't want and who are happy with the current government. So they would have sided with BJP because then you don't like that much of shore and I mean,
see, I'll tell you one conversation that I had in Delhi with a Haryana couple. And the Jat couple, the gentleman had returned from United States. The wife lives in Malcha Marg. So I asked them what is the sense. The husband was the first one to point out that look, in the last 10 years, there is a lot of employment, a lot of jobs that have taken place without any kharchi parchi, etc. And people are getting government jobs without any sifarish, so to say. Wife obviously was quite, saying no, Mr. Huda is winning. But again, in the family itself, there was a divide. So BJP's work, as they have been championing, as they have been claiming, had its own takers.
Okay, and we have now, I'll ask the producer to put that up. And welcome to this broadcast, Tom Vadakan of the BJP. The seats with high Jat population, in all 33 seats we can make an assessment of. The BJP is leading in 17. The Congress is leading in 14. So even in Jat-dominated seats, as we were showing, that is essentially central Haryana, the BJP is making a gain of 9. So, you know, Nirja, let's go to SC seats. We can break that down further. In SC seats also, seats where the scheduled castes have a particular dominance, 17 seats in all. In that, the BJP is leading in 8. The Congress is leading in 9. So that in that case also the BJP is not making huge losses. So that, you know, we were talking about Chhattis Biradri. यहाँ पर छत्तीस बिरादरी का भी reading different हो गया है. So that social engineering which started in 2014 is continuing. You know, Tom Vadakan, of course, now we'll be seeing far more activities at the BJP headquarters than what we saw in the morning. What was giving the party more confidence than, say, the pollsters? You were saying that just like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the pollsters will have selection wrong as well.
This looks like completely going the Chhattisgarh.
Yes,
well, we have our information based. We have our information coming from our Karyakartas. That has given us the base information that we require of what is happening at the ground. Whatever survey has been done or whatever has been done, they may have their scientific methodology. We are not questioning that. But the ground reality that came to us from the Karyakarta was that we are forming...
Election trend.
Congress is going to form the government in India.
And sir, we have seen yesterday the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, held a press conference saying EVM fault will be one of the main issues which Congress is going to highlight.
There is no issue. You will wait for some time. Congress is going to form the government. Congress is getting the majority.
Sir, in the initial trend we have seen Congress was leading, but now we have seen the Congress
after
is going...
After 1 hour, again you will see Congress is leading everywhere. I got the reports, Congress is going to form the government.
So, well, we can see this is very clear-cut answer from Congress leader Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who has already said the Congress will come back, and the trend which initially he has seen, it was the clear indication, and now he is also quite confident once again the lead will be taken by the
Gurpreet Chinna there speaking to Bhupinder Hooda, and the news that is coming now is that yes, thank you for getting us that exclusive with Bhupinder Hooda. We don't know how it will turn out to be, but you know, Nirja, 48-35, you know, it's 10:30 already. 13 seats gap between the two sides, and you know, the high prestige battles that we are looking at, even Naib Singh Saini is now leading from what it was earlier. You know, that's again an important and interesting battle in Ladwa playing out. OBC faces, you know, he was up against Congress's Meva Singh, and there was INLD's Sapna as well. Despite Saini's position in this community, he had lost in 2019, now he is winning. So 2019, Naib Singh Saini loses, and now in this election, which was seen as an anti-incumbency, 10-year anti-incumbency election against the BJP, the Chief Minister is actually gaining.
And Meva Singh has a very good image.
He has a very good image.
And is an incumbent MLA. He was expected to win. And they used to say, even though Saini is a CM, he was facing a tough time.
Yes.
So if he's leading, then that's a, you see, is the OBC factor being a very critical, OBC Dalit factor is being a very critical factor.
Yeah. See, I tell you something, my reading from Kumari Shailaja's smile is that, you know, that the High Command's thought of handing it over all the baton to Mr. Huda hasn't certainly played up, hasn't certainly played down well in the rank and file and in the electorate. That's what my sense is out of that smile. I don't know. I mean, we are in early days yet, you know, as they say. These are early trends, but, you know, they seem to be consolidating, and for last 1 hour plus now, 1 hour plus now, BJP has actually
Just look at the strike rate. Just look at the strike rate, Nikunj. Haryana. Haryana,
BJP has been leading for last 1 hour now, and there has been no change. The only change is that Congress's tally is falling. That's the only change I see.
Yes, absolutely.
And I've been noticing this tally very, very closely from sometime before 9 a.m.
Even a close contest in Haryana would have been creditable for the BJP.
Yes.
Given the anti-incumbency, given the number of people who were talking about, you know, desire for change and freshness to come in. But
I think it's brand Narendra Modi. Let's talk about the brand Narendra Modi again. Tom Vadakkan, I would say that again as a journalist who has covered the BJP closely. These elections, it is about Prime Minister doing the heavyweight lifting, Nikunj. You know, he's always there on the ground. He's there to support and enthuse the cadres, and that's what is appearing to be if these numbers actually convert into actual results. Tom Vadakkan.
Maria, there is no doubt about it. There is no second question about it. Prime Minister has led from the front. He has given development to that state. He has brought corruption down. And, you know, a situation like this, after 10 years, and the word anti-incumbency can be removed from the dictionary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, because we fight, we deliver. And that's the difference between other parties and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, have you seen the body language of Huda? I mean, I know this man very closely. And the kind of reaction that is talking about government
of course,
formation,
they are your old colleagues, Mr.
You know, it's not coming from his
you
heart.
would notice their body language much better than us.
It's not coming from his heart. No, I'm analyzing that. He is saying that with great difficulty. But of course, his game plan was not to get a majority so that he could be the kingmaker and then finally be the chief minister. That game also isn't working.
So but who gets credit for this, you know, victory, if I may say? Is it too early to say that? But at the moment, 1041. If these numbers hold, then who gets the Taj of this victory? Prime Minister Modi, or will you give some credit also to Naib Singh Saini?
Well, it is Modi ji all the way, followed it is Modi ji all the way, there's no two doubts about it. He has been our icon and he has led from the front. He has delivered development in that state, a state which did not, it was, you know, even before, when you came out with the exit poll, I was worried about now what would happen to the fertile lands of Haryana, because that would all be converted into commercial lands and there would be a huge, builder's scam building up. And then you would have a situation like Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka and other states where they've been ruling, because corruption, thy name is Congress. Unfortunate, but that's the situation at the ground, and the people of Haryana have realized it.
Okay, in fact, the BJP is now going to hold a press conference in Chandigarh shortly. That's what sources are indicating to us. But, you know, Nirja, and also come in on this. The point being made by him as political analysts, I think there is a need for also us to rethink about the old lexicon. You know, should we continue to use anti-incumbency? These are defying anti-incumbency elections. How do you read that?
I tell you something. One of the pieces was about, I think maybe Nirja has only written it, that whether the BJP is able to hold on to Haryana after Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, which they have been ruling forever, it looks like they have been ruling forever, would be a big test of the fact that they will they be defying this popular lexicon of anti-incumbency in elections. So it seems like that they have managed to buck that trend and defy that. But then again, it's Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana. So to the close observers of the Congress party, it should come as no surprise that when it comes to a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress, the BJP, both in terms of its organizational skill, in terms of, as I said, any other brass of any other party in the face of overwhelming odds that were being seen, would have probably given it up. But here you see the entire brass of the BJP, not giving even an inch. And that seems to have paid off.
No, that makes a lot of difference. They don't give up till the very end and put their best foot forward.
Yes.
And the Congress, as I say, celebrates too early. Yes. But also Congress has a knack of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Absolutely.
That they are very good at.
And this is the third example in the row that we can count in the last few months.
But you know what? The damage also is if Haryana had been wrested by the Congress.
Yes.
Of course, it's early. We can't say at the moment, even though the gap is increasing.
It's narrowing, increasing. It's seesaw kind of a situation. If you put it aptly, it's a seesaw.
The worry would be for the BJP, for it, the Hindi heartland has been like an impregnable fortress. And the Congress has not managed to make inroads, barring Himachal Pradesh and denting UP. If they'd managed to get Haryana, that whole scene then opens up of the heartland. If BJP retains Haryana, तब वो कह रहे हैं हम नहीं आने दे रहे आपको अंदर.
Yes, and that is why one of my top bands on that story has perpetually been that can Congress make a comeback in Hindi heartland?
Absolutely.
That has been my question.
So it goes beyond little Haryana. That this story goes beyond little Haryana.
But Nirja, in 2024, I mean, just few months back, when there were the Lok Sabha polls, we saw when Prime Minister Modi is on ticket, everybody says it's a different election. But Haryana voted differently then. Right now, it's voting completely different when Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, but it's his party and he's leading the campaign. So I think there is that messaging which is also shifting here. So he remains that overarching figure and he is empowering others.
There is no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
There is no doubt about
Absolutely.
it. See, the BJP campaign minus the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Forget about the boldness, forget about the initiative. The sheen itself goes away.
Yes.
I mean, whether you are a fan of Mr. Modi, you like Mr. Modi, you don't like Mr. Modi, but that fact remains under any set of circumstances unquestioned. And that is that the campaign, the entire sheen is led by the Prime Minister himself.
Okay, so
I don't think there are two ways about it.
There are visuals now coming in from Farooq Abdullah's residence. This is, of course, he is the grand old man of Jammu and Kashmir's politics, and should I say Indian politics. This is outside his Indian politics, and you can see women celebrating. Do you want to dip in and listen to that audio? Perhaps it's very, very fascinating, the songs that they sing.
And why, people should always be shown, you know.
आजकल एनसी के ऑफिस ना एनसी के ओनर्स लगे करते हैं बाहर सेलिब्रेशन हो रही है.
Okay. Outside Gupkar residence home of Farooq Abdullah, celebrations have begun, and what a comeback for the National Conference here, Tarun. We have seen them fight, and it is, I would say, again Farooq Abdullah leading from the front for his party. He was the man, Akshat, who ensured that alliance with the Congress party. He scripted it, was the architect of this alliance and ensured that, he understands. I mean, he's the veteran of the politics there, so he understands how to make that comeback. I think PDP at 4, for a party which was forming the government, which had Mehbooba Mufti as its chief minister in 2014 to now, many would say they are being punished for an alliance, but the Congress NC getting their alliance right.
So agree to this. So in case Congress wouldn't have any alliance with NC, so NC would have been able to get any seats, maybe like without alliance in the Jammu region, and without that, the government formation in Kashmir is very, very difficult. So I guess NC played a smart move, and Congress also played a very smart move that during the Lok Sabha elections, Congress was with PDP. But after the Lok Sabha elections, they saw that the PDP is not as popular now as.
I mean, they were part of an India alliance.
But still, they were not fighting against.
I mean,
each
they're
other.
part of an India alliance.
Okay.
So.
And Tom Vadakkan, BJP till now is not leading on a single seat in Kashmir Valley, although you're leading in Shopian. But clearly, as far as the Jammu and Kashmir, your consolidation
Shopian is not less. Shopian is the heartland of militancy.
Militancy.
Shopian is, the hotbed of anti-India activity.
Yes. So Jammu,
or at least used to be.
Absolutely. So, your influence continues to be in the region where you had the influence, which is Jammu region.
They have not been able to extend the arc, is what you mean to say.
Well, Maria, that was that has been the trend earlier too. It's something that is new. But let me add one thing. This is the victory of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the victory of a free election. This is the victory of the Election Commission. This is the victory of people have come out, 80%, 90% vote percentage in some of the constituencies. Never heard before. This is the same place where Rahul Gandhi goes to Lal Chowk and enjoys an ice cream, I mean, without any security. This is the same Jammu and Kashmir which has been delivered by Prime Minister Modi with his steps, with his development agenda. And I hope that Umar Abdullah and his father follow the footsteps of development which is required for that state. It is not who wins or loses. We need Jammu and Kashmir as a powerful state.
Okay, Salman Soz wants to come in. Go ahead, Salman.
Although Tom Vadakkan is a former colleague, I will not let his disinformation pass here. Jammu and Kashmir has voted less this time. The voter turnout in Jammu and Kashmir is less in 2024 than in 2014. Please get your facts correct. Most seats, more than 50% of the seats have lower voter turnout. And the kind of 80% voting he talks about, please look at Election Commission data for 2014 and 2008, and you will see seats with 80% voter turnout. So don't give us this kind of, this is a victory for democracy. In fact, if that is the measure, voter turnout is the measure, then this is not a victory for democracy. In fact, democracy was killed in Jammu and Kashmir by the BJP. That is why people have voted this time for the India alliance. So please get at least Tom, get facts, speak factually.
I think you need to hold your horses.
At least today,
because
I think you should be. You have reasons to smile. So why don't you smile and extend that?
EVMs have been buried.
Yeah, he has a point to make, but there is no reason to lose the calm. Salman, you have a point to make. You make a good point. Salman, you make a good point, but don't be angsty. Don't be angsty.
Quite frankly, I wish TV anchors would do the job that I have to do as a fact checker. I am a politician. I should not be fact checking these people, but I have to. Tom, you're lying on national TV. Why are you doing this? Tom, you don't have to spread disinformation. I'm sorry. You're spreading disinformation.
Now you can come on television, scream out that democracy has been saved, but the reality is
Salman, one by one.
Celebrating.
One by one, guys, one by one. One by one, guys, one by one.
You cannot.
One by one. Salman, you finish your point. Salman, you finish your point, then let Mr. Vadakkan speak. Salman, finish your point.
Spread disinformation when I'm on the other side. I'm sorry, you cannot do that. You speak about data, you get all voter turnouts for all 90 seats. In fact, if you have to do a proper comparison, because there were only 87 seats last time. 4 of them went to Ladakh. So 83 seats. Compare those 83 seats after delimitation with 83 seats, and you will see that voter turnout is down. In what world are you living?
Okay, Salman, you have made your point. Mr. Vadakan, please.
I would request my friend Salman to smell the coffee in the room or see the elephant in the room. 370 is what the NC wants, and you have no position on that. How are you going to compromise? There's a major agenda. My friend shows you have a great problem on hand, but it is only through a fruitful cooperation with the central government that solutions can be found. Secessionist has no place in Jammu and Kashmir. Let that be very clear. 370 is gone with the wind.
From the ground as well, straight to Srinagar. That's where my colleague Nazir Masoodi is joining us. Nazir, you know, in terms of the leads and how many rounds over, and what can you tell us?
Well, I think these are the leads which is likely to continue, and there are 39 seats where National Conference is leading. There are 27 seats where BJP is leading. There are 8 seats where Congress is leading. Now 3 to 4 rounds have already been counted. So it's clear that NC is the single largest party, will be the single largest party. It's first time after 1996 election when NC won 2/3 majority. After that, no party has crossed 28 seats. And it is first time any party is crossing, you know, that number 28 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. It looks, and if you see the strike rate of National Conference, they had contested only on, 51 seats as alliance and 5 seats as friendly. Yeah. They were backing these 2 candidates. One is Harshdev Singh in Jammu, and also Muhammad Yusuf Tarigami, CPIM, in Kulgam. And Kulgam is a fascinating story. 100% Muslim area, and Communist Party is leading. And the Jamaat Islami candidate, who has said repeatedly said during his campaigning, if he loses, it will be defeat of Islam. But people are rejecting religion-based politics in Jammu and Kashmir. While on one hand, National Conference was saying, look, our fight is against the BJP, but they were also fighting against the Jamaat Islami. And we don't see anywhere Jamaat Islami is winning by a single seat.
Nazir, I want to ask you one interesting question. Is it a sweet revenge for Mr. Omar Abdullah, who lost just recently, very resoundingly in the Lok Sabha polls? Sweet revenge for the young man?
Well, he's not a young man. He's 55. As old as
young by the standards of the Indian politics.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. So it looks like double victory for Omar Abdullah from both Ganderbal and Bandipora, and more than his own victory, it is a big victory for the National Conference, the way trends go. And Omar Abdullah was really shocked, and he didn't speak to anybody for a long time after his defeat, which he had never expected. Engineer Rashid, while in Tihar jail, he defeated him with around 2 lakh votes. And people actually, the NC said it was a sympathy vote, because what we see today, Engineer Rashid's candidate is only leading in 1 seat, that is Shopian. And that appears also with few hundred votes. Earlier, BJP was leading from that seat in Shopian. So Omar Abdullah will be a happy man, and I'll certainly ask Nikul the same question to him when I talk to him, will interview him today. Hopefully by around 12 he has given me that time. So let's see what he has to say, because perhaps it surpassed NC's own expectations the way they are leading these seats, but it's also redefining the politics in Jammu and Kashmir, because it is first time one party is winning so many seats after a long time, several elections, when the vote here used to be fragmented, divided between different parties. One important thing is that despite having 44% independent candidates, they all seem to be decimated. They are not winning many seats, only few are winning across Jammu and Kashmir, though that's not the case, just 8 or 10, they may be leading right now in both in Jammu region, in the valley. and BJP is not doing what they were expecting, and their biggest setback it would be if party president Ravinder Rana loses, because in first four rounds he was trailing. It was National Conference Surinder Chaudhary, he was leading from Naushera constituency in Rajouri, a Hindu majority constituency where we see the this
Nazir, what is the status in Mata Vaishno Devi?
Yeah, that would be, will that be a Ayodhya of BJP in Jammu and Kashmir? Because there was a close fight between the independent candidate Jugal Kishore and BJP candidate there. So it is touch and go. It can go anyway. If BJP lose, it would be another setback. But already we see the BJP president, he's trailing in Rajouri, despite the fact the BJP ran a campaign where they said there should be a Hindu chief minister, there should be a chief minister in Jammu, despite the fact there was a delimitation which had actually helped them by increasing 6 seats in Jammu region, which is the core constituency of the BJP. And then now they have the advantage of the 5 nominated members. And I'll tell you one interesting story about these 5 nominated members. Why there are 5 nominated members in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly? Since the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly has been constituted on the pattern of Pondicherry Assembly, in 1962 it was Home Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri who introduced a bill and wanted to have a legislature in Pondicherry with all the nominated members. But that time Hari Vishnu, of the Parija Socialist Party, he introduced an amendment bill, and Lal Bahadur Shastri accepted that amendment and accepted that there should be the elected members and there can be some nominated members. After that, there have been 3 nominated members and the rest are the elected. On that analogy, the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly was also constituted after a reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir in 2019. But that time there was no Hari Vishnu Kamath in the parliament to introduce a amendment bill, and there was not also Lal Bahadur Shastri as Home Minister as well. Having said that, this is the constitutional scheme of things. There will be 5 nominated members in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Lieutenant Governor has the sole criteria and constitutional right to appoint them without consulting the Council of Ministers.
All right, Nazir. Thank you so much for joining us right here as you head to Umar Abdullah's residence to get the newsmaker of the day from Jammu and Kashmir for NDTV. We have Ankit right here in the studio. Ankit, what's really happening in Haryana? I mean,
what
14.
a turn of events. It just takes an hour where the Congress party was celebrating an early Diwali. At this moment, it looks like a complete knockout, at least on the face, because, Haryana, till yesterday, when we were talking about what to look forward to and going by all the exit polls, which we kept underlining, can go wrong. Jammu Kashmir was supposed to be something which was to be the edge of the seat finish. At this moment, this is historic what is happening in Haryana. And I don't think at this moment the Congress party and the supporters of the Congress party have been able to wrap their head around
what really went wrong.
What really went wrong? Because, if you look at this, like we were seeing on the ground, there is complete decimation as far as the regional parties are concerned. But for the Bharatiya Janata Party, after being in 10 years in power, and people are from the Congress party are saying, look at the vote share, and there is still going to be some sort of a difference.
No, actually not now.
But I'm saying,
looking at the numbers that is coming in from the Election Commission's website, the vote share between the BJP and the Congress is actually reduced further.
Yeah, it's I think a 2% gap now.
Yeah, less than 2%.
Less than 2%. But the fact remains that even if there is, because it's a 15 round of counting for most seats and only 2 or 3 rounds have been done as of now, it's not going to be a wild swing that most people are expecting. Most of the seats that you are talking about, what gives you a sense of how the margins that we are putting out. This is the margin calculator. Remember, this is very, very important. Who is leading where with this kind of a margin. These seats are evenly distributed between the Congress and the BJP. So it's not that it was with one party in a disproportionate number and suddenly it will swing towards the other. It looks like it is evenly distributed. So, the best case scenario for the Congress party possibly could be, they touch about 40-41. The BJP is also in the similar range. The fact remains, even after being in power for 10 years, there was anti-incumbency. Yes. If the BJP is able to put out this kind of a performance,
their best ever.
It needs much more thinking as far as the Congress's election management is concerned.
Yes.
And let me just make one more quick point, because, if you look at the region-wise, where was the Congress, Maria, hoping that they are going to sweep this election? That was in the Jat belt. There are about 30 seats in Haryana which have more than 25% population of Jats. I'm not essentially talking about the Rohtak and other districts where the population goes even further, but largely if you look at it, there are 30 seats which have population of more than 25% concentration of Jats. Even on those seats, the Bharatiya Janata Party has been able to make inroads. It also tells you the election management. I'll give you an example. Take for Julana, though Vinesh Fogad at this moment is trailing, there are 12 Jat candidates in Julana, chipping away a little bit of anti-incumbency Jat vote. And that is exactly how election management works on the ground, and that is what BJP is proving at this moment.
Yes, absolutely. I think there has been a non-Jat polarization as well, which is becoming clear, knowing that there would be some kind of Jat Shahi. The concerns are that around that entire GT road factor, which we had constantly been speaking about, farmers were seen as disruptors. So those who backed farmer protests could be sending a message again.
But
so
anomaly is the Kurukshetra area.
Yes,
anomaly
absolutely.
is the Kurukshetra area where
that
the
there are
Congress is still
multiple
leading.
readings in this, but it's a complete switch from what we have seen.
Absolutely.
I can see Gurpreet joining us. We also have Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, before I come to you and get a mood in the Congress headquarters, Gurpreet, what is Senior Huda, saying now? I mean, it's 11 already. It has consolidated in the favor of the BJP. It's unlikely that it's going to change anymore. There's a gap of 14 seats between the Congress and the BJP. It's BJP's best ever performance. So the Jats could have very well ditched Mr. Huda.
Well, if we can talk about the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, very clearly he says in some of the seats he is getting feedback and margin is very low, and any time the Congress graph will be able to come up. But that seems a very difficult scenario as of now. We have seen Bhupinder Singh Hooda along with all the supporters, he has shifted from his residence to one of the palace where we have seen all the supporters of the Congress party and specifically former Chief Minister of Haryana Bhupinder Singh Hooda. They are sitting here, they are watching this television also. We will also talk to them to understand. अब ग्राफ आप देख रहे हो, ग्राफ बहुत नीचे जा रहा है।
ये ग्राफ बढ़ेगा सर अभी। ये एग्जिट पोल है, जब एग्जैक्ट आएगा ना तो चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा हमारे सीएम होंगे और 55 से 60 सीट कांग्रेस की आएंगे।
शुरू में हमने ट्रेंड में देखा कि 60 पे भी गई, 80 पे भी गई, लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार नीचे आ गए और यहाँ पे आके नीचे जा रहा है ग्राफ। तो क्या
एरिया होता है, जैसे हमें पता है कि शहरी इलाकों में बीजेपी जो है वो टक्कर दे रही है, लेकिन जब ग्रामीण इलाका आता तो कांग्रेस का ग्राफ एकदम से ऊपर जाएगा और चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा हमारे सीएम होंगे और कांग्रेस की जो है 60 सीट प्लस हो जाएंगे हमारे पास।
आपको क्या लगता है, ट्रेंड आप सुबह से देख रहे हो, क्या ट्रेंड में क्या लग रहा है कि अभी भी कांग्रेस को उम्मीद है?
हाँ जी, कांग्रेस आएगी जी सीएम, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा होंगे जी सीएम, 100% आओगी जी कांग्रेस।
पर ट्रेंड तो कुछ और दिखाना शुरू कर दिए।
शहरी इलाका आ गया ना, जो उसमें जो नीचे आ रहा है, नहीं तो बेहतर भी आ गया। हमारा देख लो 65 के 70 के करीब 60-65 के करीब हमारी जीत आएंगे जी।
और 60-65 के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन होना चाहिए, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि 60-65 तक पहुंचना बड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है आपको।
60 से 62 सीट लेंगे कांग्रेस सरकार।
अभी ट्रेंड के हिसाब से तो बहुत मुश्किल।
अभी समय है, शुरुआती रुझान है, अभी टाइम काफ़ी है। आप 2 बजे तक देखोगे तो यहाँ चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा सीएम होंगे और उनके नारों की गूंज चंडीगढ़ तक जाएगी।
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है? आप भी हम देख रहे हैं सुबह का, लगातार टीवी को देख रहे हो, कहीं ना कहीं ट्रेंड पहले ऊपर गए फिर नीचे गए, तो क्या लग रहा है कैसे?
ये जो ना मीडिया पे की हो रहा है ना, ये उनका प्रभाव चल रहा है, ठोक का वोट गिर रखे हैं, देखे नतीजे अपना बदल जाएंगे।
अभी उम्मीद है
ठोक का बढ़ावा, उम्मीद के सरकार मारी है।
तो क्या
एक तरफा जी हमारी पूर्ण बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी? अभी गांव की वोटें नहीं खुली, अभी शहरी वोट खुल रही हैं, इसी कारण कहीं 20 वोटों से बीजेपी आगे है, कहीं 25 से। एक तरफा आप देखना 55 से प्लस सीटें हमारी आएंगी।
So, well, if we can talk about the supporters there, so I'll request my Vijay to show a visual of former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, because at this point of time, these visuals have a lot of political importance. One side we have seen the BJP graphics going up, on the other side we have seen the Congress graphics going down, but the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, he is with his own supporters. So, क्या लग रहा है?
अरे अभी तक शहरानी चल रही है, गामा में बढ़ते एकदम उल्ट हो जाएगा सब फिट है होता, कोई कमी नहीं है.
So well, they are quite confident. They say the counting is just in the middle
गामों में आते ही एकदम पलट जाएगा. Hoping against hope. The supporters of Mr. Hooda there. You know, one thing when I was traveling across before I go to Sunil Prabhu, one thing I kept hearing, and this is what people used to say in Haryana if they had to speak about their leaders, कि नेताजी के हार्ड कापन लग रहे हैं. That means that नेताजी is shivering right now. So at this moment it will be Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda उनके हार्ड कापन लग रहे हैं. Sunil, is this Chhattisgarh redux for the Congress party election that was seen as the party for them to win or for them to lose at this moment, the worst nightmare for the Congress managers coming through if these numbers hold?
Absolutely, and a lot of lessons to have been learned about the fact that the caste polarization. They were warned about the, Jats versus the non-Jats, which the BJP, as they alleged, was doing in the state of Haryana, caste polarization. Even though now it's quite clear that the BJP is all set for a comeback, and you can see here the Congress party is completely deserted. The doles are off. The people who were blowing the counts are all now keeping quiet, watching. There are only media persons here. That crowd has dissipated. Clearly, I think the writing is on the wall for the Congress High Command. The decision of going ahead and putting all its egg in one basket, that is with Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, ignoring the claimants like Kumari Selja as well as others, have created a clear issue for the party, and I think it's a little bit too late. Rahul Gandhi himself wanting Hooda and extracting that demand that, let's have an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party for the India Alliance in thing, but that was not to happen because the seats that Mr. Hooda was ready to give were not more than 4 to 5. So if this trend continues, it's going to be curtains for Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and I think the Congress will have to go back to the drawing room to restart once again in Haryana, which is...
Because virtually, Maria, the party was outsourced to Mr. Hooda in Haryana to go away with in the ticket selection, more than 70 seats that he had given. And also, like the BJP would rejoice and say, while the BJP was trying to fight the campaign on the ground, the Congress leaders were busy claiming Chief Minister post even before the first vote was polled. I think that is where, and we have seen that in Chhattisgarh, we are seeing this in Haryana as well, the Congress, getting ahead of themselves, getting carried away, that the victory is already in the bag even before the campaign is over, and then talking about the Chief Minister's post.
And a word now, and as I bring in Pradeep Bhandari of the BJP, Karan Chautala of INLD, and Professor Sandeep Shastri here, a word on Dharmendra Pradhan.
Yeah.
Election in charge of Haryana. He doesn't give interviews, doesn't speak much. He was camping in Kurukshetra, in the entire Panchkula area and in Rohtak. And he gave confidence to the party leadership. I mean, he's a nuts and bolts man. I mean, completely different picture he presented to the party from the numbers. Just look at this.
Wherever he has led the party campaign, he has always been somebody who has been a very low-key operator, never coming before the media. But understanding the ground reality as it is, that is something that he has been known for. Yeah. And we are still unsure as to which direction the Haryana result would go, because you have very, very small margins and just 2 rounds or 3 rounds of counting. But whichever way it goes, I think clearly the BJP has performed or is performing in a manner which is very different from what a lot of people expected it to. Definitely not the way the exit polls thought that this...
Maria, before you go to Pradeep Bhandari, let me just put out one more interesting data point at this moment which is coming in from Haryana. Because the assumption was, and you heard that Bhupendra Hooda supporter saying, abhi gaon ke vote khulne do, hum aage nikal jayenge. At this moment, Even in the rural belt,
it's not.
The Congress and the BJP are even keen. They're 28 playing 28 in the rural belt, while the BJP has an advantage of 20 seats over the Congress party in the urban area. So they have held on to their stronghold, and they have not done badly in the rural areas, which usually we used to see a contest between the INLD and the Congress and the JJP and the Congress. So while the decimation of the JJP might have helped the Congress consolidate the vote, but the BJP has become the party, in fact, the only poll against which the Congress is fighting, even in the rural areas.
Absolutely.
They have been able to hold on to the rural areas as well.
You know, Pradeep, the point here is that this is the biggest surprise for the party perhaps as well. But you have leaders who are solid backroom workers who ensure that they can turn the tide. This is essentially will be seen as turning of the tide. From the Lok Sabha polls to now, even in Lok Sabha, you had a loss of 4 to 5 seats in Haryana. Just look at the results. If these numbers hold, it's 11-15 already. Not much of the trend will change post now. But this is good news for the BJP. It's a hat trick for you in Haryana.
It's historic.
Well, Maria, what is happening is historic, because never in the history of Haryana, as Ankit was saying, that any government is repeated for the third consecutive time. We are very, very confident that this trend will stay, because all the close margin seats are evenly poised. This is because of the developmental work of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is supported by the entire party machinery. Every individual in the party, Dharmendra Pradhan ji is the election in charge, Home Minister Amit Shah ji macro-managing it, JP Nadda ji ensuring that the party is absolutely on track. So we were very, very confident since the start that the ground on Haryana, the 36 Biradri in Haryana, the poor in Haryana is with us, and this is where we were confident. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, Maria, if you see, we had a 3% increase in more vote share than the Congress party. That projection is what is happening right now in the Haryana Assembly elections, where we are leading with the Congress party with that significant vote share and seat share margin. So the one part is to get the Jat-dominated vote. Even in the Jat votes, if you see, the perception was that the entire vote will shift to the Congress party. But now on the ground, we are also getting significant part of Jat vote. This establishes that we've got a cross-caste vote, and what the Congress party was saying, that the women are with them, the farmers are with them, the Chhattis Biradri is with them, the wrestlers are with them. All of this is completely fallen flat on the ground.
Yes, Pradeep, you make an interesting point. Then I'll bring in Professor Sandeep Shastri here. Professor Sandeep Shastri, in the Lok Sabha polls, we did see that shift of the Dalit voters. That Dalit vote is back with the BJP.
But can I just make one distinction here? Even with the Dalit vote, even in the Lok Sabha, the Valmikis were still with the BJP. They did not shift to the Congress party. And also the Jatav vote, which was the BSP vote, stayed with the BJP. The challenge for the Congress party was to ensure that the Ramdasias still vote for them, and they get a chunk of the Valmiki vote as well. But Professor Shastri, like Maria was saying, if you map this according to the Lok Sabha election 2024, the BJP was 44 seat advantage, the Congress was 42 seat advantage. It almost, I mean, the BJP is at this moment +4, but it almost is playing exactly like the Lok Sabha election. So it was not disadvantage to the Congress party. They were not being able to gain on that momentum.
Undoubtedly, these results hold, the trends hold. What it clearly shows is the consolidation which the Congress was hoping in the Jat vote has not happened, because the INLD has been able to snatch off a part of it. And secondly, the non-Jat vote, reference here to the vote of the scheduled castes and the others, has consolidated in favor of the BJP. Yes, there may be the various segments within the scheduled caste vote, a part of which go into the Congress, but the BJP has been able to perform well among the non-Jat votes, and that is clearly reflected in the trends. And if these trends hold, that social coalition which the BJP was able to build seems to have been would be responsible for the numbers that we are seeing.
I think one important factor, especially in the Jat belt that we are talking about, and like I said, over 30 seats where the Jat population is over 25%. Some may even have a concentration of 70, but largely if we talk about those 30 seats, look how the BJP micromanaged those seats in the Jat areas. I gave you an example of Julana, and Pradeep will come in on that as well. Most of the Jat seats, you will see 10 to 12 independent Jat candidates, those who are standing. I will give you another example of Kalayat seat, which was possibly the bone of contention between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, where in Kalayat there are 2 independents, those who are very strong. Their Khaps, the Dhoon Khap, have supported the independents, and which has chipped away essentially the anti-incumbency vote away from the BJP and has made the BJP at this moment reckoning in the Jat belt as well. Pradeep, please go ahead.
See, absolutely, Ankit. In fact, these are micro issues which you're talking about, but I want to talk about a macro point. Generally, the trend of anti-incumbency has been said that a party, if it rules for 5 years or 10 years, a trend of anti-incumbency establishes. If you look at the Bharatiya Janta Party, and not just Haryana, across states, we are the only party which has the tendency to repeat government. The Congress Party has not repeated a single state government since 2011. It's the Bharatiya Janta Party, whether it is Madhya Pradesh and now Haryana, where we are creating a history, we have the tendency of repeating governments, which means this whole larger political analysis that if a government governs, there is a trend of anti-incumbency which establishes. This does not apply to us, because under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, if you see every state government, we've repeated the maximum. So it will be right to say that the more the BJP governs, the more the pro-incumbency also can set in and is settling it.
Okay. You know, very interesting, and we'll also talk about Jammu and Kashmir, possibly the state that till yesterday we were hoping that it is going to be a very tight finish, the BJP in the reckoning, at least at this moment, even if you include the 5 seats that the Lieutenant Governor has to in fact nominate, the Congress and the NC alliance is comfortable even over that. But let me very quickly, we also have Karan Chautala from the INLD. Mr. Chautala, at this moment, I mean, 2 things are very, very clear. A, it's a bipolar contest. The BJP and the Congress are to the 2 poles as far as Haryana is concerned. There's room for the regional parties is only squeezing. For your party, at this moment, leading on 2 seats, has the INLD, rather than winning many seats, has played the role of a spoiler, let's say, for a Congress party, which was hoping to encash the anti-incumbency, sir?
No, I think Mr. Bhupender Singh Hooda is to be blamed for spoiling the Congress, basically, because he didn't actually play the role he should have been playing as a leader of opposition throughout in these last 5 years. And that's a major problem that Congress is facing. And the infight of the Congress is also a major issue. And Mr. Shastri before me said, there are very small margins and the result is still awaiting. There have only been, I think, 5 or 6 rounds in throughout the election. So let's wait and watch what happens.
You're asking us to wait and watch, but you know, increasingly, JJP, remember, had won 10 seats in 2019. They are minus 10, so you know they have not even opened their account in this election. If these numbers actually hold, INLD of course is making some gain of 2 seats. But the larger question is,
I mean, in percentage, that will be a huge gain because they had won only 1 last time, and they are now on at this moment in 2. But you know, Maria, just picking up on what you are saying, Mr. Chautala, does this open, because it's a battle for survival for the regional parties also, does this open any door for a merger of the JJP and INLD, the family party coming together? You had gone different ways. Does this election somewhere pave that way?
No, as my grandfather Chaudhry Om Prakash Chautala ji has already stated, there is no room for this thing because the political thoughts are very different.
Okay. Let me bring in Sandeep Shastri again. Professor Shastri, while we are looking at these numbers and we wait for a picture to emerge, although I think more or less the picture is clear. You know, one can continue to wait, but it's 11:30, and there's a
unlikely any wild swing that is going to happen.
There's unlikely any big swing that is going to happen. But yes, you know, talking about various factors which were at play here, the SC factor, the Jat factor that we keep talking about, the urban-rural, nothing seems to be working against the BJP.
Now, the various social dynamics that people had been talking about for the last 2 weeks, yes, you're right, none of them has really worked. What I also feel has happened is there was not much concentration possibly on the work that the Haryana Chief Minister had quietly been doing. That I think was not given the type of credit that also needed to be given. And possibly the Congress was a little overconfident as it went forward during the campaign, also believing that we are winning this election. And as you mentioned, throughout the low-key, behind-the-scenes work which the BJP leadership has done at the state level may have helped them in creating the type of result we are just now seeing.
That point that you make, that is the election winning machine of the BJP that we keep talking about. That they don't let go of an election, and even if an election appears to be a losing election, they had been written off from the word go. The moment they entered the poll battle, it was seen as that the BJP with 10 years of anti-incumbency will not get it right.
Many elections where you have said Congress has snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
That is
and this could possibly be one of them.
Here also. What we are putting out on your screens at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, is the urban seat matrix that we are getting at this moment from Haryana. Urban seat stronghold of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but look at this, what is happening at this moment, and this tells you the story. The strike rate of the BJP in the urban seats. Out of the 30 seats, 21 is where the BJP seems to be, in fact, in the lead at this moment. The Congress only in 7 seats. That exactly tells you that the BJP has been able to hold on to its most crucial middle-class voter, despite all the anger against jobs and that we kept hearing on the ground. The BJP has been able to hold on to that. And then, of course, they have consolidated in the Jatland and the rural vote as well. Dr. Ajoy Kumar is also joining us at this moment, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Sir, thank you so much. But let me start by asking you, if these numbers hold true, not a good day in office for the Congress Party. 35 is playing 49 at this moment in Haryana. Though the Congress-NC alliance seems to be, in fact, in a comfortable position in Jammu and Kashmir, but that will largely be because of the national conference. What happens for the Congress Party from here on, sir, from a state which looked like coming in your kitty to an absolutely different picture?
What do you think went wrong?
So, look, I know that you would have heard it repeatedly, but it's important that it's only the 4th round or 5th round. And the margins, so see, if you look at the difference, I mean, sometimes you see 36, sometimes you see, so just imagine the difference. I'm just taking some basic numbers of 48 and 36. The difference is technically only between 6 to 7 seats, right? Because the margin, if there are 14 seats lead, then the difference between two parties to tip the balance in your favor would be somewhere close to 7 to 8 seats. Now, if you look at all the seats, around 31 seats are within the margin of 1,000. What intrigues me definitely is that we got 41% of vote share, but we're still trailing in this numbers. And I'm not saying that these numbers are, to be mocked at. They are definitely serious numbers.
But Dr. Kumar, there is a statistical explanation to that. I mean, despite you getting more vote share, and we have seen that repeatedly with the BJP also. Let's say in Karnataka, the BJP's vote share may be less, but the strike rate is more. That tells you that in the areas where the BJP is strong, they are able to convert those seats. And in the other areas, even if they draw a blank, the Congress is maybe widespread, but the conversion rate of the Congress party is not as good as the BJP is concerned. On the other hand, sir, like you are saying, till yesterday, the Congress was talking about an Andhi, a Tufan and a tsunami. Today, even at this moment, you are conceding that it's a difference of 5-6 votes. So, despite the BJP being in 10 years in Haryana, and, for the last 2 years, the noise that we have heard about farmer movement, Kisan, Pahalwan, Jawan and everything, Congress is finding it very, very difficult to dislodge BJP out of power, sir.
So the issue is, I mean, and Shastriji, I've been listening to Shastriji speaking, the fundamental issue is, and candidly, did we manage it better in terms of, if we look at all the independents who've been fighting, let's imagine the so-called Jat belt. If you look at 12, 13, 8 to 10, 12 candidates, independent candidates from the Jat community, each of them cutting 2,000, 1,500 votes. So, fact is, look, it's easy for us to, it won't be appropriate for me to blame the way it has happened. But the fact is that, look, you need to also, we also need to look at how we strategically fight elections. I mean, it's absolutely clear that, because it's not that the popular vote is with them, but the problem is that they are putting up candidates tactically. I mean,
is that an admission, sir, that the Congress party needs to still learn how you fight election, not just carried away by the narrative that you are already winning the vote even before the first vote is counted or polled?
No. So, Ankit, look, so there are two main questions in it. So I'm not going to hide the fact that there are certain requirements to look at it, and Shastriji presented it appropriately. I'm the last person to look at these numbers and say, look, there's something which needed to be done from our side. My only belief is, okay, and I may be proved wrong, like just now, as you say, 48 becomes 36 and up and down, but they are 31 seats below a margin of 1,000, and there's now 12, 13 rounds to be going.
Getting back.
So they are, and it needs a switch of 7 to 8 seats. So I'm saying that things can change. But the issue for sure is, we need to relook and definitely relook at, strategically, tactically, how we doing our, fighting the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, and the fact is that even if you have the people's mandate in your favor, by and large, that's what the mood was there. I mean, I was in Haryana for some time and I saw it. The inability to make that into a humongous lead is something we need to introspect for sure. I mean, because there was winning elections.
Sir, this squabbling over the chief minister's post, do you think your senior leaders coming out, Kumari Shailja not even campaigning for straight 11 days in between while the SC vote was so important for the Congress party, do you think that has also been detrimental? I mean, it is at least clearly visible with the numbers that we are seeing that your leaders, even before you could, the results were out, the talks were of who is going to the chief minister, the deputy chief minister, the cabinet was being decided.
So,
was it arrogance or complacency?
No, look, I mean, you cannot be arrogant in one place and not arrogant in the other place. So whether it's Jammu and Kashmir or I don't think it's, I think this results if it continues. First question is a significant impact on the way we fight. Okay, because I'm just telling you that candidly, the people were with you. Now, if you're not fighting the way we should, then there needs a lot of introspection of the way we are fighting. And I'm saying it as a student of politics. Shastriji and other people are much more what you will care.
Just a word on the vote share. The vote share between the two parties has also reduced now. Congress 40 and BJP is at 39.
No, so Maria, so one question I told you. If you look at the list of independent candidates, it's very interesting for you guys to look at. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead. Loud and clear.
Yeah. So if you look at the independent candidates list, I mean, as a student of politics, you see the amount of vote they're cutting. My suspicion, my suspicion again, because I've not seen the Shastriji's, and you guys have much more access to data. My suspicion is that most of those loss of votes are happening from our end. My suspicion again, whether we should have fought it, whether this was an election for us to definitely win. There's no debate on that. This was definitely the public mood in our favor. Did certain decisions by certain leaders impact us negatively? Yes. I definitely see it as an impact for sure. Right. And it needs for us to see what, maybe if this continues, it's heartbreaking for one simple reason. Okay. That this was an election to win for the simple reason.
Right. Sir, please stay on with me. I mean, we'll because there is much more talk about, or just not about Haryana, because Haryana at this moment, how fortunes turn, and this is what politics is. Till 9 a.m., the Congress party was celebrating Diwali, and at this moment, it looks like a rout for the BJP. Historic, in fact, what Congress would have hoped their tally is at this moment is what the BJP has. 50 is what the BJP is touching at this moment in the lead, 34 for the Congress party, 2 to others. So yes, it is a bipolar election that we are seeing at this moment. But overall, if you look at this, the BJP is, if these numbers hold, it's on its way to make history. We'll talk about Jammu and Kashmir as well, but very quickly, Zafar Islam, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, spokesperson, is joining us also. Zafar bhai, so much focus on Haryana because of the way it has turned around. But for the BJP, the other headline, I mean, of course, Haryana would be a good day in office. You would be celebrating. But look at what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir. I just want to shift my focus to that because we've been talking continuously ad nauseum about Haryana. 26 place 52. The Bharatiya Janata Party, in the last time the elections happened, when it was 38 seats, got 25 seats. With 5 more seats in Jammu region, the BJP at this moment has only been able to add 26. Is there a sense of disappointment? Because till yesterday, the BJP was hoping to be the single largest party and then, of course, being in play, because Jammu and Kashmir at this moment seems to be giving a very clear mandate in favor of the NC and the Congress alliance.
Well, if you just analyze the survey, exit poll, all these surveyors have actually discounted Bharatiya Janata Party, both in terms of both in Jammu and Kashmir as well as in Haryana. But the result is for you to see now. Haryana, we were in the beginning we were actually behind them, but after the first round we are leading, and now it more or less has stabilized, and we will definitely win. Not only win, we will create a history. We will at least have 55-60 seats in Haryana. The trend is very clear, and it is moving towards 55 plus for Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, I think as of now it looks slightly lower than what we had expected. It must be a disappointment, but we will still wait for the final outcome in Jammu and Kashmir, and we are hoping that our number in Jammu will improve further, and we will definitely have some few like-minded people in Valley with whom we can, if we can alliance, we can definitely will be able to form the government. But at least as of now, it is slightly disappointing for us as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. But Jammu and Kashmir, we have a issue because we do not have that presence in the Valley region as we have in Jammu area. But in Haryana, you can make out very clearly that Bharatiya Janata Party and our policy and the way we have served the people have been very clearly received by the people, and there is a lot of receptiveness in the eyes of the people of Haryana.
Absolutely.
It is very evident from the
Zafar
fact that we are leading
at
over
the
50
peak
seats in
of
Haryana as against
2 Modi waves, you were around 47. If these numbers consolidate and they went up to 50 just few minutes back and they're down at 48, this is a bigger victory for the party than you would have ever thought. And would you now say that after Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, which has consolidated completely, there is almost near dominance of the BJP, the third state is likely to be Haryana?
And even Chhattisgarh, everybody had spoken, or even the survey suggested that we are losing badly. But here you see, the same is actually repeating, history is repeating here. Similar kind of trend has been given, or the surveyors have given the indication that we are not going to make more than 25 seats in Haryana. But here again, it's a similar kind of show what we had demonstrated in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, as well as in Rajasthan. And definitely, as you rightly said, we have consolidated our base.
Before I let you go, a word also on Dharmendra Pradhan. You know, Uttar Pradesh results, you know, he is known as that strategy man of the party who works completely backroom and has been delivering one state after another. Odisha, for example, the phenomenal victory of the party in the Lok Sabha polls. Now you have a government there. And then in Haryana as well. He was scammed in Panchkula and in Rohtak and in...
He works very closely with the leadership.
Yes, he worked very closely.
Dharmendra Pradhan ji is a very experienced politician. He understands the ground dynamics. He has delivered not once, many times, and he understands what works, what doesn't work, and his feedback is always been very well received by our leadership. And the result is for everyone to see that his efforts, his strategy, and his feedback to the senior leadership has worked. And more importantly, he has fought many elections as a leader for the Bharatiya Janata Party in several states. Okay. And his strike rate is very, very high, because the way he works is something which many politicians should learn, because his experience and expertise and his ears to the ground has always worked for the party, and it is going to work here in Haryana as well.
Okay, Sandeep Shastri, you know, I'm very, very interested to know or at least understand from you at this moment. Like, after what the BJP was hoping, in the Lok Sabha election, the 300 par came to 240, and since then the Congress thought that they have some sort of a momentum going into these elections. There is large messaging that Rahul Gandhi, with his constant Dalit focus, was trying to put forward. With these results, both of Jammu and Kashmir and also Haryana, my sense is Haryana would matter more because it is in the Hindi heartland. And for Maharashtra voters, it's not that there is going to be a direct correlation, but possibly will identify more with Haryana than with the Jammu and Kashmir. What message does the Congress party and the BJP now go with to Jharkhand and Maharashtra? If it would have been 2-0 for the BJP, there would have been an upswing as far as the Congress and its allies are concerned going into those elections. Right now, the BJP, even in Maharashtra, would say game on.
Undoubtedly. I think while the Haryana verdict will be critical, I would not underemphasize the importance of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the wider context of the politics of the country. Having said that, yes, even though this result may be 1-1 in important ways, as the campaign now moves to Jharkhand and Maharashtra, I think one thing all parties are realizing is for state assembly elections, it's essentially local. In Haryana, the BJP changed its strategy and made it an essentially local campaign. And I think if it is at 45 to 50 now, it is because of that change strategy of making it local and doing the work slowly, gradually, but consistently on the ground.
And also, I think the Jat, non-Jat playing out once again, which
the social coalition they were able to build up is very important.
Yeah.
And a similar factor will be seen for competitors in Jharkhand and Maharashtra.
Okay,
the type of social coalitions you build, the type of political coalitions you build, because both Jharkhand and Maharashtra will see coalition politics playing out.
Yes, but interestingly, in both these states, the BJP does have a chance. Nobody was giving the party a chance, even a chance in Haryana.
I don't think so many BJP leaders were themselves hoping that this will be the result.
But just look at the results. I mean, if this consolidates firmly, and if it is not about what some sources are indicating that yes, there are gaps which could be narrowing. But yes, let's hold on and wait. But it's increasingly becoming clear that Haryana BJP is heading for a hat-trick.
I think every state election is a different story, is a different strategy, is a different way in which it has to be dealt with.
Yes.
So while there would be lessons from Jharkhand and Haryana, I think lessons from Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, Jharkhand and Maharashtra will be a totally different ballgame.
Interestingly here also, Sandeep Shastri and Zafar come in on this. The fact was that the BJP usually runs a very loud campaign. We hear a lot about narrative setting, trying to control the surround sound. In case of Haryana, you let the Congress run away with that.
It's opposite.
It was
Congress
completely
ran a
opposite.
very high decibel campaign, BJP a low-key campaign.
Yes, and BJP managed to send that message that it was completely localized, looking at issues, ensuring that they fix the booth management, ensuring that they fix the rebel disgruntlement. All those issues were handled much more effectively here in Haryana. Zafar, if you heard me.
Yeah, Maria, very clearly, our focus was on the ground. Our focus was on the constituencies. We were definitely very focused on what exactly needs to be done in each and every constituency. We were not going on the noise, what the noise the media was making, what the noise the Congress party was making. We were more focused about the outcome we wanted in each and every constituency. We analyzed, did SWOT analysis of each and every constituency, mobilized our resources, marshal our resources towards bridging the gap wherever we had the gap. And that is when the leadership, actually the support of the leadership and understanding of leadership and the feedback what is coming from the ground is being communicated by likes of Dharmendra Pradhan ji to the leadership has actually worked for us. We didn't make noise. We were focused on the outcome, and how it can be achieved is something which was very clear and a clear priority for us, and that is something which has worked for us. Because Congress was making noise and everybody was around Congress.
Those visuals that, ladies and gentlemen, you were seeing were coming in from the Congress party celebrations in Jammu and Kashmir. But Zafar bhai, like you were talking about Haryana, just a quick word about Jammu and Kashmir as well. Not as expected for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The party was hoping to sweep the Jammu region and then have a hope of possibly, trying to find some sort of a support from the government. But at this moment, 52 placed 26, the alliance firmly in control. The bigger worry for the BJP in Jammu region also would be that the Congress has and the NC has not performed as badly as it was expected. Even the state unit president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Rana, at this moment is trailing on his constituency, sir.
Actually, if whatever the indication is as of now, if it really translates into number of seats for Congress and NC, then it will be definitely a disappointment for us. I mean, we must agree that we were not expecting this kind of result in Jammu and Kashmir, because especially in the valley, we were expecting that we'll be definitely we'll be able to open our account. We will get a lot of support purely because the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly in the valley, had rejected likes of Umar Abdullah, likes of Mahbooba Mufti, because their policies and priorities were very different, and they have never targeted the resources of the state for the welfare of the people. But now if the result comes, what it is showing today, just now, if it really with the final outcome, then it will be a disappointment for us, because we will definitely in where we went wrong, because we were expecting definitely better outcome than what it is today.
Dr. Ajoy Kumar, even in case of Jammu and Kashmir, the big chunk of the seats is actually coming in from the National Conference. So again, when it is a direct contest, say in the Jammu region, the BJP has made all the gains, and you seem to have not performed as well. When it's a bipolar contest in Haryana, you are losing whatever seen as a winning battle.
Look, I mean, Maria, if I rewind the TV show to 9 o'clock, the conversations were very different, right? Yes. You said the Congress is, everybody kept saying. So the issue is I don't want to be an amateur analyst of what's happened. I think the alliance management in Jammu and Kashmir was good. And I think that's a smart move on our side, definitely. Whether NC is a bigger player there, yes, but it's an alliance. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a tactical voting. And I think we did, and we were able to work better in Jammu and Kashmir for sure. Now, I told, and I've been very candid with you on the show, and I continue to say that the people in Haryana were very much in our favor, for sure, because what I saw, I mean, especially in the regions near Faridabad and Ballabgarh and that side, if the margins are 31 or 31 plus seats are somewhere close to less than 1,000. Now, 1,000 is not, 1,000 vote is not a popular or a non-popular mandate. It is also tactical. So much as it looks, where was the shortcoming? It's tactical, absolutely, because I can understand a margin of 5,000 plus or 8,000 plus. I mean, at least in this Vidhan Sabha, where if I remember, the Haryana voting total number of voters would be close to 2.5 lakhs. So I'm just saying, please correct me if I'm wrong. So in the total percentage, if you're having a margin of in 31 seats close to 1,000, take an example of even Vinesh Fogart. Sometimes she leads by 38, sometimes she's dropping by 100. So there is definitely a need for us to, see why is this happening? I mean, why is it that our political opponent is able to get the 1,000 plus on their side? And why did we get on the 1,000 minus on the 1,000
right,
minus
like you quoted the example of Vinesh Fogart. Because I went to Julana, and it's not traditionally a Congress seat. It's a tough seat for the Congress party. Correct. Julana, for the last time it was the JJP. Before that it was the INLD. It has not been traditional Congress seat. But the fact remains, this election, the narrative was favoring the Congress party. The Kisan Jawan Pahalwan was a narrative that the Congress party built went on. At least, despite what the result is, I can say one thing for sure. It was not an election where the Congress party was not seen active on the ground for the last 2 years, though it was only Mr. Huda, but the Congress party was seen on the ground as well. Despite that, and 10 years of anti-incumbency, yes, now the micro analysis could be that the BJP was able to put up candidate, but this happened on the day when the candidates were decided. It's not that the Congress party did not know the strategy of the BJP. You could not preempt that. You only fought this election, okay, just hold on for a second. Mr. Pawan Khera is speaking at this moment. Let's just listen to what he's saying.
In Jammu and Kashmir, you are getting live data as for with every round that is being counted. But in Haryana, it's not so. Why?
Okay, so the Congress is still being optimistic and cautious at the same time. But Dr. Ajoy, come in on this. Of course, you know, BJP is doing much better than it had expected. The Congress doing much poorly than it has expected. But the larger question is, what now for the Congress party? Just like Madhya Pradesh, where you relied completely on Mr. Kamal Nath, did you rely or over-rely on the Hudas?
No, look, I'm not the guy who's in charge in Haryana. So for me to say that, you know, what happened, what went wrong would be, I mean, I have a visibility probably as good as yours, because you are much closer to it. But the fact is, I say that the amount of support on the ground for the Congress was very strong. The thing which disturbs me is that, like, how much was the Aam Aadmi Party vote share in all these seats which were tearing by 1,000 and below? How much was the independent seats of the similar community? And then we need to look back and see, like, look, you not only have the people's mandate, you need to make sure that you win those close seats, especially, especially in elections, which was fundamentally for, at least on present trend, fundamentally for us to win. That's definitely it's a huge as a student of politics and somebody who is very concerned with the way the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing their politics in this country and the way they are trying to I feel fundamentally harm the interest of the nation. That's my perspective.
Okay.
Again, the BJP will have obvious. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to give an anecdote, and that possibly, Dr. Shastri, would also help us understand what was happening on the ground. Like when you go in Haryana, I was in Karnal. Karnal traditionally is a Bharatiya Janata Party seat, but we were in the Sabzi Mandi area. That area has a lot of low-income group people coming from the OBC, SC, and also a lot of Punjabi community. And when you speak to them, we were doing a show, and after the show, there was we sat down and spoke to them. They said, even if यहाँ पर एक जाट भी खड़ा होगा, तो ये जो 10 आदमी आप बीजेपी की बात कर रहे हैं, ये चुप हो जाएंगे. Because one jat would tell you that अगर हम खड़े हैं, तो तेरी हिम्मत कैसे हुई बोलने की? Is that the fear that has once again played out for the Congress party, the Jat Shahi? Because people started saying in the end कि जाट हर जगह बोलते फिर रहे हैं, या तो हमारी सरकार बनेगी या फिर हम अपने लठ लेके आएंगे. Is that the sense that the Congress party, that the other communities which were quiet went again and voted for the BJP, and the Jats which were this time overwhelmingly talking about Mr. Huda coming back to power hurt their chances?
I'll just add to this because it's similar narrative as to the Yadav community being very loud, decibel, high decibel when they
in UP,
in UP or Bihar, when they see power coming very close to them, and that's where the narrative starts shifting.
We have been consistently maintaining that Haryana would be decided by the type of social coalitions that are formed. And now as you see the result, it seems clear that this Jat consolidation which the Congress was attempting resulted in a counter consolidation. The fear of the Jat consolidation and the fear of the Jats coming to power and maybe having their chief minister led to this counter consolidation among other social groups, and that to a certain extent could very well explain the results that you are seeing.
Can I ask you also one question? And this is a lot of people on...
Just hold on to your thoughts, Sandeep Shastri, and let's bring in our newsmaker now. Union Minister Krishan Pal Gujjar is joining us. He's BJP MP from Faridabad. बधाई अभी दे दूं आपको या आप थोड़ा इंतजार करेंगे बधाई लेने में?
बधाई दूंगा आपको। मैं तो पूरा हरियाणा का भी देख रहा हूँ
जी,
और फरीदाबाद का भी रिजल्ट सामने आने वाला है
जी।
अधिकतर सीटें फरीदाबाद लोकसभा की हम जीतने जा रहे हैं। और हाँ जी, मैं एग्जिट पोल के बाद भी मैंने सभी मीडिया चैनल्स को कहा था कि मैं इस एग्जिट पोल से इत्तेफाक नहीं रखता, क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल हमेशा सही होंगे ये संभव नहीं है। हमने उत्तराखंड में देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, छत्तीसगढ़ में देखा और आज हरियाणा में देख रहे हैं। और हमको हरियाणा की 36 बिरादरी पर पूरा भरोसा था। इन 10 सालों में एक लंबे अरसे के बाद हरियाणा के अवाम ने जो सुशासन देखा है, जो विकास देखा है, जो हरियाणा एक, हरियाणवी एक के संकल्प के साथ काम करते हुए सरकार देखी है, योग्यता के आधार पर नौजवानों को रोजगार देते हुए सरकार देखी है, अन्नदाता, गरीब, महिला और युवाओं का सम्मान करते हुए सरकार देखी है। इस सब के कारण हमको पूरा भरोसा था कि हरियाणा में तीसरी बार नायब सैनी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। ये मैं पहले दिन से बोल रहा था चुनाव कैंपेन में, और एग्जिट पोल के बाद भी मैं यही बोला था
जी।
और आज वो तस्वीर सामने है, क्योंकि मैंने कहा था मैं ज्योतिषी तो नहीं हूँ। अगर मेरी एग्जिट पोल या चुनाव से काउंटिंग से पहले के मेरे बयान आप देखेंगे किसी भी चैनल पर, मैंने कहा मैं ज्योतिषी तो नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कॉलेज से लेके आज तक 46 साल से मैं चुनाव लड़ रहा हूँ। मैं अपने अनुभव के आधार पर कहता था कि जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी, क्योंकि हरियाणा के लोगों के खिले खिले चेहरे, चमकते चेहरे, क्योंकि वो समझ रहे थे।
सवाल ये है कि ये जो नंबर्स आ रहे हैं, जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं, वो आपके पिछले सारे रिकॉर्ड को बीट कर रहे हैं। 2014, 2019 सारे रिकॉर्ड को बीट करके आगे बढ़ गए हैं। वो कैसे देखते हैं? वो कैसे आंकड़े इतने ज्यादा दिख रहे हैं?
मैं यही तो कह रहा हूँ, मैं वो ही बता रहा हूँ आज आपको
जी।
आप कांग्रेस का 2005 से 2014 तक का आप ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखिए। केंद्र में उनकी सरकार थी मनमोहन सिंह की, हरियाणा में हुड्डा साहब की सरकार थी। 2005 में ये 67 सीट जीते थे और 2014 आते आते ये 15 सीटों पर सिमट गए थे। 67 से 15 सीटों पर। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2014 में 47 सीटें जीती थी और 10 साल बाद फिर सरकार बना रही है। तो ये बताता है कि जहाँ जहाँ बीजेपी की सरकारें हैं वहाँ प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है, और जहाँ जहाँ कांग्रेस की सरकारें रही हैं वहाँ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी रहा है। और क्योंकि हरियाणा का मतदाता अच्छी तरह जानता था कांग्रेस इस देश में और प्रदेश में अराजकता का माहौल पैदा करना चाहती है, शांति और भाईचारे के रास्ते पर चलने वाले हरियाणा की 36 बिरादरियों में फिर से ये झगड़ा पैदा करना चाहती हैं। कभी शंभू बॉर्डर खोलने की बात करते थे, कभी दिल्ली को घेरने की बात करते थे, लेकिन हरियाणा का अन्नदाता, जवान और पहलवान ये अच्छी तरह जानता था कि मोदी सरकार में ही और बीजेपी की सरकार में ही हमारे हित सुरक्षित हैं। इन्होंने ही पिछले 10 सालों में जवान के लिए, किसान के लिए और पहलवान के लिए जो काम मोदी और बीजेपी की सरकार ने हरियाणा में किया है, ये उसका परिणाम है।
मैं आपसे एक सवाल ये पूछना चाहूंगा जी, ये जो हुड्डा और शैलजा गुट कांग्रेस गुटों में बटी दिखाई पड़ रही थी, इसका कितना फायदा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हुआ? क्या आपको लगता है ये हुड्डा कांग्रेस की, जो बार बार बीजेपी कह रही थी हरियाणा में ये हुड्डा कांग्रेस चुनाव लड़ रही है, ये हुड्डा कांग्रेस के लिए और भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के लिए बहुत बड़ा मतलब ये क्षति है, उसके लिए यहां से उभरना उनके लिए मुश्किल होगा?
देखिए, मैं किसी दूसरे के घर में क्या हो रहा है मैं ताक झाक नहीं करता, ना हमारी आदत है, ये उनके घर के मामला है। लेकिन ये प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है, ये मोदी सरकार के प्रति और हरियाणा की नायब और मनोहर जी सरकार जो रही है उसके प्रति लोगों का भरोसा है। उन्होंने हरियाणा में एक ईमानदार और पारदर्शी सरकार, विकास करने वाली सरकार, सबका कल्याण करने वाली सरकार और अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े हुए गरीब व्यक्ति का उत्थान करने वाली सरकार को समर्थन दिया है।
कृष्णपाल जी, आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये पूछेंगे कि भाजपा को इस चुनाव शुरू होने से पहले किसी ने चांस नहीं दिया था। इंटरनली आप बोल रहे थे और भी भाजपा के नेता बोल रहे थे कि रिजल्ट्स कुछ और होगा, वो आज दिख रहा है। भाजपा की जो इलेक्शन मशीनरी है उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए। वो आप लोग क्या करते हैं कि जो लोकल है, लोकल फैक्टर इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है? इस चुनाव में लोकल फैक्टर इंपॉर्टेंट था।
ये देखिए, लोगों से किए हुए संकल्प और उस संकल्प को सिद्धि तक पहुंचाना, ये उसका नतीजा है। मोदी सरकार और बीजेपी सरकार जो संकल्प लेती है, अभी संकल्प हरियाणा के लोगों से 7 संकल्प हमारे आए थे, लोकसभा के चुनाव में जो संकल्प लिए थे उनको सिद्धि तक पहुंचाना, उनको जमीन पर उतारना, ये उसका नतीजा है। वो झूठ बोलते हैं, उन्होंने हिमाचल के लोगों से झूठ बोला, उन्होंने तेलंगाना के लोगों से झूठ बोला, उन्होंने कर्नाटक के लोगों से झूठ बोला। आज हिमाचल की क्या हालत है? आज वहाँ की बहनें 1500 रुपये का हर महीने इंतजार करती हैं। 300 यूनिट बिजली का लोग आज तक 2 साल होने के बाद भी इंतजार करते हैं। और जो पेंशन पे आज वहाँ तनख्वाह देने के लिए पैसे नहीं हैं जी, यही हाल कर्नाटक में है। तो ये कहकर मुकरने वाले लोग हैं, हम संकल्प को सिद्धि तक पहुंचाने वाले लोग हैं, इसलिए विश्वास बढ़ रहा है।
ठीक है
बीजेपी के प्रति।
सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अभी कम से कम ये बिल्कुल साफ दिख रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक हिस्टोरिक जीत की तरफ हरियाणा में बढ़ रही है। बहुत बड़े उलटफेर क्या इसमें होता है नहीं होता, अगला शायद आधे पौने घंटे में और लगेगा, लेकिन एक बहुत वाइल्ड स्विंग का एटलीस्ट एट दिस मोमेंट इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड। थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस संदीप शास्त्री। वेरी क्विकली आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क, बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर आस्किंग दिस, वेयर डज दिस लीव the political pundits, the pollsters, the exit poll, because from the Lok Sabha election, the way in fact the pollsters got that Lok Sabha election wrong, and now even with both the states, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, the picture is absolutely opposite to what the pollster was saying. They were in fact hinting at a very tight race, a hung assembly in Jammu and Kashmir. We are seeing a clear mandate in Jammu and Kashmir. On the other hand, this picture is absolutely reverse to what the pollsters were in fact predicting in Haryana. Where does that leave their credibility?
I think it's a very difficult time for all of them, especially in the case of Haryana, where things seem to have gone round. You could actually put the figures for the Congress, for the BJP, and the BJP for the Congress, and then the exit polls will turn out to be correct. That's what it seems to be if the current trends hold. I think what we are seeing is in a tight two-party race.
Yes.
And when there are a lot of new uncertainties which come into the campaign, it becomes a little difficult for pollsters to actually tap the real issues that are impacting on the poll. And that seems to be the factor which may have led to the type of projections that happened in Haryana. We are also noting in a lot of surveys, there is a big section of the voters who say, we are undecided.
And
we
that
don't want to take a
undecided
stand.
necessarily means...
And what often pollsters do is, those are eliminated and then you do a study of those who have taken a stand on the issue. But these are critical voters who could decide either way, and they could change the way you actually projected what is going to happen.
A lot to think about, just not for the Congress party, but also for the political
pollsters, analysts, everyone. Let's now listen in to Kumari Shelja and Bhupinder Hooda. Both of them have spoken to NDTV on the earlier leads, or should I say now consolidating results.
11 सीटें जहाँ पे कांग्रेस को बढ़त दिख रही है, अगर पिछले चुनाव से आप कंपेयर करें, क्या वजह है कि कांग्रेस का जो शेयर है वो बढ़ता दिख रहा है?
ये स्वाभाविक बात है। भाजपा के 10 साल जब निकल गए, पहले हमारे भी 10 साल निकले, तो एक तरफ तो एक फटीग होता है, जब फटीग होता है तब शायद एक भी बात, लेकिन मिसरूल रहा भाजपा का, और भाजपा का मिसरूल एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर। उसके साथ साथ जो इलेक्टरेट है, लोग हैं, वो अपने भविष्य की ओर देखते हैं। भविष्य केवल और केवल कांग्रेस है, ये लोगों ने देख लिया और नाप तोल कर लिया। राहुल जी की यात्रा रही, हमारे वर्कर्स ने, हम सब ने नीचे ज़मीन पर काम किया राहुल जी के गाइडेंस से, और एक जो ओवर आर्चिंग फैक्टर होता है वो यही होता है कि नेतृत्व हमें गाइड करता है और अब लोगों की नज़रों में भी क्रेडिबल ऑल्टरनेटिव है कांग्रेस।
जी, आप कांग्रेस के एक प्रोमिनेंट लीडर नहीं है हरियाणा में और ऑफ कोर्स लीडरशिप का इशू भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आपको लगता है कि जो अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार बनती है कुमारी शैलजा को भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका मिल सकती है? क्या आप मुख्यमंत्री पद के दावेदार हैं?
मैंने हमेशा कहा कि दावेदार हम हैं और लेकिन फाइनल फैसला हाईकमान का होता है।
We have former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bahujan Samaj Party, with us. So, sir, how do you see this election trend?
Congress is going to form the government in India.
And sir, we have seen yesterday the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, had a press conference saying EVM fault will be one of the main issues which Congress is going to highlight.
There is no issue. You wait for some time. Congress is going to form the government. Congress is getting the majority.
Sir, in the initial trend we have seen Congress was leading, but now we have seen the Congress is going...
After 1 hour, again you will see Congress is leading everywhere. I have got the reports, Congress is going to form the government.
As we continue our coverage on the election results, it's 12 noon and the numbers have consolidated. It's good news for the BJP in Haryana. They're heading for a hat-trick, and for NC Congress Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely, Maria, and a lot of it was so predictable, but of course a lot of it was unexpected. We will get you all that and more, but first, the headlines. BJP surges ahead in Haryana, headed for a hat-trick in the battleground state. Congress pauses celebrations. Congress loses early leads in Haryana. Congress's bid to make a comeback in the heartland state fades even as party fails to dislodge the BJP. Infighting within the Congress dampens the grand old party's comeback efforts in Haryana. Cracks within the Congress party and infighting during the campaign boomerangs for the party. National Conference, Congress Alliance comfortably ahead in the leads in Jammu and Kashmir. First Assembly poll results in 10 years.
And with early trends, in fact, by now, most of the direction is very, very clear. Jammu and Kashmir seems to be going the Congress National Conference's way, but it's not really a close contest in Haryana. In Haryana, it is the BJP which is clearly consolidating, with a significant difference between them and the Congress party. The big question right now is what happens now in that alliance in the NC Congress? Is Omar Abdullah the next chief minister? And what went wrong in Haryana for the Congress?
And of course, the big question, like you rightly pointed out, Maria, what did the BJP get right and where did the Congress party, sitting in the opposition for 10 years, do wrong? Well, to start with, many things, like you would know, you've been covering the party for so long, including a change in the CM's face, and of course, many other things which we will discuss in the course of this bulletin. But clearly, the BJP is consolidating its base amongst non-feudal, non-politically mobile OBC communities and SC votes, even as the BJP has surpassed the halfway mark with leads in over 48 seats in Haryana. Now, senior Congress leader Bhupinder Singh Hooda has also spoken to the BJP, and he's spoken to NDTV, spoken to us, and he has maintained that he's confident that his party will independently form the government, but the numbers here tell a very different story.
Absolutely, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive at the BJP headquarters around 6 p.m. This is the customary address that he does to the BJP Karyakartas. It's a surprise victory for the party in the state of Haryana, a state where they have been in power for 10 years. Nobody gave BJP even a fighting chance. Before the Model Code of Conduct was in place, it was seen as a battle for the Congress to lose. But it's very, very clear that it has sprung a complete surprise. So with that number of 29 in Jammu and Kashmir, where they have won significantly, almost 50% of the seats that they contested in Jammu region, and the number in which they are forming the government in Haryana hat-trick. So there's no anti-incumbency when it comes to the BJP narrative, a lexicon which all of us,
absolutely,
journalists, analysts and pollsters will have to revisit. But we have Nazir Masoodi joining us from Srinagar. Nazir,
and Maria, we have to again talk about pro-incumbency now, because that's something we used to talk about earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Where is the man of the moment? Omar Abdullah.
Well, I will be speaking to Omar Abdullah after a while, but I'll be speaking another man of the movement of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. It was actually the bigger fight than any victory or loss. It was the fight against in a state, in a place which was the communist island, and where Islamist party, Jamaat Islami, was trying to win that seat, fighting assembly election after first time after 30 years. But Muhammad Yusuf Tarigami, only Communist Party member here, was contesting election backed by National Conference. He clearly is on his way to win this election.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tarigami Saab, this was seen as a big battle, and Kulgam was seen that Jamaat Islami is winning that. But finally you are making it, you are defeating them.
It's not me. I should say it, I should accept it, and all of us should admit it, that the role played by the people of Kulgam, I salute them. It's they who fought for Kulgam, for Kashmir, for the rights of the people of Kashmir, and defeated those who became collaborators of the government after going through a big turmoil or initiating the turmoil in Kashmir. They were sitting in the front row of the turmoil. Now, all of a sudden, there was a U-turn. With the blessings of those in power, they tried to defeat the people. They tried to defeat the aspirations of the people.
And I remember during campaigning, Jamaat Islami candidate said it is, if he loses, it is a defeat of Islam. And then people chose not to vote for a religious-based party, and instead 100% Muslim society constituency voted for a Communist Party member.
This is exactly how they were exposed. That mere going for a vote after so much of turmoil and so much of violence which they initiated, which they were part of it, and now they put it as Islam versus something, the people's interest, the people's aspirations of the Kulgam area. It's not lost for Islam, it is lost for their demagogic politics. It is lost for their double face. It is lost for the deceptive politics of Jamaat Islami, which they have been working on since long here in Kashmir.
Wasn't this very interesting battle? On one hand, National Conference, CPM or Congress combined were fighting BJP. On the other side, you had to fight Islamist groups like Jamaat Islami.
You see, the question is, we were never having any confusion. Go through in 72 when Plebiscite Front, now the National Conference was banned. They obliged the then government and got 5 seats. I was in prison, and Plebiscite Front leaders, now of course those are National Conference, they were in prison. Jamaat Islami has always, this way or that way, collaborated with the regime just to be on the other side.
But Jamaat Islami was some which was actually in the forefront of militancy and separatism in Kashmir since 90. Finally, they made a U-turn and chose to contest elections. But this election actually was something which was seen which side of the people would like to be. Will they go with the Islamists, religious-based politics, or they will support someone who is kind of a atheist type of politics? Here, M.Y. Tarigami Saab, Tarigami Saab, it is, because communists is seen as who don't believe in God. It is a political party, not the faith. But the point is something, when in a Muslim society, when you see the separatist movement, when we talk about radicalism in Kashmir, your victory defines something bigger than just winning a seat.
That's what it has been confirmed by the verdict of the people now. They have on the one hand rejected BJP, and on the other hand supported the Secular Alliance, National Conference, Congress, CPM. And you see the wisdom of the people is such. So again, it's not the question of atheism versus something religious based and all that. It is because it is between the two, something which is real on the ground. Real means the interests of the people of Kashmir, the Kulgam area, and those who have been advocating something till yesterday. There have been, you see, you and me, all of us know that they were telling whosoever participated in election is a Indian stew, is a traitor,
they were being killed. And I must tell you, this today's vote is a tribute to all those people who have been killed because they were believing in democracy. They will be believing a right to vote. Thousands of people have lost their lives, including members of Aam Samaj Party, and his own relatives. His own brother was killed by militants, but that was the same group when he comes and contests election, and he defeats them today. So as I said, this is an important development. CPIM member M.Y. Tarigami defeating Jamaat Islami in Kulgam.
So Tarigami contesting from Red Island of JNK, Kulgam. That is a M.Y. Tarigami. We also have Sunil Prabhu joining us now, and also Radhika Khera and Shama Mohammed. Shama Mohammed from the Congress Party and Radhika Khera from the BJP. In the studio, we have our panel of esteemed guests. We have Vanija Chaudhary, reputed author and senior journalist. We also have Akshat Goel, who is the founder of Dhruva Research. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Starting with you, Shama, clearly the Congress Party in Haryana was banking on Kisan, Jawan, Pahalwan, but would you agree that a lot of it was probably a lot of noise and probably a little less substance?
See, I'm looking at the EC website even now, and right now it's not even said won. I want to know if the 49 have won. Still they are leading, and we are trailing. We are leading by 35. So unless and until there's a victory there, I'm not going to talk in a way where the Congress has won, where the Bharatiya Janata Party has won. I still feel I was campaigning, I was there in Haryana, and what I saw was there was a lot of wave for the Congress Party. So I'm a bit shocked what exactly has gone wrong. And if there are internal issues, then it has to be sorted, whatever it is. But what I saw on the ground is completely different from what I'm seeing in numbers out here.
Radhika, how do you look at your own party's performance in Haryana specifically? Because this looks like one of your best performance, clearly the best performance till date. BJP was not even a serious player in Haryana till about 10 years ago. But so this is clearly, it seems to be quite a big surprise, and congratulations if the leads were to hold right, and it's quite some time now, so we can say that for sure. So how do you feel about this?
Jai Shri Ram. I remember I was on a show a day or two back with Maria ji on NDTV itself, and we were talking about the opinion poll that was coming in, and even that day I had said that we are going to form the government again in Haryana, and we are seeing history being created over here. No party has been able to form a government 3 times in a row in Haryana, and वो कहते हैं ना हिंदी में कि काट की हांडी बार बार नहीं चढ़ती, and that is what is happening with the Congress Party. They built a false narrative during the Lok Sabha elections where they said संविधान खतरे में है, and they said Rahul Gandhi has come on 99, he is doing a yatra in Haryana, oh we are going to win Haryana, and he was also making jalebis in the factory. But the people of Haryana gave him a befitting reply for making jalebis in the factory, and also playing with the emotions of the women, playing with the emotions of the sports people, playing with the emotions of the kisan. हर बार ये कहा जाता था किसान खतरे में है, जवान खतरे में है, महिला खतरे में है, पहलवान खतरे में है. What happened? Vinesh Fogart herself is trailing. You forgot that there are 3 people who won the Olympic medal from Haryana. But where was Dipinder Hooda and Rahul Gandhi when they were coming back to India? Where were they? Why did they not go to
Radhika, just hold on to that thought of yours. Let me also get my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who reports on the Congress for us. Sunil, what is the mood like in the Congress headquarters now? Clearly, things haven't worked out the way they expected. But of course, J&K seems to be slightly better. But even there, the questions are being raised on Congress's performance. But with respect to Haryana, what is the party thinking?
That's right. To take Jammu and Kashmir first, the strike rate of the Congress, especially in the Jammu region, hasn't been very encouraging. Just an update from the Congress party that they will be officially complaining to the Election Commission. They believe, for example, one of your spokespersons from the BJP was talking about Vinesh Fogart. They say that she, as president after 9 rounds, is ahead in 5,200 votes. And we are demanding that the Election Commission take immediate action to update the information on the website. So that's, of course, the complaint that the Congress is giving to the Election Commission. Be that as it may, as I've been saying, for the Congress, with putting all its eggs in one basket, depending on Bhupendra Singh Hooda and clearly the caste polarization which the BJP did, Jat versus non-Jat, has had an impact, and it's that which is costing the party dearly. It's back to the drawing room for them, drawing board in many ways in Haryana, if they are not able to make it. If these trends continue the way they are, this is a complete shocker for the Congress party, something that they had not anticipated. Clearly, the Congress High Command, despite being told by people like Kumari Selja and others about the fact that you can't give, so many tickets to only the supporters of Mr. Hooda, that being the case, they have now learning the hard way that those mistakes should have been corrected, and definitely it isn't something that the Congress was expecting at all.
Right. Let's also get in Aishwarya now. Aishwarya is outside Manohar Lal's house. Manohar Lal is, of course, the former Chief Minister of Haryana. He was replaced by Naab Singh Saini. Naab Singh Saini, of course, in the last few months has transformed, and today's results are also a testimony to the fact that he has in some ways helped the party, and that decision, probably that gamble really paid off, isn't it, Maria?
Yes, and where is Mr. Khattar, and will he speak so soon? Or will he also wait for numbers to consolidate and perhaps speak after the Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters? Ash.
Well, Manohar Lal Khattar is at his residence, and there you can see more senior leaders now going inside ML Khattar's house. Of course, we all know for the fact that Mr. Khattar is an old-style politician, and he will wait, of course, for the final results as being suggested by, his secretaries inside. And finally, after the result comes out, he will be speaking, of course, to the media. But I was fortunate enough to speak to him on the day of voting when he came to Karnal. And for 15 odd minutes, when we spoke to him, he was very confident of the victory. And Bharatiya Janata Party tried to address that anti-incumbency after him being sent to the central government, being elected as the union minister, and also Naab Singh Saini being appointed as the chief minister. And therefore, the reason perhaps in Karnal as well, his close aide is leading. And therefore, Mr. Khattar also stated that he will be the one who, he's the one who had campaigned across Haryana, and he was very confident of the work that his government did for 9.5 years and what Naab Singh Saini is taking forward. But shortly,
the BJP got right, because they changed the chief minister. They also increased the income ceiling of OBCs to about 10 lakh, and then they also brought in MSP for almost 24 crops. So a lot of policy announcements were made in the last 6 months. Do you think some of those policy announcements sort of like really helped the BJP sort of get this result?
And do you think it stayed away also from the surround sound completely? I mean, did not run a high decibel campaign.
Yeah, it was very localized, it's right, yes. Like a very localized campaign.
I don't know the answer to that. How much of the social welfare schemes, because the Congress on its side also, they talked about MSP for 24 crops, Congress said legal guarantees for MSP. So it was one against one in terms of what they were promising in terms of welfareism. Of course, it does matter. Jobs is what was exercising young people, and Haryana is made up, 70% of Haryana is young. So, Mr. Khattar had given jobs, and this Kharchi Parchi did have some traction with people. That will it be? There was fear. And all of us who travel through Haryana, I'm just reeling under this, because what I saw was people wanting change of all communities. Now, obviously, what has happened is in the last days and hours. And my question mark is as follows. Has the non-Jat consolidated solidly in favor of the BJP? Because the Jats consolidated in favor of the Congress. Yeah, of course, at INLD, they are showing static for many, many hours at 2. And that's in the Sirsa area probably. So I don't think they took away huge chunks of the Jat vote.
But they seem to have taken the JJP vote, right? Because
some JJP vote. Remember, it was 10 seats last time. This is 2 seats of INLD. So this is a vast difference.
But interestingly, the vote share gap between the two parties is just 1%.
That's right. That is the interesting part of the story. So the Jats have voted overwhelmingly in one constituency, huge numbers, whereas the others have not been that large a number, but spread over. But have the non-Jats afraid of the comeback of Jat Shahi, which I heard Dalits speak about?
Yes.
And they feared what would it mean for jobs, what would it mean for businesses, enterprises, how would they get affected? That was being talked about.
Right.
They kept talking about a non-Jat CM that they would like. So I think have the people of Haryana driven this election, whether it's in favor of the BJP or in favor of the
Actually,
Congress.
the non-Jat voters,
not so much the parties.
Other non-Jat voters, the silent voters, also the tactical voters now, they're not really telling people who they're voting for. Remember, we also saw this in UP and of course in other states, where in Gujarat also.
Is there some kind of underestimation of these silent voters? And you know what tends to happen is, there are these communities which, when they see power coming very close, then they become very high decibel, as I am emphasizing. I've seen that in Uttar Pradesh, I've seen that in Bihar.
Yes.
Absolutely. You know, it was almost like that Tejasvi Yadav was at a striking distance in 2020. That was not to be. So, do you think that becomes a problem when they see that okay, the Kumari Shailja is speaking again, let's listen in. Okay. So we'll come back to her. Yes, Akshay, you were making.
So definitely there has been an issue that Jats have been very much vocal in the state, and not only in Haryana, but we also saw the case in Uttar Pradesh as well in the 2022 elections, when Jats were very much vocal about the farm laws, but BJP was still able to win in the Jat areas of Western UP, be it Meerut, be it Saharanpur. So I think it helped in the further consolidation of the non-Jats, which is OBCs and Baniyas, or Brahmin, or let's say Rajputs, who are roughly 48% of the overall population of the state. But however, I also feel that BJP has been able to win a few seats. So, Congress seat share is only as of now up by 3 or 4 seats since the last time. So it's BJP which seems to have gained from the loss of INLD, or let's say the loss of JJP. So even among the Jats, there seems to be a clear-cut division. Someone who is very much vocal and someone who is silent. He is working hard. He is enjoying the benefits of the government, and they are happy with the government, whatever it is happening. So,
and you know, that's what the concern is, Shama Mohammed, that you ran a campaign which visibly appeared to be a winning campaign. But did you rely too much on the Hudas?
Yeah.
That here was Kumari Shailja who was saying, I also matter. I can bring in the SC votes. Just like in Madhya Pradesh, that was again an election which was seen as for the Congress to lose, and then we saw the results.
See, I believe more than that. Of course, that might be one of the things, but I think more than that, coming from Kerala, a Sangathan is very important. And I'm not so sure if there is a properly done Sangathan in Haryana. And there were some issues which should have been sorted out, but I still feel that since we have not yet got the numbers, I'm not going to go ahead and talk about that we have lost yet. I'll let it come out, and then only I will, there's a lot of echo.
Okay, we'll try and fix that.
Whenever I'm talking, there's a lot of echo.
We'll try and fix that.
So that has to be for one last point. Radhika, I just want to tell Radhika. She said that Bharat Jodo Yatra, whatever he was saying, Samvidhan Khatre mein. Yes, we did get 99 out of that, and we reduced BJP to 240 at the end of the day. So it did work over there. Now this is a different thing. This is a Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha elections. It's completely different.
Was perhaps more temporary. If the Congress is not able to take that narrative ahead in consecutive assembly elections, particularly in Haryana, then what happens to that narrative now?
I think it's not the narrative which should not work. It's always Congress's biggest enemy, according to me, is the Congress. It is the internal politics.
Yes.
If we lose this election, it is the internal politics. Just like what has happened in Punjab, what happened in Kerala in 21. So I certainly believe, being in the party for 10 years, the Congress' biggest enemy is the Congress.
Right.
So first we need to fight united. United we stand, divided we fall.
Okay. Radhika, two important pitches that the Prime Minister made during his Haryana campaign. You know, in fact, he addressed 4 important rallies there, and 2 important pitches. One, of course, the Mirchpur clashes that he repeatedly spoke about, you know, alleging that the Congress party has been anti-Dalit. And the second thing that he spoke about, like Nija ma'am was also pointing out, is the Karchi-Parchi system. Do you think these 2 pitches in some ways sealed the deal for you? Because this also in some ways reflects in the kind of vote share that you're getting in the state.
I'm sorry, your voice cracked in the end. After Parchi Kharchi, I couldn't understand.
I was asking you, did the PM's pitch on employment, you know, transparency, and of course Dalit, anti-Dalit face, the alleged anti-Dalit face of the Congress party, did that in some way seal the deal for you?
I'm sorry, it's not an alleged anti-Dalit face. Please look at, you have a living example in the face of Kumari Shailja ji. She is a strong Dalit leader. What did the Congress do? Instead of giving her respect, they went and bought Ashok Tawar and tried to show her कि भैया देखो, आँख में आँख डाल के कि देखो हमें तुम्हारी ज़रूरत नहीं है. When she raised her voice, when she talked about respect, when she spoke for a woman who was harassed by the Congress party on stage where Deepinder Hooda was standing, and the same Deepinder Hooda did not have the guts to stand up for its own daughter.
Has now moved the election commission, and they are saying that on the election commission website, the results are being updated slowly. What exactly is the nature of this allegation? Let's first listen in to all the reactions that are coming in, and then I come back to the guests.
आप तमाम चैनल्स पे देखिए, पहली बार होता हुआ दिख रहा है कि चैनल्स अपने रिपोर्टर्स के जो आंकड़े आते हैं काउंटिंग सेंटर से वो नहीं दिखा रहे, चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़ों पर निर्भर कर रहे हैं, और चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़े चौथे या 5वें 6ठे राउंड के दिखा रहे हैं, जबकि हमारे कंट्रोल रूम से 11 राउंड के आंकड़े आ चुके हैं. तो ये आंकड़ों में जो मिसमैच है, गैप है, ये क्यों है, ये हम बार बार चुनाव आयोग से अभी हमारे महासचिव जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट करके भी पूछा है कि ये क्या दबाव डालने की कोशिश हो रही है.
BJP has taken a lead in Haryana, whereas in the morning Congress was in the lead.
I think we should draw a conclusion only after the final results have come. But up till now, the trends which are consolidating in the direction which is very positive, and I am quite confident when the final results will come, it will be a decisive, historic mandate in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party.
So also speaking about Jammu and Kashmir, it's the opposite scenario there. Congress is in the lead there and BJP is still trailing. However, BJP is also, taken the lead in the Shopian seat, which is something that BJP has not seen for a very long while in the Kashmir Valley.
In Jammu Kashmir, definitely is a totally different scenario. There used to be a scenario when the governor was not able to hoist the national flag on Lal Chowk in the decade of 90s. And now you have seen that the vibrant festival of democracy has taken place, and 60% polling has taken. In Cham sector, 80% polling has taken. I am quite confident when the final results will come, it will be the best ever performance of BJP in Jammu Kashmir.
Okay, so this has generated some kind of curiosity and also confusion, but post Haryana results, even as the numbers come in, there is a crucial meeting which is happening at Manohar Lal Khattar's Delhi residence. That's where Aishwarya is joining us from. Aishwarya, several meetings taking place where you are. Dharmendra Pradhan also met him. Dharmendra Pradhan was the BJP in charge of Haryana. These numbers certainly speak volumes about his skills of managing elections.
Well, certainly, and most successful one for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Haryana, and that's something the BJP leaders have also not predicted early. But at Manohar Lal Khattar's residence, where I'm reporting from, a crucial meeting has begun as far as Dharmendra Pradhan is concerned, who was in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Haryana. He had arrived at Mr. Khattar's residence. Apart from it is Surendra Nagar, Bharatiya Janata Party co-in charge as well, who has also arrived. We have been told that Biplav Dev might also arrive very shortly at Manohar Lal Khattar's residence. And this is all about what's going to happen next, because it is Bharatiya Janata Party who had time again stated that it will be Nayaab Singh Saini, the Chief Minister, who will continue to be the Chief Minister of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And under his leadership in the state, the entire Bharatiya Janata Party unit had fought elections. But Dharmendra Pradhan played a very crucial role as far as ticket distribution are concerned, and those late night meetings for the camps that had been divided, of course, in the Bharatiya Janata Party. And it was Mr. Pradhan who had taken control of the entire seat distribution, at the level of BJP. So two of the senior leaders in charge and co-in charge had already arrived. Biplab Dev and other senior leaders are also expected at Mr. Khattar's residence. And crucial meeting is underway as of now as we are speaking. But certainly more leaders expected at Mr. Khattar's residence after this victory of the BJP.
Okay, right, Aishwarya, another question to you. I mean, this is coming at a time that the Congress is approaching the Election Commission, because they are challenging the pace at which the results are coming. They are saying that the results on the Election Commission's website are not being updated properly and at the right time. So BJP is already in the celebration mode. And on the other hand, okay, Sunil Prabhu is joining us live from the Congress headquarters. So, what exactly is Congress's argument here, Sunil?
Well, the argument that they have given is something that, if you recall from your own home state in Bihar during the COVID election time, when Bihar was being counted, there was an increased delay in terms of updating the website. And in the same context, that the Election Commission is being told by the Congress High Command that there has been something of what they call a lack of update on the website of the Election Commission. We'll have to cross-check whether this is true or not. The Election Commission says that they've been updating every 5 minutes as per the returning officers of what is coming. This is clearly a trend where the Congress isn't doing well. Having said that, the truth of the matter is that definitely the Congress at this present juncture is looking for reasons of what is a real shocker to them. The fact that they haven't done well in the Haryana elections.
Functioned a little
Why
slower.
haven't they done well?
Yes, Sunil, the EC website has always functioned a little slower than, the way media, other channels actually get their information from. So this is not really new. What exactly is the Congress driving at? Is it also one way of probably, are they being very upset about not really of the results not being up to expectations?
Yeah, that's what I was attempting to say. It's a real shocker for them, and I think somewhere down the line, you have to shift the blame from what is clearly now the writing on the wall, that the Congress hasn't really done well. Why has this happened? One, of course, as we've been pointing out, the Jat versus the non-Jat, the Congress putting its eggs in one basket, the urban areas doing increasingly well for the BJP in terms of rural areas, and something down the line of that overconfidence that the Congress had in the last 2-3 months, not really being able to spin a campaign of togetherness, of the fact that, they are all together. They were more jostling for the top post rather than fighting and ensuring that they were with the people. All these things, apart from a number, have cost the party dearly. This is definitely a major setback for the Congress party.
Okay, going back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, there are also many CM, faces, claimants in the BJP. So clearly this meeting at Manohar Lal's house is also aimed at driving the future course of action. Yesterday we were reporting on the Jharkhand core group meeting. So clearly this is a big shot in the arm for the BJP, which was anyway, a little disheartened with the Lok Sabha results of 2024. So what is on the agenda when it comes to this important meeting that's happening at Manohar Lal's house? He's been avoiding the usage of Khattar, because he also, in some ways, it's the land of Bhajan Lal, Bansi Lal, Devi Lal and Manohar Lal. So today is, of course, it's a day
he stops at Manohar Lal only, no Khattar for me, he says. Yes, Aishwarya, that just a quick response to Vasudha's question.
Well, sources in the Bharatiya Janata Party have stated that the BJP wants to move fast as far as forming the government in Haryana is concerned, because they wanted to have continuation as far as the BJP government over there, and they do not want to delay things because yes, on other side of the Congress camp, we have seen that they are trying to reach out to the Election Commission of India, but as the numbers are certainly in their favor, they wanted to have this crucial meeting so that as soon as possible, if the numbers come out in open and it is very clear as far as BJP is concerned, then what should be the date, how of the government formation, as the BJP leaders have already had given their statements that it would be Naab Singh Saini, once again the Chief Minister of BJP, and there is no doubt about it, and that's what also Mr. Khattar stated to us while speaking on the day of the election, that he will remain our Chief Minister, but of course the central leadership has to decide as to what decision they have to take. But as far as continuation of the government is concerned, they want to move fast, and therefore the reason perhaps when the results are coming, a crucial meeting is underway. In charge and co-in charge both are inside. Biplab Dev might arrive very soon at Mr. Manohar Lal's residence, and from here on how things will be prepared. Of course, by this evening we are also expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address BJP cadres at the BJP headquarters. Naab Singh Saini's presence will also be there, is also what sources are clearly indicating to us at this point.
It's interesting and fascinating that when the day began, the BJP did not have any preparations. Absolutely. Because they were being cautiously optimistic, as we say. And now we are seeing that entire fast-paced movement in which the meetings are taking place. But Sunil, coming to you, I believe you have a guest with you.
That's right. I have with me Ragini. Ragini, what is the reason behind why you're now blaming the Election Commission for not updating?
See, I think there's a fine line of demarcation between blaming and asking a question. We're not blaming anyone. What Jairam Ramesh ji is doing is asking a simple question. He's asking, why is there a delay in the counting process? And would this delay affect the election result in any sense of the term? He's even tagging ECI in his tweet. So it's a valid question that has been asked from the Congress party. And I think the ECI has also replied. But the promptness shown by ECI in this reply, if that was shown in the counting process, the question would not have emerged in the first place. So I think asking a question is the lifeblood of democracy, and it should not be undermined as a blame game.
What went wrong in Haryana? What is it, just that you all put too many eggs in the basket with Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, or and that you didn't placate, for example, Kumari Selja and others? Or what is the reason for why the Congress has done so badly?
See, I would not want to jump the gun here, and I'm really sure that by the end of the day, when the trends are going to consolidate into results, we are going to win Haryana as well as Jammu and Kashmir.
You're not giving hope at 12:30 still.
See, there are 9 seats which can be won or by under. I mean, they have a under 1,000 vote margin even at this point, and the election website is also showing that Congress party has at least 3% more vote share. And if the trend continues, we haven't even reached, I mean, election ECI results are still below 10 rounds, I believe. So there are another 15 rounds which are supposed to be there. And if the trend continues, I think we will win at least 12 to 13 seats more, according to this trend. So I think this is too early to get into the nuances of why we have lost, when I firmly believe that we will win the election by the evening.
Not bad. You're not giving up hope, despite everybody saying that the BJP is all set for winning and retaining for the first time, the third time in a state like Haryana.
See, hope is what keeps you going, right? In Hindi we say उम्मीद पर दुनिया कायम है, तो उम्मीद पर दुनिया कायम होनी चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि यकीन हो तो हर रास्ता निकलता है, हवा की ओट लेकर भी चिराग जलता है, तो अभी बहुत टाइम है. Let's wait and watch.
हर रास्ता, there is a hope. Let us see. Let us wait and see. But the Congress still not ready to give up.
But
it's a long road ahead.
It's fascinating, you know, Sunil. As reporters, we keep on seeing and sensing the mood. Perhaps in the morning they distributed the laddus too soon. They should have voted, waited till 10. That's what we saw also in 2015.
Around 9:30, even Naab Singh Saini said that he will be willing to take responsibility for whatever happens. So that,
both the sides could have waited a little longer.
Yes.
And even Bhupinder Hooda, even now he is saying that he'll form the government.
Yes.
I mean, what is giving Mr. Hooda so much of confidence? Although his body language is suggesting otherwise.
I don't know how many seats are there where it's a very narrow margin lead.
Yes. But still, ma'am, just look at
But I
this
don't
gap.
think that
15.
many. Yeah,
Yes.
15 is a very
There's
large
huge
number.
gap
Yeah.
between the two sides.
And it doesn't have to say we're forming the government now.
Yes.
It's a matter of an hour or two and we will know.
It's been waiting for 10 long years,
We are
probably it's all
expecting
of
only
that
6
is...
seats. Let us say Congress goes to 40 seats and BJP comes down to 43
Okay, we have
seats.
Rajat, who has been waiting patiently, spokesperson of INLD. Rajat, JJP is down and out, but as far as INLD, you have opened your account. I mean, you have 2 seats now.
And in some ways, you've slightly performed better than JJP because some of that vote share has also come to you. Is that, is that a good feeling? I mean, how do you feel about INLD, which was one of the most important parties in 2009, in some ways completely collapsing?
Yeah, in 2014 as well, we were having 190 more than Congress party, and we had 2 lakh more votes than Congress. Congress being the national party and we being the regional party. And we were leader of opposition from 2009 till 2019. And the main reason which costed us was the split between within the party and JJP. I don't know what greed went into them. They decided to split the party, and because of that split, Congress and BJP both were benefited. So we are a little bit disappointed, but there are a couple of things. I was listening to all the panelists. People were talking about Jat, non-Jat. I would like to take you to 2014 result. There was a strong Modi wave, and even Jats voted for BJP. So there is this is not a fair conclusion to drive out that even now, if BJP is getting more votes than 2000, more seats than 2014.
Right.
So it's not that Jats didn't vote for BJP this time. So the thing Congress is losing and why they were not able to cash in the anti-incumbency is that a couple of factors are there. First factor, I would like to point out the infighting which is going on within the party, and because of that, Ms. Kiran Chaudhary, Mr. Kuldeep Bishnoi, they were very prominent faces in Congress, and Mr. Hooda and all the control which Mr. Hooda is having on the Haryana Congress and being leader of the opposition, this is a very strong question mark on his leadership that if Congress is losing in spite of such strong anti-incumbency.
Rajat, let me take that question to Neeja Chaudhary. Neeja ma'am, when you traveled across Haryana, did you get this feeling that there are communities which are feeling left out, and also this whole infrastructure and of course this push for modernization, Gurgaon smart city. Do you think that also helped the BJP in many ways, because that is something that the BJP really emphasized on, and there is always an aspirational element to all of us?
Certainly, in Gurgaon, Gurgaon they were expected to win. It was very clear. Even Pataudi they were expected, but that was not the case, say, in Badshahpur or in Sona. It was seen as a takkar, and all this is a very strong BJP area, as is the GT road, those constituencies.
Ahirwal and GT road,
Ahirwal and GT road. But Jat belt was very clear. Jat belt has been clear for 2 years. I've gone there repeatedly, and the desire for change and dissatisfaction with the BJP is true. In 2014, Jats did vote for Narendra Modi when he was on the rise. And Jats have voted for the BJP in Western UP, they voted for BJP even in Rajasthan.
Right.
So it's not that Jats have not voted. But this time, Jats used to get divided between parties, regional parties, maybe some BJP and Congress. This time, there seemed to be a consolidation in favor of the Congress party because of the Kisan Andolan, because of the wrestlers being treated the way they were, Jats not making it to the CM position and it going to a non-Jat. That was a cause for great amount of angst amongst the Jats.
And
So,
Neeja, would you also say that there was a huge section among the Jats who felt that farmers, the protests were disruptors, they were seen as that disruption movement and Congress giving that support to the
Maybe they were not
farmers'
really that supportive.
I think वो थोड़ा था, but by and large किसान में ऐसा नहीं था. At least I didn't find. What you're saying are those voices.
Yes, I'm just saying that,
the
you know,
disruptive
sometimes,
voices.
yeah, sometimes if you have protests prolonging, then there is that anti-protest sentiment also which develops, in which they are seen as disruptors.
Could be, Maria. Because Jats, you see, one of the reasons why many people didn't get this right this time, Jats are loud, exuberant, aggressive, जैसा मैं कहती हूँ ना, डंके की चोट पे है हर चीज. So they make themselves heard, and they were instrumental in creating the hawa for the Congress party. The other communities were silent. You know, the OBC was silent, Dalit saying, you know, did they